The moon shone quite brightly over Lavis Vindica, a grand construction with multiple towers. However, laid out on the floor were bodies after bodies of fallen monsters. One person remained standing, clutching the legs of a big, hulking figure that stood at the center of this massacre. The wailing man cried, asking the big man if he thought that he could get away with a massacre like this. Meanwhile, the intimidating man with blazing red eyes and a frightening stare looked down at House Hilt, asking if they really thought that he would not find out about what they had been up to. What had happened here was no massacre. This was an execution carried out by the House Vindica. Saying these final words as the other man looked at him with bitterness and hate in his eyes, the Dark Lord raised his evil claw and dispatched the poor man at once, striking him down. The final scream echoed through the land, and then there was silence as he faded away. When the lights came up once again, a different lord was fuming at the action taken by Lavis Vindica. Apparently, he found this type of behavior to be completely unacceptable, and he called the intimidating man an arrogant, foolish boy. The man in charge had ordered Lavis to find evidence of treason, not to exterminate an entire family. The wild, murder-crazy lunatic had disrupted the order of the demon realm, and he had gone way too far this time. The demon king Gamudere Vindica was the one speaking. Lavis challenged this verdict, saying that he had found evidence everywhere. The old man knew as well as he did that those Hilt jerks were hopeless. It was one thing to find a rebellion, it was another to massacre an entire clan bra. He yelled that thanks to those geezers who had been clinging to House Hilt, they could not punish them even with proof. They had gotten away with so many wicked crimes, someone had to do something. As the man spoke, one of the silent onlookers seemed to be watching him very closely. Still, Lavis' father was heavily disappointed. There was a proper procedure when it came to enforcing punishment, and that procedure did not at all require his son's petty and very violent justice. The young Vindica laughed at his father's notions of procedures and enforcement. All of these were words that threatened to crack him up. The man yelled that darkness was swallowed by even deeper darkness. That was the right way to deal with things. That was supposed to be the law of survival in the demon realm. Yeah, the boy was quite hopping mad at this point. There was little hope for him. The father sighed as he stared down at his raving son, and the boy kept going, insisting that the great demon king should hear his logic. If a person could not even swallow a darkness as obvious as this, then there was no way the House Vindica could call itself the ruler of the realm. His father knew the order of the demon realm was being toyed with by the nobles. They were demons for goodness sake, ruthless monsters that lived in the pits of the deepest of abyss. The young lad did not see why they shouldn't tear through everything to solve their problem. Unfortunately, his father did not share the same mindset. In fact, the old man seemed rather dismayed by his son's painful short-sightedness. The boy was truly an incurable fool, and there was nothing to be done about that. The House Vindica could only survive if the House Hilt was destroyed. The young prince insisted on this. House Hilt was committing all those crimes in an attempt to take the throne. He believed this was why he had been sent as an investigator, instead of those cowards hiding behind House Hilt and turning a blind eye to the order. The Demon King remained silent as he regarded his ever tenacious son, before heaving a rather heavy sigh. There was no reasoning with the young lad. The fact was that the prince believed he was right, and so it would be really hard to convince him otherwise. The 12 black seats, and the king had already decided on his son's punishment. The boy was flabbergasted. He could not believe that he was getting punished right now. Lavis Vindica, for the crime of violating demonic law and massacring the House Hilt. He would absolutely not be getting away with that, and he would be banished to the human realm. What a pathetic and horrible place for a demon. The poor guy was horrified. He shook and yelled that his dad could not be serious. He did not want to leave with those pathetic weaklings. However, the boy had to pay for his crimes somehow, and this was fairly better than banishment. His powers would be sealed in the human realm, and there he would hopefully learn the true dignity of being a Vindica. This whole situation felt like rubbish to him. The poor dude started to beg for mercy. Sure, he had killed the Hilt brats, but he did not destroy their souls. They were only a little bit dead. However, the Demon Lord was quite done listening, and he ordered his people to execute the sentence at once. The 12 black seats got busy and started their little demonic chanting. Lots of purple magic circles took front and center, and the young demon prince yelled and screamed that he would not accept this kind of bullying. Unfortunately for him, that kind of thing was not his choice at all. Even if he kept insisting that he did nothing wrong, he was still getting tossed out and sentenced. The one who had been staring at him earlier put their hand down on his face, and the Lavis screamed in agony and possible fear as his powers got sealed away. The bespectacled weirdo told the little rogue prince to go ahead and have a wonderful time. They would take good care of things while he was gone. Now that sounded like a threat, and the prince snarled to hear it. If he were not here, he could not protect his father from whatever threat the black seats were planning. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn things back now, and the man screamed in pain as the punishment took effect. There was light in action and chains. Hereby, Lavis Vindica was sentenced to descend into the human realm. The rules that he had to follow were to live faithfully as the host of the body that he inhabited, he must not take his own life until his natural lifespan ended, and he was not allowed to kill any humans. Violation of any of these rules would result in the annihilation of his very soul. Lavis was still screaming when he finally woke in the human realm. He gasped when he pushed up to a sitting position, his body covered in sweat as he lay in bed. Slowly, his racing heart slowed, and he glanced down at the body in front of him. Fortunately for the guy, he was not starting from the baby stage, though he really hated to be here at all. The hands before him were unmistakably human. The body he was in lacked fangs or power. The boy cursed at his terrible luck, his head falling into his hands. He had really fallen somehow into the human realm, and he was sick of it. Bambi, that jerk, had been the one to betray him like this. Once he got back, he swore to find that traitorous coward and pull his horns out for treating him this way. He could not focus too much on his revenge plan though, because his body was hurting and he had no idea why. It was odd to him that human bodies hurt so much. Slowly, the boy pushed to his feet, and he stared at the pathetic body that he'd been trapped in. Naturally, he was not a fan of the situation. Those Hilt punks were useless to the very end, and it was hard for him to even breathe in this awful human world. There was no sulfur flowing nearby for humans to access. Finally, someone showed up to check on the screaming buffoon. It was a lady, and she asked what on earth that sound was he had been making. She called him Appa, so she was clearly younger than he was. The boy was shocked to see her at all, but the girl was overjoyed, racing towards him and celebrating that he was finally awake. She threw herself at him, holding him tight because she had thought that he would never wake up. It seemed that she was the sibling of the body that he was possessing. The boy frowned and raised his head to see an older woman looking at him in shock and disbelief. So that was likely his mother. She called him Min Ho, and she sobbed in relief to see that he had woken up. The boy must have been in so much pain. Everyone around here was acting really dramatic about him standing up from bed. The boy had no idea what he was supposed to do in a situation like this. After all, demons did not usually cling to each other in such a way. They say that human relations were one of the 3 great hells. Dang. Bro really did not like being nice and cuddly at all. He was worried about whether or not he could survive in such a suffocating atmosphere. Suddenly, in came a man with a bit of a cold demeanor. He was not at all soft like the woman and the girl. This was likely his father. The wife happily told her husband that their cute son, Min Ho, had just woken up. The man glared like an emotionless robot, and the boy stared right back. Then, the man just told the boy to snap out of it and go to school tomorrow. A curtain, very short greeting with barely any softness or love. The boy had been in bed for a week, so he had a lot of schoolwork to catch up on. The real Minho would probably have been depressed if his father greeted him like this. The mother was worried about the child's condition. After all, he had just woken up, but the father really couldn't care less about the situation. The boy was awake, and that was enough. The newly awakened human could not stop staring in awe at the way his father treated him, even as his sitter nervous asked if he was okay. The dark aura from that man had been such a wonderfully pleasant surprise, and the boy beamed with joy. Now that was the kind of attitude he was used to in the demon realm. He definitely liked a cold and calculated person like that very much. He had not realized that even some humans could act like demons. That was such a delight to discover. While the dude was gushing over his father, his sister was very confused. Then Lavis caught himself. He did not want to be caught dead liking anything from the human realm. He needed to be careful until he got his body's memories back. That was a wise move, because the boy could tell that there were a few things that he probably should know about his family. Just as his father had demanded, the next day, the young man found himself in a school. They did not really have this kind of thing in the demon world, but his mother dropped him off and told him to call if he felt sick during class. The boy said that he would and trudged forward while the woman watched with worry. The young lad had already graduated from school a good 600 years ago in the demon realm. Having to share this mundane exercise with humans was hardly going to be a delightful experience, and he cursed the fact that he had been sent back at an age to go to school. This really was hell. Human relationships were hell, and even in the classroom, the boy remembered that humans did not live for 100 years. He figured that he would just stay quiet and avoid soul annihilation while he was here. It would be too unfortunate if he were to accidentally kill a human just because one of them got him upset. The man had already bought some time for his dear old dad when he had taken the opportunity to annihilate the house Hilt. So, he just needed to return to the demon realm and take his father's throne before the Vindica royalty was put in danger again. As he was thinking, 2 boys walked into class, surprised to see Min Ho back in school. The boy glanced back and wondered what was happening now. The new dude smirked and asked the kid if he had brought the late fees for the time that he was gone. The new pale-haired guy grabbed our dude's shoulder in a not-so-friendly way and began to squeeze rather threateningly. The boy groaned and then realized with horror that his body was cowering on its own. This was the highest level of disgrace, not only being scared of a couple of weak teenagers, but weak teenage humans. Now that the flashbacks were coming in, the boy realized that these 2 goofballs had apparently been bullying him a lot. They had smirked wickedly at him, and they had tormented this body like it was their living punching bag. Back then, the only thing the owner of this body could do was cry helplessly. The flashback was over, and the young demon prince now understood the reason why his whole body ached. The good news was that he was not suffering from early body deterioration. The bad news was the punks who were hell-bent on bullying him and mocking him for being scared of them. They laughed that the boy had gotten even more pathetic, and they wanted to give him a proper welcome. Not only did they take joy in beating him up for fun, but they were apparently also taking money from him. The young demon prince could not believe it. He was totally getting bullied right now by a couple of punks. He recalled when he was younger at school, and the teacher had shown the image of a human. Everyone was so disgusted by their hornless and vulgar appearances. The demoness teaching them had smirked, saying that humans were definitely infinitely vulgar beings who would do anything to hide their own weakness. Moreover, they were foolish creatures who worshipped both demons and angels. Back then, Lavis had scoffed that they should just burn those pathetic humans away. Even the teacher agreed with such a statement. If they ever encountered a human, crushing their vulgarity into dust was definitely the best course of action, and she happily tortured the demons dancing on her palm. A mere human now dared to bully him, heir to the Demon King's throne. Lavis could not believe this insufferable insult from a weak loser. Meanwhile, the bully was chilling. After all, messing with people was his daily routine. He had no idea that he was about to get the shock of his life. Suddenly, a hand fisted in his hair, much to the boy's surprise, and the boy's face got slammed right into the desk. Without wasting any time, the young demon prince moved straight to his revenge to punish the fools who would dare to touch him. Now the second bully was absolutely shocked, and he rushed forward to defend his friend. Lavis was surprised to see his magic react to the boy's movement. If his magic was still working, then that means that he could defend himself at least against these weak creatures. The bullies were yelling and asking if he had lost his mind after almost dying. Perhaps he had. They should be more careful when choosing who to bully if they do not want to suffer from nearly dying as well. Punk number 2 threw a violent punch, but our guy was able to dodge that flawlessly. It seemed that human insults were a great stimulant for his magic, so there was a link between profanity and magic. That was a fairly new one. But Lavis was not about to complain, and he whacked that fool with all that he had. He hit that bully so hard that the jerk went flying into the locker. Now, all the students were shocked and terrified at this development. The class punching bag that none of them had bothered to defend ever was rocking his bullies. The boy's magic should be sealed away in the human realm, but it seemed even in a human body, his magic was reacting to malice. Oh, this was too good to be true. Someone called out to Min Ho, unable to recognize him at all. The first bully stood up and he grabbed a chair with the intention of payback. The bespectacled kid called out to his friend, yelling for him to watch out. The boy turned so fast enough to land a very well-deserved kick right into that idiot's gut and send him flying. The first bully stumbled, wheezing from sheer shock and discombobulation. He could not believe his victim was turning the tables so violently. The bully called him weak, but he was not looking very convincing, considering he was on the floor and clutching his belly like a loser. The boy commented that humans often get more vulgar to hide their weakness. He asked if cursing like that made the bully feel strong. However, Lavis did not mind, and he wound up his foot to give a sure kick to the back of that idiot's jaw, sending him flying for real this time. The source of human profanity was his mother herself, so all these idiots were doing was just making him stronger. Now the class was abuzz because Min Ho had beaten Tae Woo and Song Jun. Meanwhile, this whole exchange was wonderful news to Lavis, so all he had to do was stay quiet and not kill anyone until his time was over. Now that was perfect, and the boy smiled wickedly. He asked if there was anyone else who wanted to curse at him with the most demonic smile on his face. In fact, Lavis was excited to find out if anyone else wanted to swear at him. The other students could not believe that this was really Min Ho. The boy standing before them was barely recognizable. Suddenly, that weak, pathetic boy who had been bullied to the underworld and back was standing before them, strong and maybe a little bit crazy. The boy with the glasses stepped forward hesitantly to ask the other boy if he was okay. The dark-haired boy smiled, noting the bespectacled boy as someone who had tried to help him earlier, though with minimal effort. He looked perfect to use as his attendant. Unfortunately, the main character was still knee-deep in demon logic, and he smiled down at the other kid, saying that he was fine. Hours later, people could not stop talking about the amazing feat that Min Ho had pulled off. He had taken on those bullies all by himself. That was amazing, and the little nerd asked if the boy had somehow reincarnated into another world or something. The demon prince was shocked that he had been found out so quickly. The little nerd asked with excitement if he had reincarnated from a martial world. That was the kind of thing that usually happened in comics like this, or if the boy had come back from a journey inside a game. Meanwhile, Lavis was thinking that this attendant had already noticed his true identity. Back in the demon realm, he had been warned against killing humans, as that would result in true soul annihilation. The demon prince had scoffed back then, pointing out that their teacher had encouraged them to crush vulgar humans. His friend Bambi had said that was just something that was said offhand. They really could not treat human death so lightly, apparently. They were gods who governed death. Just like the angels protected their flock, they had to look after their own set of devoted believers. However, The boy pointed out that humans were always trying to kill each other. Yeah. Well, those tiny beings were foolish, and that was precisely why the demons existed. Lavis did not really get it, but Bambi wanted him to remember this. Killing a human would lead to soul annihilation, and this mattered greatly. The man scoffed that he was a demon god, so he would likely never go to the human realm. Funny how life worked. And now he was stuck in that stupid realm trying to decide how to handle the matter of the squirt who knew his identity. He was not familiar with Isekai, so he had no idea that was what the little nerd was talking about. If he couldn't kill humans, he wondered how to silence them. However, the little nerd seemed to be doing that fine himself, and he sighed that it would be really nice if reincarnation really existed. He really wished that he could wake up in another world. Lavis could smell desperate suffering coming from his little friend. The nerd admitted that reincarnation and stuff like that were just nonsense, and he knew better than anyone how much the boy had endured before he had snapped. It seemed the little human had not realized the truth after all, but he still smiled with pride at his friend who had fought so amazingly earlier. Honesty, the little nerd was proud. Somehow, praise worked in the opposite way for Lavis, who was horrified to be praised by a mere human. All he had done was throw a few bullies around. It was nothing compared to his true strength. Later that night, the boy considered his current situation. When humans cursed him, his demonic power definitely activated. A demon imprisoned in a human body should not be able to use magic. He stared at his hand and wondered how his father could have made such an error. The whole situation was suspicious. Then he happily chalked it up to his almighty power that had no limits. The boy was thrilled. He was in the middle of celebrating when sudden pain shot through his arm, and he clutched it in agony. It was still dark outside, but the boy was writhing in pain. Despite being so advanced, he groaned at the fact that his body was just far too weak to handle his own power. His whole body hurt. He had only lived as a human for one day, but things already felt quite miserable. If his body hurt this much from exercising just a little bit of his power, the boy wondered how on earth he was going to get any darn sleep. Eventually, he did fall asleep, and the dark sky outside slowly brightened to the light of the morning sky. The sun rose over the school, and it was back to learning in the human academy. It had been forever since they had a normal day at school without those bullies hounding them for their money. Thanks to Minho, nobody was messing with them. The boy scoffed that he would rather just beat up anyone who dared. Honestly, his attitude was way too different from the original owner of that body. Lavis did not care though, he just wanted to test out his awesome power. Someone then called for Jong Minho. The boy slowly turned, and of course, the bullies had shown up with backup. Geez, those guys could never let things go. Apparently, the bully had told his big brother that some punk had packed him up at school. The bully laughed that he had been protecting these people this whole time, and this was how they repaid the favor. Minho smiled to see this new gathering of goons. What a wonderful present the bully had brought. In fact, the boy was practically beaming to hear another insult getting hurled at him. He reacted so happily to an insult rather than praise. The bullies asked him to follow them, and he happily obeyed. Much to the horror of his nerd friend, Tiwu got scolded for going around and getting beaten up, and he also got his ass kicked by a weakling as well. The boy apologized to his Hong, but now it was time for revenge. Jong Minho was just standing there with his pretty eyelashes, and the big brother smirked, saying that he could not just let the kid go. He needed to teach him a lesson. He poked the young boy and asked if this was what his mom had taught him, to beat up good kids. The young boy smiled a rather dangerous smirk as he informed them that this was exactly what his mom had taught him to do. The big brother laughed in offense, calling our dude a punk. Now he really wanted to teach him a lesson. That boy's hand went up, aiming right for the main character's face. The sharpest curses were the ones that reminded him of his mother, they were really the sweetest. That hand never made contact with Minho's face. In fact, his grip tightened on that audacious arm, watching in mad glee as his new victim struggled in his hold. Oh, his almighty mother, who gifted poison to the tongues of humans, was his greatest joy. With absolute excitement, the boy threw his hands with all of his might, knocking down the wicked one who tried to oppress him. Violence only binds the flesh, but they said a rotting voice gnaws at the soul. These pitiful beings were desperately calling out to his mother, and the other bullies watched in horror as that dude got pounded into the pavement. The big brother was getting beaten badly, and he yelled for his backup to actually be useful in his life and back him up. They're bad, they thought that he got this. Now, they were going to sink to the pathetic low of coming after him as a group. Truly, humans were pitiful creatures, but this worked well for our dude as well. Against great evil, greater power gathered. As all those pathetic rats raced at him, the boy worked hard to beat them back and forth. His eyes shone a brilliant red, and he gave those bullies the kind of beating that would rest their moral compass. It was so shocking that even his nerd friend got terrified just witnessing it. By the time he was done putting his hands on everyone, our dude had to flex his fingers for a second and take a deep breath. All the pathetic weaklings lay at his feet, coughing and gasping in dismay, and the boy spread his arms like this sort of agony was what brought him true joy. It was so refreshing. His uncle had granted violence to humans when his mother created curses. Violence was really the best. Now he understood why that power had been given to humans too. Truly the best for any type of communication was violence. Basking in the overflowing ray of his uncle's gift, the young prince expressed his joyous gratitude. Now that all the D-class bullies had been taken care of, our dude recalled that his nerd friend was still in the area. The boy Minho smiled with joy, but there seemed to be a pair of demonic eyes watching him. It was a little spying rat, literally a rat. As they could see, the task that had been ordered had been carried out properly. The uncle smiled as he looked down at his adorable nephew Lavis. It seemed like the young kid really liked his uncle gift. Lavis sure had a really loving family. A demon bloodstone had been embedded in his eye instead of the taboo stone. Bambi had made sure of that. Now, they wanted to see just how long this boy would be able to endure without killing someone and eternally damning his soul. There was a lot of demonic laughter echoing from the Vindica family castle. Lavis was not exactly the most loved person in his family, especially after the stunt that he pulled with wiping out the entire Hilga family. The demon prince was known for always getting his way, and no one was crazy about this. There were a few who could rein in that stubborn brat. Still, tossing him into the human realm without a second thought was really something. Gamadair really showed no mercy. To deal with a vicious high-ranking one, only subjugation by force would work. That was the creed of the Lord Gamudair, the great demon king. The human realm was where even the demon world sent its worst criminals. It was kind of crazy that a life of weak mediocrity was peak punishment for demon kind. Lavis would likely not adapt easily at all. That tiny brat had grown up so fast, and now he was causing so much trouble. The uncle remembered fondly how he used to bully the heck out of him. The assistant Bambi asked if this was why the uncle had gifted that brat a demon bloodstone. Suddenly, a new attendant came in with the announcement that the preparation to manifest the sinner sent to the human realm was complete. The demon grinned. He wanted to see them at once. The demon obeyed the command and worked his magic over the bowl before him. Since Lavis descended to the human realm, the boy had long departed from the land of all things wicked and sinful. He would inevitably come face to face with a group of rather devious individuals. Dark magic was summoned by the Lord Barca and transferred to the bowl that Bambi was currently working on. The magic boiled and rolled together, churning and spasming in Banca's hand. He was very excited for his nephew, and he wanted to show him true darkness because this was how demons showed love. Later that day, someone had to ask Minho what on earth had happened. Even Taewo Hyung had gone down so easily. The nerd was excited and happily cheered for his friend, saying that it felt like he had been watching a movie or something like that. The main character just laughed as he tried out this dish called Hellfire, scoffing that it was nothing special while his eyes clearly watered. He said that this was just sweat coming out of his eyes. The nerd boy sighed, saying that he had told his friend to order the level of spicy food for beginners. But to the boy, a demon who avoided anything called hell was clearly not a demon at all. Suddenly a phone rang and the nerd froze when he realized the one calling him was Jin Ji Hei. The main character asked why his little minion was not picking up his phone. The boy had just gotten an urgent call, and he stuttered as he relayed this message, standing up and telling his friend to just focus on enjoying his food. With shaking hands, the boy stepped out of the food area, and the black-haired main character watched his minion with suspicion in his eyes. Later that evening, in what looked like an abandoned shed, there was a sharp tool hard at work. It seemed to be a little tattoo parlor, and a lady told her client not to move, or they would get hurt. They should have hurried up to pay their debt on time, and they ended up working an extra hour just because of that person. Then the lady smiled and stepped back to admire the fine work that she had done. Her victim looked passed out and delicious with various odd markings on his head. It seemed that she had signed her name on his head or something, and she giggled that it worked so nicely because he had such great skin. Then, a voice called out to Miss Ji, telling her that they had brought the person that she was looking for. The lady turned, a femme fatale, and she smiled down at the trembling little boy before her. The lady smirked, asking her little visitor why he had come so late. His name was Cyan, and he was the main character's nerd friend. She wanted him to come a little closer. There was something that he had to see. Naturally, the boy was a little hesitant about this, but he did come, and soon he fell into the trap of her unforgiving grasp. The lady held his face in a vice grip, telling the boy to open his eyes wide and look carefully. He showed the boy the work that she had just finished on the other man, who was lying delirious on the table, asking the kid what he thought this meant. The little markings that she had made on that man's head spelt "do" in, which meant thief. He was a lowlife who could not pay his debt, so she'd had to punish him. It would be really unfortunate if she had to do the same to the cute little boy in her grasp after all. The boy trembled as the dangerous lady asked how his story was going to turn out. Lim Shan had a promise with her, and she asked how that was coming along. The boy shook as he struggled to say something, and he mumbled that he kept getting bugs, but instantly, his glasses were slapped right off his face. Her work was no joke, so she'd prefer it if he would take the situation a bit more seriously. She wondered why he was so damn slow that he could not get it. The boy screamed in fear when she grabbed his arm and prepared to tattoo a mark right on his sensitive child skin. She asked if she would have to carve her instructions onto the back of his hand just so that he could understand. The boy panicked and begged her not to. So, Lim Shan was told to listen very carefully. This was going to be the last chance that she would give him, so he had to do exactly as she told him to do. He had to make sure that everything was ready, too, or the punishment would be severe. The poor child cried, but as soon as he was back home, he got back to work. He struggled as he typed at the computer, but he knew that if he did not do this, he would be in big trouble. The poor coward gripped his hand, body trembling in the wake of just thinking of what that evil lady would do to him if he did not obey. It was late at night, but the boy worked hard anyway. Meanwhile, our dude was going through the worst of pains, and he rolled and groaned at the aching in his stomach. It seemed every time he achieved a win, he would endure some sort of mind-numbing pain at night. It made it so hard to get any good rest doing nonsense like this. Though this punishment felt like it came from indulging in spicy food, his stomach burned, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart. He had only forgotten a little, but it felt like his shoulder was about to pop out. He was getting a double whammy beatdown from both the food and the fighting, the two evil F. This weak, pathetic body was the bane of his existence, and he tossed his shirt in rage. Lavis Vindica would not fall to something as pathetic as bodily pain just from exercising his devil-given might. Immediately, the boy dropped to doing intense push-up, raising and lifting himself from the floor to build his arm muscles. He would rehabilitate this trash body no matter what and reclaim his all-powerful nature from the depths of despair. No pain would ever make him submit ever again, and he screamed with all of the strength that he had. The bright morning sky came in, and everything sparkled and shone under the sun. The young lad San looked at the little device that he carried, the dangerous app that he seemed to have formulated. It was a terrifying thing made at the request of a very terrifying woman. She had instructed him to make sure that everything was ready, and the boy curled his hands into a fist. He did not want to be responsible for something like this, but he had no idea what to do and how to keep living a normal life when a crazy witch was after him. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder, and the poor boy screamed. Of course, it was Minho, his friend, or his master. The way Lavis saw it, the jaw-droppingly beautiful teenager asked why his friend was acting so startled in the middle of the day. That kind of behavior was annoying to him. The little nerd stared at his friend in shock, and then wondered if he could possibly count on Minho. His friend had suddenly become tough after all. It was worth a shot. However, like a good Samaritan, the boy bit down the idea. Even Minho would be in danger if he got involved with Jin Ji Hei. She was a mad woman that terrified even the strongest of men. He did not want the lady to hurt Minho, too. Meanwhile, the young demon prince turned in shock as he was hit with a nostalgic smell. He had scented it before, a scent that was familiar from his past life. As he was just thinking this, a girl who had been passing by suddenly crashed to the floor beside him. Apparently, her name was Sunji. Sion immediately rushed to help her, asking if she was okay and telling her to get herself together. He even shook her and asked if she was hurt somewhere. The girl looked like an actual mess. She was drooling, and her eyes were rolled back. She looked like she was deep on the worst kind of high illegal substance that ever existed. It was troubling to see her like this, and the little nerd jumped back in fear. Now that the young lad stared at her, he recalled that what he scented was demonic energy. There was no reason for demonic energy to be alive and active inside a human. Teachers rushed onto the scene while the main character was still pondering the situation, and they carried the poor girl, telling her to hang in there as they took her to the infirmary. As she was whisked away, the demonic teenager noticed something else that was odd. The girl had a demonic magic circle carved on her arm for some reason. It was the crest and symbol of the Hilt family, the family that he had worked so hard to wipe out. So those lousy demons were going to keep bothering his life even while he was getting punished. Of course, our dude had no intention of tolerating their nonsense. He had no idea why that crest was on a human body, but he was about to find out. Later that evening, someone approached. The security was alarmed to see the hooded figure and told that person to pause. She asked if this strange visitor was Sunji's friend. Even if he was a friend, he could not go in as she needed to eat right now, and they were not taking any visitors. However, the boy turned to the security lady and immediately hit her with some almighty oblivion. The woman's eyes lit up in shock and demonic energy took hold of her mind. The poor lady returned to her seat, abandoning her duty, which allowed our dude to go in uninterrupted. Even with such faint demonic power, he was impressed that he could still use this kind of ability. It would be temporary, though, so he needed to hurry this meeting up pronto. Once he was inside, he found the student sitting up and glaring at him. She asked who he was, and he redirected that question because who on earth was she supposed to be? No human should have a demonic mark. The girl immediately tried to get snippy with him, asking what was wrong with him and why he was suddenly barging into her room. However, he grabbed her hand, and she yelled that it hurt. He did not care. He needed to know why a human would be carrying a symbol of a demonic family. The girl yelled and asked what on earth he was talking about. She was not being forthcoming with answers, so he threatened her. If she did not want to suffer even worse consequences, then she would hurry up and answer his question with all the honesty in the world. He demanded that she reveal her true identity. The girl trembled when she activated his demonic eyes, and she found herself at a loss for words when faced with the might of his grand demonic power. The poor girl was face to face with a demon. She was not having a great time at all. A dark, demonic aura pulsing with every evil power known to man was hardly the kind of image that any normal high school girl wanted to see after a breakdown in the middle of the halls. She was horrified to see a demon, shaking with fear as she desperately tried to explain. The situation was very easy and the boy growled at her to spit it out. This poor girl was not having a very good time, but she would try her best to explain. Really and truly, she did not know anything about why she had collapsed that afternoon. Jae Hee had told her that he had to get this tattoo if she wanted to join their crew, which was why she had it in the first place. He had also said that he would give her some diet pills too. It seemed that the scary woman who had been haunting Xion was actually a dude. The faint scent coming from the trembling girl was definitely demonic, and he recognized it as a scent that he had smelt from the demon realm. It seemed this young girl was telling the truth. He remembered a time when he had ventured down the path of a very deep and long spiral staircase. Bambi had been there, they had both been younger back then, and his favorite demonic blonde sidekick had complained that they were going into a restricted area. Lavis had just shrugged at him and smirked, calling his blonde friend a coward. Of course, his friend got annoyed by the insult and yelled that he was not scared, he was just not crazy about getting punished because of the rebellious prince's antic. If he was so bothered about it, Lavis told him to just leave, but the blonde was not going to leave either. It seemed the boy had a thing for nerds with glasses. His resident demonic nerd had worried that the prince would get into some serious trouble if he left him alone. Still, the kid was a little worried, and he wondered just how far they were going. They ventured deeper and deeper into the underground, reaching a very dark and wide, menacing-looking door. As they looked around, the blonde saw it as an opportunity to drop some neat fun facts. First, he asked if Lavis knew that being in the dark reminded him of a story. Of course, the prince was not aware of the story he had in mind, but he was all ears. So Bambi began his narration. It was about those who possessed eyes that transcended their species. From what he knew, there were two ways they lost their sight. The fight way was that the light was too bright, so it would blind them, or creatures that saw nothing at all and their eyes had atrophy. In a dark place like this, it would not be out of place to find creatures like that. The prince suddenly shushed him, hiding behind a nearby door. He whispered to his tan friend that something was here. He could hear the sound echoing through this odd chamber that they had snuck into, a sound that did not come from any creature that they were very familiar with. Lying on the ground seemed to be a body with a flower blooming out of the palm of a hand. The little blonde demon was frightened and wondered what they were looking at. Lavis wondered that too, so he decided to take a closer look. No matter how dangerous things looked, curiosity always won when it came to the prince of the demon realm. Soon, they were up close and personal with that fancy feathered flower. As they stared, they realized that the flower was not blooming from only just the person's hand. This body was covered with flowers. Even worse, they recognized who they were staring at. It was the body of Jeremy Hilt. Looking at the state of the poor guy, he was clearly already dead. His lips had become charred and dry with flowers blossoming where his eyes should be. The strangest thing about this scene was definitely the flowers that seemed happy and healthy. Without even thinking about any form of self-preservation, the young dark-haired demon yanked the flower right out of the boy's clothes. However, as he pulled it out, it came out with a lot of blood-red roots with sharp edges like a hungry mouth devouring all that it touched. The smell was nasty too, and the prince groaned while his friend panicked. However, this situation was something that clicked in his nerdy mind. This was the knowing flower. Yeah, now Lavis could remember where he had experienced such an offensive scent, and this girl in the hospital was carrying the same scent as the gnawing glower. The poor girl sobbed, asking for the boy to spare her, and he fell silent as he stared at the pathetic, chugging idiot. Looking out the window, he could see a nice gathering of bats outside, and those creatures were definitely watching him. It seemed someone in the human realm had been expecting his presence, and they chucked at finally meeting him. Later that night, in a fairly abandoned area, a hooded figure casually walked around with his hands in his pocket. Pretty soon, he had found the Jin Ji Hei tattoo shop. The Hilka crest and the gnawing flower were two signs that he could not ignore after he had put in all of this effort to wipe out that evil family. In fact, it was all so shady that the boy could not believe that any of this was a conversation. Meanwhile, some goons were just standing around and waiting near the exit area. They sighed greatly, wondering why their bro Youngmu was so obsessed with that high school brat. However, their bro did not want the brat, just the app that the brat had made. One of the goons laughed, asking if they were going to be doing high-tech jobs now. Some of the other goons could not focus on his words because they realized that the idiot was playing around with the blue ribbon substance. Youngmu had only developed that one recently. The other goons warned the guy to go easy on that stuff because they had already heard about what happened to Ju Sangai. The other idiot laughed that it was brand new, so the side effects were gnarly. At any rate, the idiot goon did not really care as long as the drug felt good. They were laughing and having a good time when the hooded figure suddenly showed up in the lobby. Just a glance at them and Lavis could see that those goons had the same mark on their necks. They had the same scent and the Hiltka crest. This whole situation was just oozing with the scent of bad news. He stepped up, asked the group of idiots if they had gotten those tattoos from this Jin Ji Hei person. These goons, of course, smirked, wondering who was asking. They asked if this dude was a friend of Ji Hei, and he should show some respect. Those disgusting human hands dared to cradle his face. That was not going to end well. Immediately, that hand got slapped away. The little rat had a lot of audacity to touch the prince so casually. Lavis was not having it. Immediately, he decked that guy so hard that he was seeing stars. Seeing this kind of action, of course, the other goons were bewildered. Their blonde buddy hit the ground like a stone and they had to jump in immediately. They asked who had sent this new and terrifying brawler, suspecting that he came from a rival gang. Unfortunately for them, our dude was the type who liked to work solo, and he did not answer questions from people he thought of as beneath him. A punch came flying in, and it knocked out that dude so fast that he went reeling. At this point, the goons were just standing around and watching each other drop like flies and dominoes. One of them got a little brave and swore at our dude, racing for him and telling him that he was dead meat. That guy threw a punch, probably the only member of the team to succeed in doing something like that. Of course, it did not make contact, but the main character's punch definitely did, and it landed square in that guy's face. The more profanity and rage they threw at him, the stronger he became. The last guy was going for a little cheat skill, and he pulled out a knife. It was rude to bring a knife to a fist fight, Yano, but Lavis did not mind. Within seconds, he had knocked down that fool before the knife even made contact with his skin. That idiot went flying, but Pretty Boy stayed cool and fresh, asking the question that he most wanted the answer to. He needed to know where Jin Ji Hei was. Suddenly, someone pulled up. Oh yeah, it was that blonde who had taken the mysterious blue substance from before. He was spouting some demonic stuff about murder, and he looked drooling and possessed. The boy's eyes widened in shock, wondering how this guy's demonic energy had suddenly spiked so much. The goon looked rabid, like he contained some sort of supernatural, contagious disease. Obviously, the main character was not crazy about coming in contact with such a rabid dog. The goon's movements had also changed, and it seemed like the drug that he had taken was enhancing his physical abilities. The Prince of Hell braced to fight but accidentally tripped on some of the stupid fallen bodies around him. That was an annoying mistake because that stupid goon was almost on top of him. Now, Lavis had to move carefully because he knew the penalty for killing a human. No matter how threatened he felt, he had to make a very calculated move against the attacker, who looked like he wanted to murder him. Meanwhile, inside the hideout, someone was talking about that fancy app that was still being made. Ji Hei apologized for the situation, but they made it really clear this time, so it would not be long. The lead guy groaned and said that he felt like he had heard the same excuse last time. No one liked enduring repeated mistakes, especially not the boss of an underworld gang. Also, they had caught the one who was skimming the blue ribbon supply. They had the poor guy bound and trembling before them, shaking like a leaf. The poor dude yelled that he had made a mistake, begging them to spare him. He begged for one more chance and said that he would not mess up again. However, the eerie red-haired leader of the gang did not look interested in that kind of weak plea. Instead, he looked at the blue flowers in front of him and pulled them out of the pot that held them. The poor scapegoat trembled. It looked like he knew exactly what was coming next. The dude begged for his boss to have mercy, and he screamed wildly the closer those flowers came. It was definitely sick and twisted to create a death method where people were terrified of flowers, but that hand came down, and the flowers were stuffed into that poor dude's eye. He choked and trembled, and even the pretty tattoo artist watching looked uncomfortable to see everything that was going down. The dude begged for someone to save him, but there was no helping him. The next bouquet went up, and it came down with a flourish aimed directly for his eyes. The blood and gory scene was enough to frighten anyone, and the man screamed in pain before finally falling to the floor with the flowers embedded in his eyes. The man shook as he slowly died, and the redhead was nonchalant after the execution. He was not the kind to give second chances, and he trusted that everyone here understood that much. They were beyond terrified, but they did understand. The man asked again if everyone understood, his emphasis on the tattoo artist, who still had not delivered that app. The dark red, demonic-looking person asked if Ji Hei had understood what he was saying. They needed to stop making excuses, he just wanted them to bring that app to him. This was understood, of course. The night continued and Ji Hei was panicked, worried that he would be the next one to die at this rate. He called Lim Xian over and over again, growling for that kid to hurry and pick up the phone. The phone was indeed ringing in Sound's house, and the kid stared in fear because he knew who was calling. Shakily, he answered the call. Amazingly, the call he had picked belonged to Minho. The boy explained that he was going to look into the situation himself, but all the kids he had found in the area were not answering his question. That was kind of hard for them to do, considering he had beaten them up to a pulp. At any rate, the resident demon prince needed some help, so he had called his best friend San to ask if he knew Jin Ji Hei. Minho? No, actually, Lavis was looking for that guy. Minho already knew that Cyan had picked up Jin Ji Hei's phone call back then. The young nerd was absolutely shocked at the turn that this line of questioning had taken. He had no idea how the dark-haired boy even knew about his involvement with that person. The flames of the spicy food might have temporarily consumed the main character, but he had not been blind, and he'd seen the name that came on the screen when his friend had taken that call. So, he wanted to know where this suspicious tattoo artist lived. Still, the nerd was worrying, asking how Minho even knew about Jae-hee and worried that some goons had gotten to him. It was actually the other way around, and our dude had been the one to get to the goons. That was also besides the point. He was the one who had come looking for that rotten jerk because he needed to verify something right now. He was currently at that dude's tattoo shop, but he could not find the boy that he was looking for. There was silence at the other end of the phone, and the main character paused when he spotted an adorable white kitty on the stairs. The nerd was already getting dressed and running outside, yelling that Minho should absolutely not get involved with such a terrifying guy. Cyan was coming to meet up with his friend right away. That sounded like a really annoying process, but the boy paused the call to stare at the cute cat that was now playing around with a bell. Since that call was a dead end, our dude just transferred his attention to the latest target, who happened to be the cat sweating buckets before him. He called out to the furball, grabbing it by the scruff of its neck as it sweat out buckets. There was something suspicious about that cat, and the demon prince suspected that it could understand every word that he was saying. If that were the case, then this investigation would be a tad easier. He then commanded the poor kitten to make sure that it could be understood, because the dark-haired demon had questions, and he was getting answers one way or another. The poor cat immediately responded with an affirmative in a language that the boy could understand. Good, so they were finally making some progress around here. Last time it was a rat, then a bat, and now a cat. Minho had already suspected that there was something watching him, and he demanded to know exactly what this creature was. The poor thing was a little nervous, but it admitted that it was a monitor from the demon realm sent to the human world. Its simple mission was just to keep an eye on prisoners without being noticed, that was all. Clearly, it failed terribly at the not being noticed part, but that was the only reason that it had been watching over the Lord Lavis is all. The boy narrowed his eyes at the pathetic creature before him, wondering why its demonic energy was so weak and pathetic. Honestly, he was finding it hard to believe that the creature was a demon at all. However, the little creature admitted that it did not know how the Lord had managed to notice him. A white cat in the middle of an alley like this stood out way too much. Plus, the stupid thing was standing on two legs right now. If it were going to spy as an animal in the human world, it should at least know how those animals behave. At this point, there was no need to ask the silly thing any more questions. Our boy had gotten the answers that he needed. Then, the prince made a new request and tried to summon the master of this creature, beckoning the master to show themselves. The creature stared in awe as the demonic power took over its body. Meanwhile, back in the demonic world, our dude's favorite blonde nerd was busy at work, and he smirked when he realized that he had been found out faster than he had expected. It was no surprise since this was the prince after all. The blonde smirked and greeted Lavis, who had figured out the situation. Yeah, the prince had figured it out, and he cursed at Bambi too for doing all this. The friend chuckled that his prince was just way too cold to him sometimes. The dark-haired boy was cautious, asking what his blonde friend was plotting this time. The blonde laughed that he had done nothing of the sort. Trying to go down this path of questioning with Bambi would just send him spiraling. Our dude knew this much by now, and he sighed and told his friend to forget it. Instead, he was going to ask way more important questions. It seemed that things were different from what he remembered, and a prisoner was not supposed to normally use demonic power in the human realm. His friend just hummed that there were often exceptions to every rule. The prince would figure out what was going on soon enough. Then he asked if the Royal Highness wanted to know anything else. So, Lavis asked about the devouring flower. That scent was strong in this world, and that was not supposed to be. His blonde friend was familiar with the scent since they had discovered it at the same time. It was a flower that was forbidden even in the demon realm, yet he could sense it in the human realm. That made no sense to him. The blonde hummed that the demon realm administration already knew that the Hilt family's reach had spread to the human world. They were persistent troublemakers, so they could not exactly say that they were completely wiped out. This got Lavis heated immediately. He had wiped out the entire Hilt family, yet the Hilt family was still causing trouble even in the human realm. It seemed that they had some remaining forces in this world. Bambi laughed because he could neither confirm nor deny any claim, but the human realm was not what it used to be. It was now a playground for all sorts of conspiracy. In fact, this current situation worked perfectly fine for their agenda. Since the prince was already there, he could go ahead and clean up all the troublesome things that existed on Earth, too. The prince frowned and wondered what on earth his friend was talking about. He demanded to know what else was going on over here. But it was not like the blonde was very forthcoming when it came to certain information. The cat was right back to meowing, and Lavis glared at it in rage, the poor thing taking the full brunt of the prince's displeasure. The prince cursed, but at least he had gotten some useful information for now. Meanwhile, Jae-hee was busy panicking a lot because he could not understand why his special app developer was not picking up the phone. He kept calling him over and over again. Time was of the essence right now. That jerk Lim Xian had surely lost his mind. He kept trying to make the phone work in between breaks of yelling at the device, growling that Lim Xian was definitely dead meat. Jae-hee called someone to help him take care of the issue, shouting at Song Jun to come to the office immediately. They were going to catch that runaway rat Lim Shan. It was still evening, and the priest had not given up on digging out as much information as he could. Now he was interrogating the monitor. He figured that a monitor must know a lot about the human world information, and the cat agreed that it had to visit the prisoners in rotation. It received regular updates on basic information and its detection abilities were also fairly decent. In that case, the prince would much prefer to talk to the creature in its original form. Since he now knew what it was ridiculous to keep talking to a cat. The cat was surprised by the request, but the prince had no intention of asking twice. He expected immediate compliance, or he would be dragging that poor creature from its fake form with his bare hands. Of course, the terrified creature agreed immediately. With a focus of power that was the bright light of transformation, the little cat turned into a rather pretty demon girl. She manifested with a bright smile on her face, beaming with joy, before our dude. Now that the protagonist got a proper look at her, he scoffed internally because she looked painfully weak. Still, Bambi must have had a reason for sending her. Then, he asked what her name was, and the girl nervously admitted that she did not have one. She was just a monitoring spirit after all, a tool that existed to be used. In that case, Lur dark-haired main character proceeded to give her the most random name known to man. He called her Street since he had picked her up from the street, so that she would never forget where she came from. It was such a lousy name that it would be better for future generations if he never gave anyone another name again. However, the poor girl was so bottom-rung in demon society that she was overjoyed about getting such a rubbish name. With joy, she thanked the prince for naming her. Since he had sort of officially claimed her for his own use, he then instructed Hatchi tell him everything that she knew about the human world. The girl leapt into obedience immediately. Meanwhile, the young Cheyenne was running as fast as he could to find his friend. He was worried about Minho being in danger, and he groaned that he should have kept refusing those wicked people until the end. Now his friend was in trouble. The poor boy had thought that he had hit a jackpot when he had participated in a contest and had somehow won the challenge for creating an app. However, he ended up being picked up by a group of very shady-looking people who had heard that the prize money was just a measly 50 million. The boy clutched his winnings close to his chest, staring in fear at the people before him. They called him a precious asset now, and immediately, the goons were instructed to drag the poor boy into the car. The boy had screamed in fear, losing the flowers he had won. From then on, his life had been hell. He had met the redhead leader who had asked the key what he was shaking for. They were just doing a simple business transaction after all. Right beside him was 50 million won in cash, and all he had to do was hand over the app that he had made. The poor boy shook and said that he had not created this app to sell it. The big boss fell silent as he considered this answer. Then he told the kid that it was just an assumption. The poor boy shook because, truly, he could not stand his ground. He had no money to fight such terrible-looking people. Now, he was running with all of his might to save his friend Minho from them. He had to get there fast to make sure that his friend would not meet the terrible Jin Hei. As the boy ran, he accidentally bumped into an actually terrifying-looking guy. This dude was absolutely scary because he was familiar. The man even commented on how they did not even have to go looking for the kid. The boy was terrified because Jae-hee had found him instantly, and the wicked tattoo artist promised the kid that he was finished now. This was the time that he would surely meet his end. There was a grunt of pain which did not signal any good thing for our friend Lim Shan. From now on he was sentenced to a life of managing the app in a guarded room. If he did not want to be locked up for the rest of his life, it would be in his best interest to do it correctly. The boy yelled and tried to make them stop. Getting kidnapped was not exactly part of how he expected his life to go. Jae-hee was not hearing it though. His life was on the line after all. He informed the young boy that they would be watching his every move from outside, so he had better not get any funny ideas. The boy begged for them to stop, but it was too late, plus they even left a guard inside to monitor him as he worked beside a giant computer. The poor kid closed his eyes, cursing his terrible fate. Outside, Jae-hee's goons curiously asked if that kid was really a developer. The boy looked like a total pushover after all. However, the artist knew that pushover geniuses were the best. They just needed what he built so that they could distribute the blue ribbon. The app he made was called I'm Here, and they wondered how a strange-sounding app like that was supposed to be a distribution channel. Even the name sounded like trash, just like the kid who made it. However, the corny-sounding name was necessary for the distribution's success. Even the logo of the app was friendly and warm, with a mix of blue and pink ribbons. The redhead showed up then. The big boss himself had come into town, and he asked if everything was ready. That thing that Lim Shan had made was the core of the blue ribbon project after all, so they had to make sure that everything was going well. Once they had the buyer's data in their hands, they would be able to manipulate the market however they wanted. The real-time location sharing feature would also quickly become their primary weapon for expanding the business. This made the goon visibly excited to hear that they would soon start selling the blue ribbon for real. The demonic-looking redhead glanced down at the sweet in his hand, mumbling a half-hearted confirmation. It was now time for them to show this drug to the world, This was the boss's decree, and he smiled a malicious smile. Choi Yuri was called and told to sign up for something and to add another person as a friend. Already, the app was making its rounds. It was marketed as an app that gave a cash app if they accepted the friend request. It was 30,000 won per person. The girls were shocked to hear such news about how to make such easy money. They would even get 100,000 if they just added 3 people. This got the other people excited, and the girls hurried to get their friends to take part. Even in a class of idiots, there would always be one who adhered to caution, and she had to ask what this app was even for. The oppressive force of the group did not even care as long as she got money, and she told the sensitive girl to just obey and sign up. There was even an event for signing up, and they gasped in awe at the very dangerous drug that was being marketed as diet pills, proof that young people would really buy anything. They were offering these diet pills for free, of course, and they dared to lie that the health functional food was certified by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. The girls cooed because they found the name of the drug to be very pretty. In just a day, their numbers had skyrocketed thanks to all their lies and the power of trends. The little gang was amazed by how many people were joining their app. It was as expected of boss Youngmoo. Still, Jae-hee was kind of pissed that her goons had not caught the monkey that trashed his shop. The goons admitted that they had checked the CCTV in the hope of placing a face. Unfortunately, for a reason that they could not understand, they had been interrupted by a bat. Despite how weird it sounded, the goons had gone into the security room, and a big bat had been hovering there, staring right at the camera. They had gone round to check the other cameras, but they had an even weirder interruption, like a rat that was plastered to the CCTV. None of this made any sense to the tattoo artist, and truly, the main character had been right about that monitoring spirit being so bad at acting casual. The big main goon checked his phone, and then he called the artist's attention. No matter how heated he was, they had other things to attend to, and it was time to go. The blue ribbon stock had just arrived, and they had to go deal with that. The sun continued to set over the scene of the beautiful city, and our dude was on the move again. He was pretty, exceptional, and glaring down at the latest thing to catch his attention. He asked what street his unfortunately named familiar was up to, and the poor cat first apologized for putting on a bit of weight lately. The boy could not care less about that. He wanted to know what was up with the investigation that he had directed yesterday. It was by no means an easy task, but he finally figured it out. Flashback to then, the main character had knocked down the blonde and troublesome character, and he remembered picking up the odd packaged blue product that had fallen from the blonde's hold. A quick sniff immediately informed the dude that it was definitely the scent of the gnawing flower. So humans had been consuming this nonsense so that they could awaken their ungodly powers. It was impossible to cultivate the gnawing flower without a host, and our dude wondered how they had been able to get their hands on a flower that was wiped out even in the demon realm. So his little spy had come back with some vital information on that candy that he told her to stalk called the blue ribbon. Apparently it was spreading among humans in various forms as diet pills or supplements in disguise. The boy asked about the raw materials, and apparently, the blue ribbon was being manufactured so secretly that it was difficult to track down the source of the material. Obviously, the prince was not so pleased about this lack of any form of concrete information. He needed something that was actually useful, not air that led to nowhere. The spy got nervous, but she also got useful aid away. It turned out that the finished product was currently spreading rapidly. Since the volume was so darn massive, if they followed the concentrated traces of demonic energy, they would be sure to find the manufacturer. Now that was the kind of information that our bro liked to hear. However, if the little rat had already figured it out, then she would have gone there already to scope out the area. There was no way she expected him to do her work for her. The little thing whined that the Master Bambi had told her to only go accompanied by the demon prince. How dare that little jerk try to dictate his movements from hell? Now he wanted to know if this little double-faced spy was busy reporting his movements to Bambi as well. Well, she was originally the blonde spy. The poor thing apologized to Master Lavis, but she was just a lowly creature following both their orders, a command whore that just obeyed whatever big and powerful bully that was pushing her around. Well, Lavis was not having that. It was time for Street to pick a master immediately. She could only serve one, and she had to decide who it would be. It was either him or the blondie jerk that kept commanding her from the depths of the underworld. The little bluinette struggled to make a decision on the spot, tears in her eyes as she tried to think of the best answer that would not rock the boat. However, the demon prince was going to make the choice easy for her because he layered in some heavy amounts of intimidating and dark ladder, saying that if she went with him, then he would make sure that she would no longer be a lowly creature. After all, he had done her a favor by giving her a name. At this point, she owed him a favor. The girl stared in awe at her master, thinking in amazement of the kind of clever and sexy demon that she could become under his tutelage. The portrait was very enticing, and she gasped in excitement. If that was the case, her forehead kissed the ground, and she happily pledged her blood and flesh to the great darkness of the Prince Lavis. The boy felt very satisfied, smirking rather demonically, and he lifted his hand to pat her head. He, Lavis Vindica, would now take the little maiden as his personal subordinate. Something seemed to fly out of her head, and it looked like Bambi's control over her. Now that the dark-haired prince had established dominance, the kitty was truly his now. Now that he had permanently gotten rid of Bambi's control, the prince announced to his new pet that they would now head out to the location where the blue ribbon was being gathered. Immediately, she hopped to it, and the sky continued to darken into the evening. They arrived at an odd-looking place in the woods that seemed to act as a makeshift warehouse with a lot of large tanker boxes. This was apparently the area where the demonic energy of the blue ribbon was concentrated. Now that they were here, the prince was interested in one-upping. However, the kitty paused because there was a seriously tight lock around the boxes. It was held closed with heavy chains as well. The prince just told the weakling to move and raised his fist. With a swing of his hand, the chains fell apart, and the kitten stared in awe as the box definitely creaked open. Both stiffened as the doors opened, and their sensitive demon noses were hit with a thick scent of something absolutely nasty. It was enough to make them want to barf. Inside the box were dozens and dozens of sealed boxes. Every single one of them was a product made from the blue ribbon plant. The prince stiffened in horror. He could not believe just how many of these things were available. In the realm of the demons, a loud and hearty laughter rang through the mountains and the valleys. It was Lavis' uncle, and he seemed involved in a very serious sparring match against his dear sweet nephew. No matter how hard the little demon fought, the bigger demon laughed that the boy was still far too weak. The little boy snarled in anger, growling that his uncle was disgusting and vulgar. The bigger shameless demon just laughed that if his nephew was not going to have the decency to be cute, then he should just hurry up and die. The requirement for some uncle loving was apparently some cuteness. However, the little kid had no intention of dying, and he raised his arm to block that ferocious blow. He managed to use his elbow to slow down the intensity of his uncle's punch. The purple-haired demon was rather proud of him. However, Lavis was still a kid, and soon the poor boy found himself screaming as he got tossed down the side of a cliff. He had fallen, cursing his uncle the entire time. The boy really did not know the first thing about being cute. The purple-haired demon laughed as he watched his descent, asking his cute nephew if he really had plans to die like that. Child raising in the demon world was truly unconventional still. The bigger demon had the decency to hop and skip down the cliff to join his nephew. Many stones fell from the top like rain as he skipped on down, and the poor kid had actually hit the ground at a really awkward angle. The poor kid groaned and shook in pain, but his uncle was not even sparing him a second to recover. Like a haunting nightmare, his uncle landed by his side and teasingly asked his nephew if he was dead just yet. The boy glared, but they paused when they scented something off. There were gnawing flowers at the bottom of the pit, loads and loads of bodies on the floor with flowers sprouting out of them. So, this was where they had all been hiding, a terrifying breed of plants that were deadly to whatever they touched, and the starting point of their decay always seemed to be the eyes. The young prince stared in shock at the pile of bodies on the floor, and his eyes widened the more that he understood what he was looking at. When darkness and light were sundered, and when incompatible beings were created to oppose one another, unable to merge with any color, that was the place where these sickening entities thrived. Humans had discovered them at some point, staring down at the flower that bloomed in the beginning, where they had gathered. Those wicked flowers that turned even the most beautiful soul into an ugly disaster would devour the discarded celestials and ton demons. The deepest desire of that gnawing flower was, of course, the annihilation of the world. What a wicked but beautiful creature. The entire pile of them had been burned by the boy's uncle immediately, mercilessly ending their wicked and terrible reign. Those flowers would never get the chance to leave the pit, and the purple-haired demon smiled with pride while his young nephew looked on at the flames. Now here he was in the human world, once again confronting the awful beings that were those flowers. They certainly should have all been incinerated back then, but it seemed that the demonic found a way to grow no matter what. The little spy covered her nose as she agreed. The Lord Demon King had scarred the demon realm and wiped them out completely. At least, that was how the story went. However, if that is true, then there should be no reason for such a massive stockpile of the product that is being distributed now. That flower had actually first appeared in the human realm, and this place was a middle ground where the chaos of the light and darkness often mixed. The human realm belonged to neither side after all, yet they were capable of leading either, letting light or darkness into their lives. According to human history, the boy had been taught that humans also eradicated them thousands of years ago. However, looking at this, if they had appeared in both worlds simultaneously, then someone must have orchestrated it. The cat nodded and agreed. It was likely that she had no idea what was going on, but she was going to keep agreeing with her new boss. Suddenly, a flashlight came on in the area, and the cat winced when the light was shown on both her and the prince. It seemed some of the gang members had shown up. They had been wondering where those voices were coming from, and they asked the two if they had any idea where they had crawled into. Suddenly, they instantly recognized the boy as the jerk who had come into the tattoo shop and had then beaten up everyone. The cat immediately pointed out that the woman was Jin Ji Hei. It turned out that Ji Hei was actually a girl after all and not an obscenely pretty boy. The young prince had been looking for her. The little tattoo artist glared at them and asked how dare they wreck her tattoo shop like that. She did not even know how they had found out about this place. However, the young prince had more important questions. First, he asked if Jin Ji Hei was the idiot managing this dumpster fire. They thought that he talked rather funny. Clearly, he was not using typical street speak, but they could still communicate. Yeah, she was the one in charge, and she wondered what he was going to do about this. Then, Lavis asked if she was aware of the raw materials used to make these demonic goods. The girl laughed, giggling at his choice of words. Raw material was a real hoot, and she asked if the boy was trying to steal their precious trade secrets right now. The boy sighed since it was not like it was strictly his business, really, but leaving things alone like this would really leave a bad taste in his mouth. So, he could not let this nonsense slide. The girl was thinking the same thing. They knew darn well what Youngmu would do to them if they messed up, so they had no intention of letting a stranger talk them out of the bad thing that they were already doing. The girl spread her arms and declared that this was a special distribution. She pulled out some of that sickening blue stuff and handed it to the goons who stood around her. They were the lower-class thugs, not like the ones she usually worked with. Excited, they asked if it was really okay to take that stuff for free. Well, they were using it to protect their property, so she could let it slide this time. They should shut up and eat it immediately. Those idiots snatched the treat that she offered, devouring it like a pack of hungry lions. As they were doing this, the prince informed Street that with her current magic power, she would only get in the way. The cat got the memo to just stay hidden and dipped. Now all those losers were hitting their high-class transformation into even bigger piles of duty. They had smoke spitting out of their mouths, and Jae-hee smirked, pointing at the dude and telling her newly forged monsters to stomp the heck out of that dude. They tossed their wrap immediately and raced right at their target like a gang of angry apes. The dark-haired boy watched the approach of a group of arrogant fools who were clearly drowning in their ignorance, unaware of the sick power that intoxicated them. They might as well come forward since this area was already overflowing with demonic energy. Come they did, and the first guy threw a wide punch that did not land. That was not a punch. Actually, that dude was armed with a dagger. Getting pumped on demonic steroids and then using a pointy weapon was definitely a different level of cheating. No matter how low they sank, they were not getting a drop on Lavis though. The boy whipped out the Karat Chop special and diced up those amateurs with a few quick blows here and there. In fact, he even threw in a kick for good measure because they had to drop their level of disrespect. Now we can't forget that these enemies are evil charged and they are coming in one after the other, so the boy could not drop his guard. He fought hard, dodging their attacks and using the force of their lunges against them, so that those idiots would end up taking a punch to the face. Then he whirled around just in time to get jumped by some dude who did not respect personal space. That little Lek was hugging onto his midsection like it was going to rain gold. That was tough, and the demon prince was having none of it. Unfortunately, that evil rat was the first to land an actual hit on him, and he got thrown to the ground. Getting his school uniform dirty was really annoying, even more annoying when that jerk tried to knee him in the face. Fool Lavis once, and it was a shame on him, but he was not about to let these losers fool him twice. Within seconds, he had grabbed the offending knee. His kitten had been watching the whole exchange with great worry and fear, but Jae-hee was, of course, having the time of her life watching someone get beaten up. All of her mad and wild dogs were happily doing her bidding and spreading pain through a single target. Of course, she was pleased. Lavis had to keep up with 4 enemies at once. This whole vigilante thing was really not for a demon trapped in a human body. It was very inconvenient to have to fight cheaters using steroids. They had ingested a larger dose than last time too, so they were causing him serious trouble. In that case, the boy dipped and ran into the big box of illegal goods. He stuffed his hand into one of the boxed and grabbed hold of a packet of something. It almost seemed like Lice was going to indulge in the drug too, but instead, when he pulled his hand out, he tossed the big powder of purple substance right at his attackers. Those monsters coughed and hacked as the rancid smell took over their right senses. It seemed that the drug had a completely different effect when it was not provided in its finished product. They hacked and coughed, and even the prince had to admit that he did not appreciate that disgusting, vulgar stench. However, his demonic energy immediately reacted to such a vile thing in the air, and his strength was able to spike. Now that there was spreading evil, his demonic blood got pumping and ready for action. The other dudes were still fighting to catch their breath, but it was time for the main character to take advantage of their disorientation. Instantly, he smashed his powered-up hand into the face of the one who had landed the hit on him. That ot came crashing down, but Lavis did not stop there. His fairy fist of justice doubled in power, and he knocked the brakes right off that dude. The second dude tried to retaliate with a kick, proving that he just did not know when to stay down. That was all well and good because the prince was going to teach that naughty little leg a lesson. He tossed that idiot to the ground, smashing him into the floor like he was glass. He then went the extra mile and stomped that leg out of functionality. The demon prince was really pissed, and he was just getting started. With 2 idiots down, the big idiot remained, screaming out curses and yelling for the main character to die. That was rich because the dark-haired boy had no intention of dying so early. He smacked that dude really good and sent him soaring. However, that guy was not allowed to hit the ground just yet, not until Lace hefted him up and then tossed him like a sumo wrestler. Big guys won big and stud ugly prizes. Now Jae-hee was no longer smiling. She had no idea that they had signed up to fight the devil for whatever ugly reason. She had no idea how that kid had been able to beat the whole team all by himself. As it just so happened, our boy was still leaking demonic energy, and of course, he had a new target that was currently shaking in her boots. The aura that he was letting out was absolutely frightening, and the dark shadows that amassed behind him looked like the making of a horrifying elven monster. The girl shook and trembled as she stared in horror at what she was seeing. The boy that they were facing was like a ghost or maybe even something worse. At the 5th SC Concours, the ballerina on the stage took a bow, as she stood on the stage in a frilly, cute little outfit. Then Yuri was called in. She was Kang Haeyeon's daughter, and with her skills, they could have easily joined the Venus Ballet Company. Just then, the redhead barged in to greet their very important customer. The woman yelled and asked who on earth these guys were. They had no idea where they were, and they should not dare to barge into this place when they were a bunch of thugs. They also had a pile of that special diet drug that they were selling to people. The redhead and his team chuckled at being called thugs, and they apologized for their rude entrance. However, they had just come in person to deliver a bulk order of blue ribbon. The lady stared in shock at the drugs drop before her. It was a bright blue color, sealed in a jar, and the whole thing had a foreboding air. The lady's eyes were wide in horror as she stared at the medicine in front of her. The redhead said that she had no reason to look so flustered. They handled everything from manufacturing to sales themselves, so she had nothing to worry about. The woman was still hesitant. She had not expected the diet pills that she ordered to be brought in by a bunch of dudes who looked like they worked in the crime industry as the actual criminals. She needed to know if consuming this was safe. The redhead chuckled that she was asking this question at this point in time. She had already fed plenty of it to her daughter before sending her out to dance. They could see her twirling around on television right now. The girl was moving with some demonic brilliance because she was higher than the Eiffel Tower and bursting with inhumane strength thanks to those pills from the underworld. The girl stared in shock as she watched her daughter, Yuri, compete, and the girl continued to dance, frothing coming from her lips as she spun, veins popping all over her body. Her body responded to practiced movements, but things were looking dangerous, and the lead thug sighed rather mournfully. He joked that the girl must have been in a rush, and he asked just how many of those pills the woman had fed her little girl, because things were not looking good. The girl was dancing as expected, but with the most haunted expression on her face as her body twisted to unnatural degrees. The mother yelled for her daughter in horror, trying to make the dancer stop, but of course, the girl on TV could not hear her as she continued to bend her body out of shape. Suddenly, the girl just collapsed on the stage and the people watching screamed in horror. They gasped, wondering what was going on, most of the audience going pale at what they had seen. It was clear that something had gone wrong with the girl, and some of the security approached to help her off stage. The mother shook as she saw what had become of her precious child, tears gathering in her eyes, and she cursed at the thugs who had dared to sell her those awful diet pills. She yelled that they had promised no side effects. She had trusted a bunch of strangers that she only knew online. Of course, the redhead smirked and said that the lack of side effects only applies when they stuck to the recommended dosage. At any rate, now her precious daughter was in a very difficult situation. The poor thing was twisted up and teeming on the floor, and it looked like there was no hope for her now. The mother would just have to satisfy the girl with fake desires just to keep her alive. Even in this terrible situation, they were still offering those sickening and lurid, awful drugs in hopes of creating a change in society. The mother squeaked in alarm, but the redhead just laughed. Now her precious danger would not be able to live a single day without a blue ribbon, and as their VIP customer, she had to keep buying their product. The mother was busy having a mental breakdown about the situation. She had spent so much money on her daughter after all. She had worked hard to get the dancer into the top position and health, so that they could achieve their dreams together. As the woman broke down, the vain youth smirked at her despair. Suddenly, he got a call from Jin Ji Hei, right? That was the lady responsible for monitoring his favorite app, Goose that laid the golden eggs, so it was not really a call that he could ignore. With a sigh, the boy picked up what was apparently a video call and asked what was going down now. First, the girl tried to apologize to Yangmu. This was likely not what he wanted to hear right now, but they had a situation. The dark-haired Mina character then butt his head into the frame. He wanted to take a good look at the monitor responsible for making the blue ribbon. Yangmu stared down at the demon prince with massive offense on his face, asking who the heck he was speaking to. The demon prince smiled because he could recognize that aura right from the phone. Well, that was great, because Lavis wanted to meet up with the redhead for just a second. The call ended, and the redhead took a deep breath. He informed their kind VIP customer that something urgent had just come up. Later that evening, the meetup was going down in a nice foresty area where all of the drugs were stored. Our dude was waiting with his cat, Jae-hee, and his cat asked why he thought that humans did drugs. She guessed that it was because they were stupid and arrogant. Even when they took drugs, they were so darn overconfident that they would not get addicted. They would indulge in such reckless depravity and then fall into a very sickening trap. They did this because they had nothing to believe in. That was why they clung to something so small, so dangerous too. Some movement caught the kitten's attention, and the Lord Lavis turned. It seemed the King Yongmu had made it to the location. The boy had moved rocket fast. Now the redhead had shown up, and seeing the discarded bodies of the goons on the floor, he could easily guess that this was also the dude who had been responsible for the tattoo shop incident. Since that was the case, then they could hurry up and cut to the chase by asking why this dark-haired dude was looking for him. The boy scoffed and said that he had no interest in human trash like him. He had more important questions, like where they had gotten this supply of disgusting and stinky purple powder. It should be hard for a mere human to acquire. The redhead stared in shock at the language that this dark-haired boy was using. Just now, he had called him a mere human. Yongmu knew this was bad news if that guy was who he thought he was. Now we get an epic flashback as the redhead remembers a time when all sorts of junk were lying on the floor. He had kicked his dad and complained that he needed more meds. No matter how much he kicked his decaying dad, he did not get any answer. The more he stared at the shriveled up person before him, the more he slowly realized that his dad was never getting up. Drug abuse was such a sad thing, with how much it stole from people. The boy's parental figure had lived his whole life as a junkie, and now he had died as one too. It was very likely that his son would die following the same path. The boy screamed and yelled that now that his dad was dead, there was no one to get him the drugs that he wanted. He beat on his dad's corpse like a madman. Perhaps he already was a madman. He needed his drugs, but he was underage, and he had no money. There was no way for him to buy them, and he screamed as he punched at his dad in rage. Suddenly, his dad's eyes flashed purple, and the boy froze in shock and fear. He could not believe it when that old shriveled corpse sat up slowly as his dad had come to life. The demonic aura in the body took a little look at the area around him, chuckling and asking if the man's death was sorrowful in any way. The redhead stared in shock at the demon, and it lurched forward with a leer. If the boy's sorrow desired it, he could return this man to him. The redhead just laughed like a mad person. He did not feel sorrow. In fact, the kid was happy that his stupid dad had died. He did not need trash like a dad. The boy screamed that her just needed some darn drugs. The demon was not too bothered by this wild behavior. If drugs were all that the kid needed, then all her had to do was feed his father's corpse to the gnawing glower, and he would get all of the drugs that he needed. There was actually a demon passing around that flower to humans. With that, a covenant with the boy and the demon would be established, and the kid would obtain what he desperately desired, which was drugs. The boy stared in awe at the flower. Then the demon added that if anyone deceived his loyalty, or denied the gnawing glower, then the redhead could go ahead and kill them. This covenant would protect the human who established it. The boy stared emotively at the flower for a bit, eyes focused on it like he was staring at a weird creature from space. Slowly, that blank look stretched into a wicked smile, and the boy gleefully took that flower and planted it right inside of his dad. He was truly a very wicked creature, and blood splattered all over the room as the covenant was formed. Now, in the present, the redhead was offended. He could not believe that this boy and a stranger had called him a mere human. The dark-haired demon hummed, saying that he must have something to believe in. The redhead did indeed have something like that. That person had given him a new life. Just as the demon prince had thought, he had made a contract with a demon. Now, the dark-haired main character smirked, saying that he did not know what kind of trash that the bro believed in, but both that rotten demon and the redhead were a pity. The more that Yongmu heard, the madder he became. This insignificant little rat was here insulting his lord and savior. Immediately, the demonic head of the gang ordered that his goons should drag that little punk over to him immediately. Well, they rushed to do as they were told, like they feared their deaths if they failed. Immediately, the cat took off because she could already tell that she was no match for whatever madness was going on around her. This back and forth situation with fighting low-effort goons was really boring Lavis. This was a serious situation here, and he wanted to clean up this filthy mess as soon as possible. So, the fight began. A vehicle went barreling down the street, and the poor, rich woman had no choice but to buy more of those terrible drugs as she rushed her precious child to the hospital. Now that they had gotten a good number of people addicted to that stuff, orders were now skyrocketing since the drug had launched. Blue Ribbon was totally hitting the jackpot, and they were increasing very important customers nationwide, which would be a piece of cake at this rate. In fact, the company was already preparing to become some kind of global enterprise. There were already a few cases of unfortunate fools who had passed out from the overdose. Their brother Yongmu had already opened up routes in China and Japan. They believed so strongly in their big brother Yongmu, believing that with him, anything was possible. Meanwhile, the kid who was responsible for this app was hearing every word and hating his life. Thanks to his creation, the drugs were spreading fast. The boy begged for this situation to stop fast, begging for someone to save him. Fortunately, it seemed a hero had hurt him, a demonic hero of course. The scared Ji begged for her boss to see how easily that kid had taken down the guards. He was not a normal person. In fact, there was a chance that he was not even human. Lavis just sighed and turned to the redhead in question. He had staged this whole thing so that he could meet Yangmu, so the arrogant human should not keep him waiting. The redhead was silent, the covenant that he had made pulsing through his veins. He recalled that if any denied the power of the flower, he was instructed to annihilate them, with this order pumping through him. The dude pulled out the drugs in his hands, recalling his promise to do as the demon said. He tossed the drugs in his mouth, chomping in the name of the Lord Bauer Hilt. If any was to appear who denied the gnawing flower, the evil redhead had been instructed that person should immediately be put to death. Taking the blue pills into his hand, the boy's veins, heart and soul pumped with the drive to fulfill his master's commands. That demon had lifted him from the darkest pits of hell, and he would now follow Bauer Hilt to the deepest depths of despair. He was still yelling and pointing out that the boy they faced was no ordinary high schooler. Any idiot with a brain would be able to tell that there were many things wrong with the kid. He in fact just might be with the kids that was making that new drug. Now this was curious, and Lavis immediately asked what drug the girl was talking about. He had come to stop the production of one drug just to hear that there was another being made. That was rather annoying. However, the conversation was going to have to be put on hold because the fierce, raging youth had appeared behind him. Instantly, the boy moved, turning slowly as he saw that punch coming right for his face. He managed to dodge the punch that followed with his arm, but the redhead was not slowing down. Punch after punch was thrown at the main character, numerous hits attempting to damage his body and break his spirit. The opponent was fast and he was clearly on a different level from the previous guys. Still, Lavis was able to persist and continued to block Yangmu's attacks to the point that he asked how this was possible. The redhead suspected that this kid had also received the blessings from the demon lord. The redhead, however, was not accepting that. The Lord Hilt was his god and he had no intentions of sharing. He was going to be selfish until the end and hog onto this power that was his and his alone. The dude was a real piece of work, but now the prince could understand the gnawing flower and this disgusting smell. The god that the redhead believed in was clearly Bauer Hilt. The redhead could not believe it, even though he had not mentioned it. This opponent knew the name of his god. The redhead growled, shaking with an anger that only heightened when the main character outright laughed at him. Lavis called the gang leader an idiot for picking such a pathetic loser as his god. Truly, no one around had any form of standard. It was rather pitiful to watch. The redhead yelled that our guy had no right to insult the one who had taken pity on him. The dark-haired boy just chuckled more. The demon Hilt must have pitied the pathetic human. In fact, the main character guessed that his opponent must have looked so pathetic that he sought him out, even while hiding and running away himself. The redhead screamed in rage, his face distorted in anger as he yelled that a wretch like Lavis had no place speaking about his previous god. He fired out even more attacks, even more rapid punches, attacking as his life depended on it, as he tossed blow after blow at the steadfast teenager who blocked every attack. Bauer Hilt, that demon, had truly moved up in the world. Back in the demon realm, when the prince had so recklessly slaughtered every member of the Hilt clan, and their pathetic little bodies flying and their little heads rolling, back then, that demon had taken the opportunity of Lavis' distraction to flee. The cowardly wimp had run away alone, and now he had come to Earth and was being treated like a king. Such a thing was much too disgusting to the demon prince to think that people would actually worship the kind of wimp, too scared to do anything but run from him. Now he needed to know where his former enemy was hiding right now. The redhead yelled and cursed, saying that the dark-haired boy had no right to talk about his lord and savior. He got even more pumped, demonic energy flooded through his blood and body, and the prince had to balk at the awful strength because it was getting even worse. Like, really, everything was even more disgusting now. Yangmu didn't care, he was raging and raving, yelling that anyone who would dare to insult Bauer would surely be killed by his own hands. Throwing himself at the dark-haired boy, he made to crush his head in between his hands, determined to end his life. He managed to grab the prince in a headlock and then shot out with his knee at the prince's midsection, landing the first actual hit on the kid since he had started fighting that night. In his enraged form, Yangmu was able to grab our dude and throw him, slamming him right to the floor, and of course, raising his fist to deliver a surefire, painful blow. That tomato head was moving like a jealous lover the way he was pounding our dude into the ground. He wanted possession of absolutely everything, the blue ribbon and the evil Lord Bauer. The boy declared that all of it was his, and he was ready to go mad protecting his filthy, stinky-ass leader. The dark-haired boy groaned, seeing that this dude who had seemed cool before had now completely lost his reason to the demonic energy. It was a real pity to see the dude so far gone. The dude really intended to kill him too. The penalty for killing a human really sucked. But our dude had to keep in mind that he could not kill this dude no matter how much he annoyed him. The redhead sure made it tempting though, with the way he was roaring and growling like a wild animal, while continuously punching down on the dark-haired teenager like he was nothing more than a workout bag. The terrified cat watched the whole thing go down with fear in her eyes, worried about her lord and master. The prince was reaching his limit with that restrictive human body. If only this were the demon realm, then surely everything would be much better. The girl wished that she could use his abilities to aid him in some way. The onslaught of punches continued, rapid fire like a machine gun that delivered nothing but blow after blow. As the boy's madness continued, so did the pain that he brought the prince, though the main character kept his guard up, valiantly blocking every hit that came at him. It seemed the test subject for the knowing flower had completely fused. The onlookers from the demon world watched the exchange rather curiously. Even if Lavis was a human body, since he had the demonic bloodstone embedded, Bambi had thought that the boy would be able to suppress a mere test subject. It seemed that they had overestimated the prince, and he might genuinely die this time. In that case, the boy's soul would be annihilated forever. Of course, the uncle was involved in this viewing, and he laughed rather heartily at this display, asking the blonded demon if he was aware of the thing that Lavis hated the most. It was a rather curious question, and the blonde thought about it for a second. As far as he knew, the prince hated pretty much everything, so picking just one thing was rather difficult. The prince's temper was rather nasty after all, but the blonde could already guess who he took after. The uncle chucked and told the blonde not to curse with his face when he could see everything. The blonde sighed and looked away, but the uncle grinned. The thing that the young lad hated most in the world was filth. This was surprising to the blonde, but the uncle just grinned and informed him that his dear sweet nephew was a misophobe. He absolutely could not stand anything that he thought of as dirt, and as they watched that rain of punches come down, a hand reached out and grabbed that flying punch. That filthy, disgusting redhead who was spitting all over him was dirty. The redhead growled in rage, shaking with intense anger. The dark-haired boy could not stand it anymore. That filthy smell that was coming from Yangmu was downright repulsive, and he was barely fighting back the urge to throw up. The prince had no intention of enduring that disgusting stench any longer. His grip tightened on that dirty fist, twisting and clenching down hard on that hold until the redhead gasped and jumped back in pain. He could not understand this sudden retaliation from a foe that he had been working really hard to beat. Even if it was just his left hand, the prince stared in awe at it. The strength that he had felt just now was like his old power and had come flooding back into his veins. Now that was the kind of feeling that filled him with strength, and the growling wild animal before him hissed at him. In truth, Lavis had no desire to touch the creature's dirty, stinking body. It filled him with such disgust that his hand flamed up and he flew right at the little rat, deciding to end this nonsense dance as soon as possible. He smacked that boy so hard that his opponent's head shook like it was a little bobblehead doll. The redhead rocked up, growling and wondering how a human could possibly hit him so hard with so much power. Street was absolutely overjoyed as she watched the battle. Not only was her master back on his feet, but he also seemed to have regained a bit of that awesome power of his. At this point, Lavis was thrumming with so much power that the reflection of his demonic self hovered over Minho's body, and he growled in disgust at being called human of all things. That earned that trash-talking redhead a second earth-shattering punch to the face, and he got hit so hard that he flew across the yard. His female lackey squeaked in fear, terrified that she would ever find a kid who was able to trash her boss like he was a child. Lavis scoffed and told the pathetic gang leader to stop blabbering with that smell-why mouth of his. He reeked of that stupid flower and of his even weaker boss. He slapped and smacked that guy around like he was pest control and the opponent no more than an annoying bug that he had to kill. From hell. His blonde friend watched in fascination at the sudden boost of power that the prince had gotten. The uncle beamed because his nephew had not proven him wrong. The prince must have had a headache from the stench after that test subject awakened. It must have been really hard to get close because of the smell. That was because the precious prince hated filth more than anything. When his misophobia was overly stimulated, it led to an awakening in the boy, letting him use a portion of his real and true power. Now the blonde stared in awe at the older demon, asking if the prince could somehow use his old power even in a human body. It would probably come with a few physical repercussions, but the blonde was in awe. Even with the demonic bloodstone, it should be impossible for the sinner's body to fully wield the power of the demon realm. The uncle beamed with pride, saying that the situation was that Lavis was no ordinary guy. No matter what anyone said, the prince was and would always be the kind of mad demon that took after his uncle. Relentlessly, the prince pounded that idiot into the floor. He was a foolish creature, and the redhead should consider himself lucky that the dark-haired boy was not allowed to commit murder with this body. If not, he would have torn that idiot's head from his shoulders. The raging lunatic stared in confusion, unable to compute how this teenager had beaten him so badly. He who had received a direct blessing from Balwer. The boy touched on the powder before him, and of course, he immediately got thrilled when he recalled that he had all of that demonic drug ready for his consumption. He planned on getting high some more and becoming a true menace. However, Lavis warned the rat not to get any funny ideas. He would have to finish the redhead without killing him. The prince launched his attack, rearing back like a catapult and then shooting forward in a way that had the youth's eyes widening in horror. Lavis came in like a bomb, and his opponent was unable to flee. Red's face got smashed in, all while the Prince of Hell held back his full power. He pulled back, and there was the boy hanging from the box with his mouth agape, like an abandoned carcass. Now that the stupid boy was defeated, the prince gasped in relief. Now that the stench was finally fading a bit, and he could cover his nose with his handkerchief in peace. Meanwhile, Lim Shan remained trapped in a hell of his own making, and it looked like things were getting even worse for the poor boy. He stared in horror at how bad things were going. This was not what he had planned for his life. A predetermined school, relationships formed inside a classroom that he could not escape from. The young boy had endured all this just to survive and avoid becoming a target. He had worked so hard and forced himself to act like he liked someone, acted like he hated other people, without needing to pretend to be too close. He had done nothing when his friend had gotten bullied, but deep down inside, he just wanted to help people find relationships that they truly needed. That was why he had created that app in the first place. This was not what he had intended. He did not make an app to sell drugs or anything like that. The boy worked hard to disable it somehow, to end the reign of terror that was spreading fast. He worked as fast as he could before the punks guarding his room could notice. Of course, they eventually noticed, and they growled, wondering what was going wrong with their equipment. Now they were getting some kind of messed up error message, and they growled, mumbling that the apps were now acting weird. It was a last-ditch effort, but Sion had to hurry if he wanted to successfully break everything before his captors found out what he was doing. They were kind of stupid and slow, so they should not have noticed what he was doing. The boy hurried and put a chair at the door, which immediately alerted all the strong jerks in the room that he was definitely the one responsible for all the errors. It was a move made too fast to think logically because he could definitely see the huge window made of glass that made the room very accessible to these violent punks. As soon as they realized what was going on, they immediately started raging, roaring and cursing at the kid, as well as doing their best to get inside. They had to hurry and open the door before he wrecked their business. As they were trying to do that, the little bespectacled kid was working very hard at deleting the app and all of its data, so that no more of that filthy blue ribbon could be spread around the world. He moved quickly, faster than his little fingers had ever moved before over the keyboard, his fingers moving with urgency as he tried to fulfill all of his desires as fast as possible. He begged for this to hurry and work, and an alarm button lit up on the screen just as one of those violent punks finally tossed a chair right through the glass window. Naturally, the thing shattered, and the punks came leaping through to bring hell to the kid who dared to defy them. There was now nowhere for him to run, and they growled, punching his glasses right off his face. They were always doing that. They stared in horror to see that the app was already lowly deleting itself, and they kicked the brat with hatred and rage. They had to stop the app from deleting immediately because if Yongmu showed up, they would definitely die. But they did not know the first thing about computers, and were not sure how to stop the app from deleting. The kid was not going to say a single thing either, and he protected his head as best as he could with his arms, knowing that he just had to hold on until the app got deleted. Somehow, no matter what, he would make sure that the monster he had created would go down, even if he had to go down with it. With a growl, the boy slashed as the shoe that had been continuously stepping down on him, slashing the man in the leg and racing for the broken window. He did not go for the window but the fire extinguisher, actually undoing the pin and roaring that they had no right to touch what was his. Now he had the hose cocked like a gun, and he cursed at the men before unleashing hell on them, and dosing those jerks with all the foam that he could raise. They screamed and cursed as he hit them with that smoke, yelling that this nonsense was insane. Sion had been able to make a smoke screen that should buy him and his app some time. The thing was almost fully deleted, and the green reached the end of the white bar. Finally, after all of his efforts, the gray-haired boy found tears beating at his eyes in joy. His sacrifice had not been for nothing, and he had been able to get rid of that stupid app once and for all. Of course, his captors did not share that joy, and he had wasted the smokescreen opportunity to attempt an escape. The big guy in the lead rushed at the kid as he dropped his weapon, to end up getting strangled. The poor kid fell to the floor, and the dude cursed, yelling that the other goons should bring something to restrain that stupid nerd. The others agreed, and were struggling to get their bearings so that they could obey their leader's command. The little kid struggled, trying his best to escape the murderous adult, but he had finally reached the end of the road. In the end, this was all that he could do, and tears beaded in his eyes at how pathetic the situation was. This was as far as he could go, and he was fine if this was how he died. Of course, the dudes that were using him were not fine about their situation at all. The app that they had commissioned and finally just started working was gone, and their boss was going to kill them. Naturally, they wanted the kid to pay for this. However, someone else had shown up, and it was not their boss. It was a different type of boss. A boss who had already called dibs on the minion that the jerk just so happened to be strangling, and he was pissed to see that dude manhandling his property. The dude in the lead froze when he heard that menacing voice coming from behind him, and he slowly turned in confusion because he had not expected to hear a voice like that. His confusion lasted for a few minutes, but a few minutes was all that Lavis needed to stretch out his demonic hand and attack that brute. It seemed the minions were still standing, and they wondered why their precious Song Jinhong was screaming like that. The mist cleared a bit, and they could finally see that their precious Hyun was getting whacked very fiercely by some kid who had suddenly shown up in the area. Naturally, they were stupefied to see this and gaped in shock at what was before them. When they had finally picked their jaws from the floor, they rushed at this stranger to get some revenge, but the prince had already dealt with bigger fry that night, and these guys were hardly worthy opponents. He rushed to meet them too, and those idiots got whacked by the heavy power of a misophobe who could not stand dirty people or their dirty deals. Those two idiots came crashing down, and Lavis glared at their audacity to lay a hand on his one and only servant in this stupid world. That was his first servant, and he was kind of territorial of it. Even if he died, he would not let what was his be taken. The way demons did things, they were very protective of what they claimed to be theirs. The little scion pushed to his feet in confusion and surprise to see Minho here. His friend had come to save him. It was a miracle. The boy remembered the first time he had shown his dark-haired friend the app that he was developing. It was the kind of application where people who got along could gather and interact. If they lived nearby, then they could share locations with each other and even form study groups. The kind of app that was formulated by someone so disconnected from reality that they could not consider how dangerous such an app could become. Of course, back then, Minho had been really impressed to see that his friend could make something like that. Then he paused and pointed at the strange-looking read alarm button. The boy blushed and explained that back when Minho was dragged away by Taewa's gang, he was sorry that he could not help back then. At the time, he honestly could not find where the dark-haired boy had gone. So, he had an extra safety feature. If that button was pressed, then the boy's location would show, and it would be sent to only friends. It would help friends find each other when they were in danger. If something happened, and Minho got kidnapped again, then Sean wanted his friend to just press that button. Then no matter what, he would come to help him, whether it meant reporting it to the authorities or gathering friends like them together. The dark-haired boy had been so touched by this feature back then. Minho had softly mentioned that he would download it too back then. Now, Sion found himself face to face with his friend, who had appeared and had saved his life. His eyes watered with tears as he stared in shock at the kid looking down at him. The boy had indeed gotten the red alert, and he had seen the location. Lavis was able to guess that his attendant had sent this message. His friend had gotten his signal. This was a very intense and heart-warming moment for the gray-haired boy, and he was so close to tears. His app had finally worked in the way that he had designed it, with the intention that he had for it. Tears fell down his face, and he broke down in tears of relief and joy, thanking his friend for coming to save him despite the danger. The poor kid fell to his hands and knees, and thanked his friend with all of his strength and power. Meanwhile, Tae-hee was cursing and hissing and spitting. She could not believe he had lost luck, and she had no idea why they had suddenly found Thummelves facing an enemy that was so strong. The kitten told her to stop moving already, and the girl hissed, trying to escape. Still, the cat had to huddle her tight so she could not get away. Fortunately, Lavis returned, but that distracted the blue-haired cat girl enough for the tattoo artist to slip out of her hold and make a run for it. She ran in horror, and Street tried to get her, but the young lad just told the girl to leave the tone alone. They did not need the tattoo artist anymore, now that he had destroyed the drug, the stupid app, and he had his favorite minion back. First of all, it seemed that all the devouring flowers they had were finally gone, because that thick stench was finally gone. The boy had also made sure to torch the entire warehouse of that disgusting powder. The firefighters had come in to take care of the flame and save the trees around it. They worked hard to suppress the flame with all of their firefighting tools. They happened to find the redhead placed in a safe place away from the fire. It was unfortunate that our dude was not able to roast those guys as well, but he could not kill, so he just tossed the gang leader and his goons to the side. The firefighters were shocked to see those people. They looked half dead, but they would be able to save their lives and hopefully throw them in jail. Meanwhile, Minho and his little team skipped happily back to safety. The attendant got his glasses back, and it was a miracle that they were not broken. Now that he could see again, he stared in awe at the funny-looking blue-haired girl with a horn and pointed ears. Meanwhile, the main character was starting to feel like his Uncle Vamber was totally using him. He glared at the sky and promised that as soon as he got back, he would not be letting this raggedy behavior slide at all. They had to check in to be sure that they did not need to go to the hospital. Minho insisted that going to such a place was annoying, and he would rather sit around and let the boy tend to him. His attendant was quite happy to do so, smiling softly as he thanked his friend for coming to save him. He had just pressed the SOS in case, but he had not expected his friend to actually come. Now that the boy thought about it, he mumbled that he was kind of already on the way to that building by complete coincidence. However, the cat shut him up immediately so he would not hurt the little guy's feeling. There was no need for the squirt to know that it was a coincidence. They had taken the route to the hideout following the tattoo artist's instruction. If she was lying to them, the prince promised that she would end up like that dude earlier. The girl growled and complained that they were doing this just because Sean was their friend. That had to be why they were going this far. That was when the dark-haired boy realized that they had captured his slave number one. That answered the question of why the boy had not shown up at school that day. The girl was shocked that the boy had done all this, and he had not even realized that they had his friend. In that case, she had to ask what the reason was for him doing all this. Of course, Minho had no intention of answering a bum like her, but he did notice that the red alarm on his phone was beeping considerably. At any rate, it would be rude to mention now that the whole thing was just a coincidence, and it would hurt his friend's feeling. That was not how human relationships worked after all. Besides, no matter how high and mighty he was, this sentence was still a punishment, and the demon prince had to live here a while, so he needed to work harder at developing human relations. Plus, this student was clearly looking up to him, so he could stand to be much nicer to him. Cyan was like a puppy, happy to follow him into the line of fire if that was what it took. Right, Cyan had been wondering for a while, so he had to ask just who this blue-haired person was. The main character said in the most bored tone of voice that his newcomer was his subordinate, and her name was Street. Now the gray-haired boy stared in awe, his old theory of his friend crossing dimensions coming back. Could it be that Minho had some kind of world-changing secret? Now, the little nerd had a serious question to ask his friend, and he would prefer an honest answer, of course. The way the dark-haired boy had changed was so unreal that he now had a subordinate wearing the strangest of clothes. The little nerd shook and forced the words out of his mouth. He was apparently worried that his sweet and innocent Minho had probably joined some kind of bad organization. He hoped so much that his friend would not get involved with bad people, but it had come to this. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking that now that he had claimed the little nerd as his, it was possible that there would be others trying to target his servant in the future. In that case, he guessed that he could not keep lying to the boy forever. That was right, just as his little slave number one had thought. He was the son of the great demon king who had descended from the demon realm, and his name was Lavis. That was not what Cyan had thought at all. In fact, the poor little nerd was staring in shock at the black-haired boy as he had suddenly switched to speaking Spanish. There was no way anyone would guess that he was some kind of demon prince. That idea was absurd. It was so much for the little guy to wrap his head around, but the main character just smirked that this was how it was. Since the boy already knew, he now had to help him with his work from now on. However, the gray-haired boy was still in some disbelief. He had not expected Minho to spout nonsense about being the son of the demon king. Before he could finish that thought, he looked down and saw a cat nuzzling up. That creature had come out of nowhere. Right. Well, the prince did not feel like handling any form of difficult things, so he told Street to explain it to him. He had fought all day, so he was tired. Without missing a beat, Street went ahead to explain, never mind that he was speaking while still being in the form of a cat. The poor nerd was about to lose his mind from all the things that were happening around him very fast. He had a talking cat in his house, and his best friend was suddenly spouting nonsense about being the Prince of Hell. Of course, the poor guy was overwhelmed. It was so much that his brain seemed to zone out, and he lost all color. Meanwhile, back at the fire wreck, the gang leader was just waking up. Once again, it was a huge shame that they could not just kill the dude. They had burned everything, and they would head out first by transporting this kid to somewhere safe. While the kid was busy crashing out inside the van that they placed him in, being heated about how he had not been able to kill Lavis, suddenly, someone showed up before they could cart the redhead away. The firefighter asked for the stranger's identity, trying to tell him that the area was restricted, but the poor guy was silenced literally, and then waved away. It seemed to be Lord Hilt that Yongmu loved to worship so much. The demon greeted the poor child, saying that the boy looked so miserable. The boy greeted his Lord Hilt, swearing that he would definitely kill the dude who did this to them. The demon told the kid that they should go talk, and he retrieved him from the wreck. Meanwhile, the female firefighter was looking through the site. They had received the report that all the dealers had been subdued, but they wondered who on earth had made their work so easy for them. Plus, the drugs had been approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Now that was dangerous if illegal, harmful drugs had sway over even the government. They had already spread in large quantities among young students as well. This was trouble, and the lady cursed at those wicked people who would create such a terrible thing. Suddenly, she glanced to the side to see one of her colleagues drop to his knees and groan about a headache. The lady rushed over to ask if the detective was okay. The man groaned that she should check the car first. She stared in horror to see that the lead drug dealer was one, and none of them had any idea where that dude had gone. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the woods behind some really tall building, the redhead was in chains and screaming out to his lord, yelling that he just needed one more chance. How pathetic that he mirrored that one subordinate of his that he had punished before. The boy insisted that if he got more drugs, then he would surely be able to kill the one who attacked him. Meanwhile, the demon chuckled and asked the human if he knew how valuable those burned flowers had been. He had planted the long roots of each of those demonic flowers into many unfortunate who were left lying on the floor or hanging on the walls. The demon had gone through so much trouble to gather all of these humans, just so that he could use them for this crazy experiment. The demon sighed that all humans were worthless, and this was exactly the reason why it was better not to trust them. His precious flowers had been laid to waste by that evil prince. The redhead was still yelling and screaming at the top of his lungs that he just needed one more chance. However, the demon was done listening. Just like before, When Yongmu had executed that one dude from the past, the demon did the same and stabbed the boy's eye with the flower. The dude would have been better off just staying in the detective's van. The boy screamed and yelled about his eyes, writhing on the floor as the flower took root in his body and slowly ate his flesh and blood. The demon scoffed and asked the human if he could remember the blood oath that they had taken. The promise was that the human would prove his final loyalty with those flowers that he had been given. Just as he had grown them, he would now become their eternal fertilizer, and the human screamed in agony as the flowers took root. Meanwhile, the terrified tattoo artist was hurrying to call someone, mumbling about how she had to survive. She just needed to grab the coin wallet and run. That was her whole plan. She seemed to be raiding an office and cursed because she could not find what she was looking for. Someone found her and then informed her that they had gone to the office, but the police were there. In fact, he had come just in case. It was that dude that she had tattooed on the head, and he had a knife. It seemed that he had come for some kind of revenge. The girl leapt to her feet, cursing at him and yelling that he had no right to cause any trouble. However, he had not forgotten what she had done to his forehead. In fact, he had also had some of that blue ribbon stuff that they were selling, and he was hungry for more. The girl called him Cray, wondering just how much he had already taken by himself. She noticed a nearby weapon and grabbed it, determined to fight and defend herself. However, she had a stick, and he had a knife. It was a huge weapon imbalance. One stab and the lady fell to the floor, gasping and grunting in pain. The dude was still completely out of it, gurgling as he asked for more of that very addictive drug. He screamed like an animal, head thrown back, mouth agape and heavily drunk on the drug that they had peddled. Now the lady was feeling mass regret. Taehi did not want to die like this. She cursed and sobbed that she wanted to live. Her vision got blurry as something purple manifested in front of her, and it only grew larger. Suddenly, Bambi popped out and giggled. If this happened, Lavis would hate it even more. The girl had no idea who was talking, and she begged for someone to save her. Well, the demonic blonde did not have the strength to do that, but if the girl was destined to fall into hell, then she should just accept her fate. The girl sobbed, weighing her options. However, the condition was that her body would have to remain here, in this human world. The stars were bright in the dark blue sky that evening, shining over tall towers stretching high. Inside the towers, the purple-haired, bulked-up demon was greeted by another demon with long, snow-white hair. This was, of course, Lavis' mum, and she greeted her little brother Barkin. It seemed that he had been plotting something since sending her precious son to the human world, and her face was twisted in disgust. The demon queen challenged her brother, asking how he dared use her son for his stupid games. The man grinned without shame. It seemed he was used to getting away with nonsense using his little brother's privileges. Yeah, he had indeed been messing around, but he assured his sister that there was no reason to worry. Lavis was all grown up now, and the boy could handle himself. Besides, the uncle insisted that he would not put the boy in danger, and he had actually placed the blood demon stone in his body. The sister was livid, of course. This fool had put the demonic bloodstone into her son's mortal body, and she roared him into silence. At this point, she was sure that her idiot had lost his mind. It was like he was planning to announce to the entire world that the great demon king's son was all alone in the human realm. Now, the other ferocious sources that were trapped would identify him. Worse, they could hurt him. That was unacceptable. The demon sighed and groaned that his sister should at least start trusting her son a bit more. But the demon queen dismissed his words at once. The problem was not that she did not trust her son. No, the situation was much worse than that. The problem right now was how worried she was about how the world itself was moving. Even the smallest crack could cause everything to collapse in the delicate balance between the demons in hell and the angels in heaven. That was just how unstable the world was right now. Her petulant brother insisted that the young demon prince was stronger than he thought, and that the boy took after him in his aggressive and combat power. In fact, the boy's power far surpassed anyone else's. However, that was exactly the problem with the demon queen, and she smacked that insubordinate oaf if smacking him was what would get him to listen. If even a single hair on her precious son's head was harmed, she swore that she would kill him and then herself. The purple-haired demon roared in protest. He was so much older now, and he was no longer the little brat that she had to push around. He would really prefer it if she treated him more like an adult instead of hitting him on the head. Then he started getting ridiculous, asking Bambi, of all people, to search through every magic book to find a way to rid the world of all the older sisters. The queen snapped back that she also did not want a crazy younger brother like him anyway. The blonde nervously asked them to please calm down, but that was like jumping in the middle of a cat fight. The sister was already strangling her precious brother, and the blonde knew to shut up. In fact, he was thinking that it was a miracle that his friend had even survived growing up in an environment like that. Meanwhile, in the night sky of the human world, the residential areas were also preparing for bed. Well, some of them. Sion had finally gotten over his denial stage, and he stared in shock to find that the boy was really and truly a demon. Lavis huffed, saying that, sure, a human called them that, and his cat slave gushed to be classified under the same denomination as her all-powerful master. Now, Glaces knew the truth, and he worriedly asked if this meant that he was going to hell when he died. A wimp like him would probably not even survive a day in hell, but the demon prince countered that the hell going on in Earth was hell enough. However, if his friend came with him to the demon realm, then he could make sure that no one would be able to touch him, since the great demon king's one and only successor was his master after all. Lavis seemed really proud about that, and the gray-haired boy gasped in protest. He really didn't want to go to a place like that. After suffering so much on Earth, he would really prefer the angel crowd. However, the demon prince was possessive as heck, and he growled that the boy was not allowed to go back. The prince swore that he would rip out Bambi's eyeballs and suck on them like lollipops as soon as he got back home. That was exactly the type of behavior that discouraged the kid from going to the demon realm. Well, the gray-haired boy then worriedly asked what had happened to the real Minho, his precious friend, whom he had built this app for. It was unfortunate, but the cat pointed out that the black-haired human kid had been destined to die anyway. Lavis's soul had been placed in basically a human corpse, since only the bodies of people like that could be used as vessel. Poor Glasses was distraught to hear that his sweet and kind friend had always been destined to die. That kind of thing was a hard pill to swallow after all. No one wanted to hear that their friend would always die young. In a display of fondness, the prince told his little servant to cheer up. After all, they would all meet in the demon realm in a few decades anyway. Poor Xian was even more distraught and cried even harder since he'd be going to the demon realm. The demon prince was very confused by this reaction. Humans sure had uselessly vivid imagination. The demon realm is actually a pretty fun place. Street happily agreed with him as she thought of all the manic and tortured people that existed in that place, which was truly the height of fun. The poor nerd was having the worst time of his life. At any rate, the little nerd still had a long way to go before that, and he did not need to worry. He just had to treat him the same as before, and to not let it slip anywhere. The little nerd trembled and swore his silence. It was not like anyone would believe him if he said anything anyway. By the way, the boy groaned that his whole body ached again, so he would have to go home now. Of course, his cat followed after. It did not take long for the boy to get back to the very large apartment building that contained his home. With a groan, he rubbed the back of his head and stepped inside, sure that he had used way too much bloodstone powder this time. However, he was greeted with a sudden loud sound, and his younger human sister jumped for joy with a bright and fancy cake. The girl happily called to her big brother and wished him a happy birthday. It turned out that it was Minho's birthday. The boy stared in confusion, but the girl happily said that she and her mom had worked really hard on this cake since yesterday. She could not guarantee how it tasted, though, but he should know that they had tried their best. Suddenly, he had a party hat strapped on his head, and the girl excitedly said that their mom and dad would be home soon, so they had to get ready. First things first, they would start with a happy birthday selfie. The demon boy frowned down at his setter, not used to this bubbly excitement over a birthday. More importantly, he noticed she had some kind of wound on her face. The girl laughed, trying to dismiss it while clearly acting suspicious. She said that there were just some guys bullying an old lady with a handcart, so she had stepped in. It was nothing really. The boy scolded her for doing something unnecessary. She had gone out of her way to help others when she was not even strong enough to defend herself, and he saw that as very unnecessary and weird. At any rate, the girl happily dished out some cake and presented it to her brother. She figured that he must be hungry, and he should hurry up and eat some. She stuffed some food into his mouth, and he grunted when it entered. It seemed to be the first time that Lavis had ever tried cake, and the last thing the demon prince expected was for a whole new world of sugar and wonder to open before his eyes. The boy gasped at the mix of white, soft and sweet, an exceptional taste that stole his life and love. Against his better judgment, the boy found himself cooing with joy at how tasty this food was. He was still enjoying his cake when someone suddenly barged into the house and was yelling about finding the jerks who had thrown eggs at. The angry man wanted to know where they lived, and he wanted them all dead. His attendants agreed with his judgment, but the angry man was so heated that he smacked his own people and yelled that he would kill them first for not stopping something like this. Their mother seemed to be behind the man, who was somehow Minho's dad. She begged the man to stop, but of course, he tossed her aside in rage, yelling for her to let go. The little girl stepped up immediately, yelling that her mother had not done anything wrong. This kind of diary of violence was no stranger to Lavis, so he just jeeringly ate cake. The angry, abusive husband and father, of course, became heated when his daughter corrected him, and then he spat the cake. Like an absolute loser, he growled that he had gotten hit with eggs while campaigning, and now he came home to find his children eating cake. It was unforgivable. The man knocked his daughter aside, and worse, he was headed right for the cake, growling that his children were something else. If he were their real father, this stupid cake wouldn't even own their throats. Just like that, his hand swept through the cake and scattered it to ruin. The cake hit the wall and his wife wailed in despair, begging her violent husband to stop. It was Minho's birthday, and they were trying to celebrate the little boy, which was why they had cake. However, the man scoffed as he looked at his adopted son. The boy stared right back at him, unbothered and unshaken by his nasty temper, and the man glared right back in hate. He scoffed and walked away, seemingly intimidated by the fact that the boy would not even flinch. He just muttered that he was trapped in a suffocating household and stomped away, slamming the door behind him. The boy looked back at his sweet birthday cake, now lying in ruins on the kitchen floor. It seemed he had not even realized when the cake got destroyed. But now he shook with unholy rage at the destruction of an offering that had been given to him. As much as he loved his demonic human father, the man had no right to touch what was his. The two ladies in the household were busy crying, sobbing, and holding each other. They had not even done anything wrong, and yet they had been punished unfairly. Those sobbing minions had been the ones to make the cake for him. Lavis was not taking this situation lightly, and he growled as he glared at the door that the super arrogant human had disappeared behind. His father had the attitude of a demon, but a very weak one. The next day, the light of evening blood in the sky, and the old man was raging in his office as usual, screaming and cursing Wai Youngmu for not sending any money and cutting off all contact. He yelled and screamed, wondering where he was. If they wanted even a single photo with Assemblyman Park, it was like they needed to shove in an advance payment first. The attendant promised to do the utmost to find Wai Youngmu. The father hollered that it already pissed him off that he had to grovel to a jerk like that just to raise approval ratings, and every one of those assholes was acting like trash. Suddenly, someone burst inside and yelled that a video of Minha was going viral on the internet. The man was surprised and he asked what video that was. They looked at the video, and it seemed someone had taken a recording of when his daughter had stood up to those bullies who had been messing with an old lady. She had yelled at them to back off, and they yelled right back. Still, Mina refused to let those guys keep bullying a little old lady. There was a lot of cursing in the video, and the father watched the whole thing with a blank face. She had checked on the lady to be sure that she was okay, and the man scowled, noting that something like that had happened to Minha. The men working for him confirmed it, and they said that if they revealed that this lady was his daughter, it would greatly help his approval ratings as well. The comments were exploding with people proud of her generous act. The wicked man smiled in exploitation, and he grinned with evil in his eyes, ready to take advantage of public approval. Now people were gasping and praising the beautiful face that they were seeing, wondering how such a beautiful face could have been hidden. Hanyang and Heinsu were called forward. Two very oddly beautiful people were asked to come forward. They were watching television along with someone else, and they pointed out that the face on the television was their mother's new vessel. They all agreed that Minha was so pretty. The three took a moment to admire that beautiful and happy schoolgirl. The mother asked her young if she liked that beautiful face, and the child replied that she did not. The mother teased that Young was jealous. That child had the face that the mother had bought. She was talking about a living person, as if they were no more than her property that she could pick up in a market. Since the mother liked the face, she decided that the girl would become her new body, no consent necessary. A human body, unfortunately, aged too quickly, and the woman sighed as she stared at her wrinkled hand. Human bodies gained wrinkles, shriveled, and it would eventually become so ugly. However, now she had discovered such a perfect new vessel on television too. The mother's eyes grew wide with hunger, declaring that this was surely fate. Her children did not bother protesting against it. They understood what she was saying. The boy agreed that the girl was such a pretty doll. They even wondered what sound it would make when she broke. It was very unfortunate, but a trio of very evil people were now targeting poor Mina, since she had been put in the epic eye by her father. She was known as the high school girl who had helped an old woman with her cart, and her identity was the daughter of the Uncheon mayoral candidate. This morning's ES research poll showed that she had reclaimed first place in support. With this atmosphere, her father should have no problems claiming even more support and winning the election. It seemed Jung Mina's video would also be on the 9 o'clock news, and her father was proud to hear it. The man was a wicked creature fueled only by his greed, and he laughed that the kid who used to spout so much nonsense would now turn out to be a blessing. Of course, this buffoon had no intention of treating her better. He just wanted to use her to win. He needed to pay more attention to the family for now. They would make her even more of an issue with good deeds, volunteer work, and they would just schedule anything under Min Hai's name. The worker underneath him agreed to this plan right away. However, his boss needed to know that CEO Han Yongju of Nox Entertainment had also contacted. Now the father was curious and wondered why such a thing would happen. Apparently, the man had seen Minna's video, and he was interested now. The wicked man smirked as he realized that even the doors to Nox had been opened. Now the selfish buffoon recognized the power in his daughter's kindness, and he saw the girl as a treasure. Now the news was spreading even among Minho's people, and they heard that his dad was apparently a mayoral candidate. Minho corrected that the dude was his stepdad. In fact, he wanted to know more about Jung Minho's family. There was something very fishy about them. Sion admitted that his friend did not really talk about them directly, however. He knew that his friend got along well with his cider. In fact, the big brother had really cherished his little sister. The boy considered that cherishing someone was something his uncle had always told him to do. He had to cherish those necessary for his power. Of course, his uncle had loudly bragged that he was one of the people to be cherished in Bambi as well. The prince had scoffed in annoyance because his uncle was so darn noisy, and he scowled now just thinking about it. Some noise on the street drew his attention, and he groaned when he saw Street butting into his life again. The boy had been planning to lead a quieter life now that he had dealt with his first problem. The cat admitted that she had eaten too much these past few days. The prince scoffed, asking if all the gates to the demon realm were so narrow that they could not fit his servant's fat bum. Anyway, that aside, he asked what Bambi said. The cat explained that the blonde had not been present, but he had left them a note. The blonde happily greeted his prince and mentioned that he was sending the royal a little gift. The boy was to do his best with it. The prince growled and tore up the present immediately because he could tell that the stupid blonde was trying to use his powers for his own benefit, just like his uncle. Now, when he returned to the underworld, he was tearing apart the stupid blonde first before touching his uncle. The cat begged her master to please calm down. After he settled for a while, they addressed the matter at hand. At this rate, it looked like Minho's father would get elected as mayor, especially with all the deals that he had been making thanks to Mina's popularity. Public opinion was extremely in his favor now. The demon prince frowned, and he considered what it would be like to have his father rule over the whole city. The nerd explained that it would be more like managing than ruling, but same difference. Now that the dark-haired boy thought about it, the man was greedy, just like a Cinyras. The boy asked Street if Jung Taesik could possibly be a Cinyras who came to the human realm. See, a Cinyras was a kind of gluttonous demon in the underworld, and it was the kind to eat endlessly to the point that other demons hated its guts. However, the cat pointed out that it managed the district, and the man, Jung Taesik, was just a normal, greedy human. Sometimes they were just built like that. This was really suspicious to the main character. He had never seen a human so demonic, which really showed how rotten the human world was, too. At any rate, the prince reminded his servant to eat in moderation before she ended up a Cinyras as well, and that would not end well. The girl sobbed and agreed with her lord Lavis. Meanwhile, Cyan was still looking over information about the boy's father. The man seemed intent on exploiting Minho's sister. It did not look good. Now that the prince thought about it, Jung Minha had been someone that the original owner of this body had cherished. Meanwhile, back at home, the prince returned to his human household and wondered how things would go with his sister going forward. He ended up walking in on a meeting being held in his home with his stepdad and a trio of really suspicious people. They were saying that Minna's looks were truly outstanding, and if she just learnt to dance, then she could debut quickly, and as the center too. The mother was, of course, concerned. After all, her daughter was still a student, and she had never expressed any interest in being an entertainer. Of course, the father did not care about anything like that when he was trying to impress the CEO. A child born with talent should not hide it from the world. It was very clear that the man was just trying to exploit her, of course. The poor girl was silent, and her mother watched her with a worried look on her face. The man happily laughed and apologized for his family's behavior, saying that his wife was just a little reserved. The Sioux chuckled, saying that the mother had no reason to worry. At Nox, they would make sure that she could balance school and her activities very well. Idols these days were different, and they could still perform and get into any university that they wanted. Minko strolled into the room, watching this conversation, and his eyes narrowed at the one dude eyeing his sister like shoe as a pack of meat. The husband was happy to forge ahead, and even happier to sign the contracts that they had brought. It was a contract with Nox that would shine on both Minha's and the candidate's future. That demoness could clearly see that the man had no morals, and he was doing absolutely nothing to prove her wrong either. The poor girl shivered with her hands on her lap, already knowing that she was going to get sold to this strange group of weirdos for her father's future. Then the woman noticed Minho and she cooed at him, greeting the young man. She was Han Yongju, the CEO of Nox Entertainment. Well, the boy was not impressed by any of that, and his father scolded him, of course, telling the boy to greet the CEO. The woman chuckled that it was fine, after all. Kids sometimes acted like that these days. She did not care about the brat anyway. She just wanted to get her hands on his setter. Even the boy could tell that much as he watched this conversation unfold, recalling the words of Sion, and then the words of his uncle, that reminded him that he would always stand at the prince's side. Back then, the little prince had balked at the sudden show of affection, asking why his uncle would suddenly say that. The man had just told his nephew to listen carefully. In this world of many horrible demons and hostile forces aiming for the ruler's power, the boy was the heir who had to inherit Lord Gamader's throne as the ruler of that world. With such a heavy responsibility, it was important for the young prince to maintain his own faction of supporters. The young and arrogant brat had, of course, scoffed back then, saying that he could just grow stronger and live with his own strength. A super arrogant way of thinking for sure. The man had thrown his head back and laughed at the young boy. Sure, Lavis was good for now, but one day he would meet people that his heart was drawn to without even realizing. Then, the boy would start to change without knowing it himself. The uncle's smile was proud and genuine back then, though the little prince could not imagine changing so dramatically. He swore that he hated complicated talk, and he just wanted to train already. Well, that was the behavior that the man expected from his nephew, and it made him laugh heartily. Now, back in the human world, the young boy made a stand, and he placed his hand on his sister's shoulder. Jung Minho was of his faction, and she was someone who was cherished by Jung Minho, so he asked her if this was what she really wanted. He asked no one, but the brunette looked up at her brother, with eyebrows dipped in pain. If she were being forced, he wanted her to say it here and now, because he would get her out of it immediately. The demon prince wanted to know if the girl was being forced, and if that was the case, then she should just tell him, he would sort it out. The girl was hesitant as she considered the situation. The last thing she wanted was for her big brother to get hurt after all. The girl recalled how many times their stepfather had beaten their mother for rejecting his kindness, and how he had laughed at the fact that she could not take her son and daughter and leave. There was on his family register. The poor woman had cried for the man to just let them go, but the abusive, horrible man refused. He told them to go ahead and try to survive without a dime to their name. The two children protested and tried to stand up to their father. The man was taking advantage of the wealth that their grandfather had left to them. It was not his own. However, the man just growled and cursed their mother even more, calling the children not RV. The man laughed and asked if the children understood the real key to surviving, which happened to include that once he grabbed something, it would remain his forever. The children should accept their pathetic fate as he abused their mothers in front of them, and his daughter Mina should memorize that truth like it was the gospel. Now, the daughter, who had been beaten down so much by their father, croaked out that accepting this punishment was her choice. She even yelled that she would do it and would happily become an idol. However, she had one condition, and that was that if she made any money, then she wanted to earn it in her name so that she could take her family out of debt and dependence. This was her condition. The girl was determined to save her brother and her mother, carrying the weight of their pain on her tiny shoulders. That sweet girl wanted to save her family from that monster. Of course, the man who was vying for the position of mayor was all too happy to grant that. After all, if this worked out, he would make even more money as a mayor. Her hard work could belong to her and her alone. The wicked man did not mind. In fact, he was overjoyed to agree with anything that would make her accept this deal, and so was the Nox CEO. The woman happily smiled and told the family to sign the contract. The president was told to please look after Minha and to take good care of her. She was dearer to the mother than life itself. The mother was still worried, asking if her daughter was sure about taking this path. The girl smiled, telling her mother to trust her just this once. She would work hard and become an idol if this were the chance that would make it possible for her brother and mother to escape this hell. The girl happily smiled at her brother and thanked him for his concern. Well, Lavis stared down at the smiling girl but said nothing. She had not asked for his help, so he really did not need to do anything extra. Time passed and the evening continued in a fancy black car. The CEO was busy, high on joy and elation. The more she looked at that dazzling young skin, the more perfect the girl seemed to her. She was so deeply in love with her new vessel. Even those eyes had that rare purity that barely existed these days. She loved everything about it. However, Jung Minho had nearly ruined her chances. Her son mentioned that the boy seemed off somehow. Curious, the demonic mother asked her daughter what she thought. The other child admitted that she had also sensed something special coming from Minha's brother. Whatever he was definitely not human. Since that was the reading, the mother smiled and considered that the boy could possibly be a tracker from the demon realm. How troublesome. The boy was overly excited, of course, and asked his mum if he could handle the problem. However, she had to tell him to calm down. Rash moves could spark bigger trouble for them after all. For now, all they had to do was watch her precious chosen body, which was her priority now. The demonic son sobbed and wailed, saying that the boy's glare made him want to rip that dude apart. The mother checked that her child should be patient. No, Moon Knight was almost there, and then she would finally be able to claim that juicy flesh as her own. Once they did the ritual and made Mina hers, then they could do whatever they wanted to her arrogant and annoying brother. The demonic son was overly excited to hear this. He growled with joy. The mother said that this was her gift to her previous son, so it was definitely a promise. In that case, the daughter would also like to make her own request since her brother was getting some special treatment, but she had called her mother by the name Mara. Now that sparked some kind of instant hatred in the mother's blood, and she hissed that she never wanted to be called such a thing. Young should never speak that name again. She was currently Han Youngju, who would soon be reborn as Jeong Mina. No demon king, no 12 black seats, there was nothing in the human realm that could stop her this time, and the dark demonic energy leaked from her skin, bubbling around her with wicked glee. This time, she had no plans of failing. Meanwhile, the blue sky was bright, and the entire atmosphere was looking so much better, for everyone who was not poor Mina, because she had no idea that she was standing before a building of people who wanted to eat her. The girl sighed in relief and tried to motivate herself to do this. The girl took a big step forward into her future. Happily, Nox CEO introduced everyone in her company to her new star and the newest member of their family, Mina. They had probably already seen her before on the news, but now the girl would become their center for their new group called Zera. The others stared in surprise at this new girl who was introduced, surprised that the president had made such an important decision so suddenly. 2. One of the other girls had been training to be a center her whole life. The president dismissed the poor thing, saying that she had done good work so far, but now she should support Mina as her sidekick from now on. The poor girl was, of course, furious, but the president did not care. She just told her new human side piece to make it work and left the girls to greet each other. Once the door was shut, of course, the old center immediately growled at the new girl and accused her daddy's backup. They all knew that her father was vying for the major position, so the girl being added to their group as the center made it clear that she was a political move. Naturally, People who had to work hard for everything in their lives hated people who just coasted through life thanks to amazing connection. The former center had fled for 4 years, trying to make it as the center. But now this girl had come out of nowhere, and she bet that Minha had probably asked to be the center on purpose. The brunette tried to protest, but the old center was not having it. That poor, misguided idiot actually dared to slap the precious face that their boss so badly wanted to possess. The girl with the pigtails was furious, grumbling that they would see just how far that backup got her. She had come all this way. The brunette glared at her attacker, an ugly mark on her bleeding cheek. Now her face had been scarred and bloodied. Meanwhile, the CEO was busy living her merry life, and she went to check out what her kids were doing. The son had already seen the whole thing go down, and he knew his mom was about to blow like a volcano over the issue. Excitedly, he pointed at the screen to show their mother what her former center had done to her precious new face. The mother came to check it out, and it turned out that Hyen had clawed Mina's face, and there was now blood all over it. The mother stared, too shocked to speak at first, then her rage boiled over, and she growled that the human was a worm worse than dirt for daring to scar her precious vessel. A slap on Mina was basically a slap to her, and she would not tolerate it. Meanwhile, Minho had given his friend the update, and it seemed like Minho was going to debut. This was huge news since Nox was legit a very famous group, and the girl could dominate the human world if she nailed it. Street knew everything, and the cat girl happily laughed, thanks to her overwhelming knowledge. She had lived in the human world for 200 years after all. The prince muttered that if this was his little sister's decision, then it was not his business to interfere with her life. However, that president lady and her kids rubbed him the wrong way. It would be easier for him to let it go if they did not feel so darn demonic. There had been no Dion aura, but they had not flinched when he glared at them. That was a model for a group of normal business. He wondered if they could be demons hiding in the human world. The cat girl considered it and said that long-term human world demons were often good at hiding their aura, and it was better to be safe than sorry concerning situations like that. Even Lavis should be more careful. He should not shoot so much aura so blindly from Minho's body, as he could attract bad news and hurt himself. Even Sion joined in to scold him and said that no one liked that glare of his anyway. The prince scoffed, but he doubled down on his suspicion that those three were acting weird. Even without his aura, he could spot a demon. That was rich considering he had lost that one demon that got away and caused the first trouble with the flowers. Now these two were just getting him heated on purpose. The prince growled and commanded his cat servant to drag that punk to the demon realm now. The gray-haired little nerd might as well get a head start in the hell boot camp since he wanted to act so darn cocky. The boy repented immediately and told his friend to stop treating him, while that stupid cat was more than happy to comply. She would do nothing to get the promotion that she was promised. The prince was so upset about his situation. He could not wield the demon bloodstone correctly, and even stupid dogs ignored him when he glared at them. The amount of disrespect that he suffered in this human body was unforgivable. Then, he told his cat servant to figure out how he could reclaim the bloodstone's power. The girl happily agreed and said she would find a way to restore Lavis's demon power. While that was happening, he would work on reclaiming his strength, and for now, she should stalk that weird Han Yongju and the twins with servant number 1. Servant number 1 meant Sion, of course. The poor boy wondered why the heck he was getting delegated as servant number 1. Meanwhile, the poor girl with the pigtails had no idea who she had just stepped on by slapping the newcomer. She was on her way home, crying that this cold could not be happening to her after she had worked so hard to become a center. She had worked for 4 years, and now she was in the background. The poor child had no idea that her life was about to become worse because a demonic blade had appeared behind her. Startled, the girl asked who was stalking her in the darkness. The very unfortunate answer was the daughter of the wicked mother, who stood there in her really hot goth getup and the blades she held. The former center recognized the girl from work, but somehow the goth girl was looking really scary right now, and the ginger asked her what was wrong. Then she realized that it was probably about Minha, and she cried and tried to apologize, saying that she had lost it for a second. Honestly, putting our hands on someone was not the right approach to getting upset, but it was very sad that this girl would not have got a second chance. The blade was raised, and it was the last thing she saw before blood splattered everywhere. It was an explosion of red on every nearby surface, and the goth girl sighed. The girl should have known better than to slap the face of their new hire. Their mum really hated that kind of stuff after all. Someone told Youngju not to be out so late because they were worried about her. It seemed like a normal human duo of a husband and his wife. Apparently, the girl's father had bought some chicken for the twins, and he was on his way. The pregnant wife could not bring herself to just sit and wait at home. That was why she had come out. Her husband laughed that she was really so adorable. He even asked if she was sure that it was really the twins who would be eating the chicken. The couple laughed, knowing that it was the dear wife that had some craving. As the two made their way down the street, the happy couple had no idea that they were being stalked by a demon who had crawled out from the sewers. That ugly reptilian creature was just dripping waste and all sorts of disgusting juices as it crawled its way towards them. Meanwhile, back in the apartment where this sweet couple lived, The poor wife found that she could not sleep. She groaned, tossed and turned from an intense nightmare, and when she finally opened her eyes to find the root of the problem, the poor, horrified angel found before her a slimy monster that was hovering over her and cooing about how much he liked her. It was the last thing that a person would like to see, and the poor woman was horrified, asking who this horrible person was. The poor lady did not get a chance to scream for long before he thrust his very disgusting hand deep inside of her mouth, and she choked, screaming and coughing as she tried to escape him. The wicked creature laughed and told the lady not to worry about the kids because it would raise them with care. This seemed to be the origin story of that evil creature who called herself Mother. She dove into the pregnant woman, chuckling about how she was in need of a child. The poor woman was distraught, and she struggled desperately out of fear for her children. Unfortunately, she was powerless to protect them, and that evil, slimy creature pushed deep inside of her, crawling into the deepest parts of her body and taking over her mind. The woman's strength was feeble against the might of such a terrifying being, and soon the lady's lips stretched in an unnatural smile as the creature established dominance within her. It laughed madly, chuckling wickedly at its success now that it had found a human host. It was at this point that her loser husband woke up, not even realizing what had happened. He just asked his wife if she was doing okay, because he had heard a strange sound and he was wondering what that was. However, there was something off with his wife, and the man asked her what was wrong. Before that poor unfortunate soul could blink a second time, there was a fast movement, and he found himself getting mercilessly strangled by his wife. The man could not believe it, and he fought back valiantly against what should have been a feeble pregnant woman. However, this feeble pregnant sound was now super strong thanks to the demon possessing her body. Truly, the demon was not impressed with the father of her children at all. The man looked low class, and she scoffed that she just could not live with a guy like that. The whole thing was unacceptable to her, but her husband immediately knew that there was something wrong with his wife. He asked who the heck she was, but she just scoffed that he had no reason to care. Without a care in the world, this wicked creature tossed the man right out the window and dropped him. He cried in despair, his arm stretched out towards his wife, and he screamed her name as he fell from the high place to his grave on the floor. Now this creature had successfully ruined every part of this woman's life, and she laughed in mad glee, clutching her beauty with pride. Now this body and the children that it possessed would belong to her and to her alone. That was her intention. It did not take long for the woman to go into labor, and she screamed as she pushed out the twins that she had carried. It seemed she was unfamiliar with the pain that came with human birthrights because she was throwing a tantrum in the hospital during labor. She was kicking nurses and throwing everything about, refusing to calm down or even let the poor people helping her do their jobs properly. The woman just screamed that they should hurry up and get those children out of her home immediately. If she had known it would hurt this much, she would have just gotten an abortion. She screamed and yelled that they should get them out, or she would kill everyone. She screamed and roared that this was all because of Anise. It seemed she had a personal beef with the demon queen, also known as the main character's mother. Well, that would not end well. However, she had no reason to blame her pregnancy problems on the demon queen. She was not the one to knock her up with twins. A beat later, and the nurses stared in shock at what was before them. The precious children that had just been born looked wrong in every way, and they stared up at them with unnatural, bright red eyes. They looked downright demonic too. The days passed, and the woman was able to get back her shape, but now she had two little brats in her home. Her body felt so sluggish, and she groaned that it was because she had just given birth. It was horrifying to her to have so much hideous belly fat, and she wondered how long it would take for it to go away. The twins just waddled around the house, unbothered by her problem. The boy tried speaking first, reaching up to his mama. It seemed their eyes had finally snapped back to normal, so it was not the usual odd red color that they had been when they had been born. The woman was not really crazy about being a mother after all. The kids had taken some of her magic power, and she wanted them to pay her back pronto. It had not at all been her idea for them to take some of her own magic. Also, she wondered how long the children were going to keep crawling around. She would much prefer if they started acting like functional adults immediately. They should hurry up and become her little slaves so that they can protect her. This arrogant, terrible excuse for a parent really had children for the sake of convenience and was not at all interested in raising them at all. She wanted them to look after her until they could find a vessel that could fully hold her vengeful spirit. Much later, the people in town began to whisper. They knew that it was normal for the white-haired lady to be in shock because her husband had taken his own life. Still, the way she was acting was a bit too much. Comforting her only went so far, but she was really barely the Yongju that they used to know. Now she was going around town flirting with different men, and no one even knew how the kids were doing. She had not shown them to anyone, and they heard that the lady barely stayed at home anymore. Yongju had been so happy that she finally got pregnant after all that trouble, but suddenly she was barely making time for the kids. Instead, they stared in disbelief as their friend got cozy, flirting with some dude who worked in broadcasting. She chuckled and said that the man probably knew a lot of pretty and handsome kids. The man was hesitant when speaking to her, but he soon lost all sense of caution as she instantly hypnotized the poor man. His resistance completely slipped away, and the poor dude collapsed on her shoulder. The demon lady was elated. It seemed she had some sort of one-sided beef with the demon queen, because she kept showing off all of her young and beautiful things in this human hell, and she planned to make every last one of them her. It seemed what truly vexed her was the demon queen's natural beauty, and she just could not stand it. Although Youngju chased so much beauty, she had a really ugly heart, and she swore to kill the queen with her own hands one day. Now, in the current day, the old woman sobbed and cried, saying to the detective that Hyen was a girl who was slated to be the center of the debut group. She was more talented and more loved than anyone else. That witch cried fake crocodile tears when she had been the one who ordered the teenager's death. The detective asked the standard questions of if the victim had any grudges with her colleague, or if she had been stalked by anyone. The old woman coughed about that, delaying her answer for a bit, and the detective had to ask if the CEO was okay. The lying pretender was more than okay, but she had to really sell the situation if she wanted to get the police off her back, so she blew her nose for dramatic effect. The boy, who was suddenly acting all civil and sane, said that it would be best if they stopped her for today. His mother was clearly overwhelmed, and they did not want to affect her health. Besides, the CEO thought of that girl as a daughter. The dark-haired girl even suggested that the detective go ahead to question the other trainees first. The man sighed and nodded, accepting the situation before leaving things. It was time for them to head out, so he went with Detective Park Song-hoon, and they left the two alone. The other detective was ready to go, but she did look back at that very suspicious family. Even if she could not place it, she could still tell that there was something very off with it. The door closed behind them, and the old woman barfed from all of the pretense that she had to keep up. Suddenly, she threw up a whole flood of the most disgusting creatures ever seen. It was worms and greens and the most vile bugs to ever exist. The woman roared in hatred, causing the detective to scour the place like a rat on the hunt. She should have expected that when someone from the company died, the police would step in. That was how the human world worked. The woman raged that she had spent so much money that she had funneled to them. She wondered what the top brass was even doing. Her son tried to cheer her up, telling her that the detective would eventually stop. But the woman screamed that her body was already rotting away and she was dying of impatience here. She had just found the perfect vessel, but then stupid Hyen had put a flaw on her face, and now she had to wait for the body to heal, and she was running out of time. The boy still tried to pet her, telling her not to be anxious. They would have Jung Mina's body ready soon. Getting stressed would just ruin her perfect body. It seemed Soya was the mama's boy of the team, and the woman growled that her son should hurry up and make the body perfect for her. Now, all of the team had heard the news about Hyen. Apparently, someone crazy had cut the poor girl up. There were too many psychos in this world, and attacking a high school girl with a knife in broad daylight sounded like an absolutely horrible thing to do. The two were worried about the safety of the other girls, so, to settle the restless atmosphere, they would be starting some dormitory life tomorrow. They should all get ready to move into the workplace. The other girls were surprised, of course, and asked if it was absolutely necessary. The boy explained that there should be no reason why they could not. Idol dorms were a standard rule of forming an idol group, and it was important to get the team familiar with each other as much as possible. They are to become one as a body. However, Minha was very worried about her mother and brother. If she were not him, she was sure that their father would pick on them. The girl had taken on the role of a natural protector, so of course she was worried about. The twin daughter finally spoke up, not to mention how their new center sure had a lot of demand. If she was not up for it, then they would have to ask her to leave. Her brother interrupted, telling his sister not to rush ahead into things. Mentally, he asked his sister what the heck she was doing. They knew that they could not scratch Mum's new ace, or she would kill them. The happy boy then turned back to Mina, asking her if she understood. Yonggi really cared for Heian after all, and she was ultra-sensitive right now. It would be best if they did not make their scary, emo sister angry, and they should just listen and obey. The CEO would explain everything later to the girls, so they should just pack their bags and meet there tomorrow. Still, Mina was worried about living in a dorm. She was already anxious because even her brother had changed lately. She worried that even more time away would make him change more. Meanwhile, the brother in question was busy huffing and puffing, and he was making his poor servant number 1 strain his muscles in an attempt to get stronger. Poor Sin was going through a lot. The more he trained, the more Minho realized that his knots were gradually growing stronger. He might be able to suppress humans who use demonic energy, but if he encounters a demonic beast in this state, it'll still be a struggle. That jerk Bambi, the prince, growled the more he thought about how those jerks from hell were using him. The least they could have done was teach him how to control the demon bloodstone before shoving the stupid thing in his eye. Not long ago, the blonde had considered including the method to control the demon bloodstone in a letter that he was sending to the prince. He was kicking his feet as he wrote it, too. He intended to give his dear Prince Lavis 2 gifts and teach him how to control the demon bloodstone. Originally, the demon bloodstone was used to suppress the magic power of prisoner, and it contained the demonic power that was sealed within her lingering soul. However, the blonde had modified the one he gave the prince to directly link the magic power held within her vengeful spirit to his human body. That power would only be fully released once the demon blood's tone was broken. Apparently, the eye had to get smashed for it to open, and the blonde thought that this was a hilarious joke. The second gift was that cat demon. This was all Bambi could give him. He wished his prince some love and left these two things in his care. There, now he just needed to deliver the letter to Lavis. Well, the prince had been furious when he got the letter, and he had instantly ripped it to shreds and cursed out the stupid blonde for using him however he wanted. That idiot had not even bothered reading the letter before tearing it apart. Now he was clueless and only now realized that the method of controlling the blood stone was written in that letter. The prince was a bona fide idiot. The cat raced forward then, yelling to the master Lavis that something terrible had happened. The cat was so shocked by whatever she saw that she was running on two legs. Apparently, it was news about the Yongju and the twins, the ones the boss asked her to spy on. Quite unfortunately, he had been right about the demonic energy, and the CEO Han Yongju was actually Mara. San was not so familiar with the name, and he asked who Mara was. She was apparently the Witch of Greed, and one of the 12 black seats. This Maravelius had snatched a human body and was now living among the humans. The demon prince laughed when his dark suspicions were confirmed. So that woman had been hiding here all this time. Time for a flashback. Back in the demon realm, the Lady Aeneas was known as the most beautiful goddess in the demon realm. Even her silent lips were considered outstanding and gorgeous, and people always asked her for tips on becoming more beautiful. The sweet demon queen had just smiled at her curious guests back then, telling them that if they so desired to become beautiful, then they needed first to learn how to hold the truth within their lips. Instead of getting burned by this obvious insult, the court ladies cooed, sighing that every word she spoke felt exactly like a poem. A lady commented that since she only spoke the truth, she supposed that she should become beautiful as well. Another rather plump damsel also beamed and said that she was having her daughter learn the art of rhetoric so that she could also resemble the beautiful Lady Aeneas, even if just a little, because she wanted to teach the child that words themselves are both a weapon and dignity. The bright demon queen smiled at the two eager women, saying that she would then grant the blessing of the silver tongue to the lady's sweet young girl. The girls were overjoyed, gasping and thanking the sweet Lady Aeneas with all of their hearts and minds. Meanwhile, there was a rather gloomy-looking girl at the ball, lips chapped, with eye bags under her eyes, who scoffed that this was all a bunch of nonsense. She was clearly jealous. A nervous blonde beside her tried to say that Lord Viliux was rather beautiful as well, just to cheer her up, and the maggot-eating witch turned to grin at the young lady, granting a blessing to her daughter as well. The gloomy jerk prayed that the poor blonde's daughter would struggle, end up consumed by a lump of desire and then die. It really did not matter if she did fix her face because that ugly pig was rotten to the core, especially in her heart. The poor blonde was horrified to receive such a terrible curse for the sin of being nice. Meanwhile, that stupid, jealous, gloomy rat was still fuming and growling that she would never let this situation slide. She was gonna make her one-sided jealousy her whole personality, and all of her rage was directed at the one person who actually acted with decorum and care. She wanted Aeneas to pay. Thus, the kitten explained to the two boys about how Mara Viliux had always had an inferiority complex toward the Lady Aeneas, and she made it everyone's problem. The prince had been aware of it. His mother had said that the lady had been like that since childhood too. Of course, his mother had not paid her any attention, choosing to ignore her childish behavior. Right after ascending to the 12 Dark Throne, that awful woman was caught stealing from the spring of demon souls, and she fled to the human hell. This was all very curious, and the little nerd had to ask why that witch had approached Mina of all people. He wondered if the lady was aware that Lavis was on Earth and was trying to hurt him indirectly through Mina. It seemed a good guess, but that was also unlikely. If the lady had known, she would have been a bit more direct with her vengeance attempts, that was for sure, especially since she was such a hardcore hater. Besides, in this body's current state, the prince had to admit that he was unfortunately no match for that woman, and those underlings of hers were probably no ordinary ones either. In that case, then they had to quickly strengthen the power of the demon bloodstone. The cat would prepare it right away. She was going to be making some witch hunting preparation, and the first step one was for them to clean up the neighborhood riff-raff. She chuckled wickedly, though the gray-haired little one wondered what she meant by cleaning up. Later that day, at a huge store, Mina was out shopping with her mum, who was reasonably worried about her. She told her daughter to tell her immediately if she ever wanted to quit. Since the girl had joined, all sorts of strange things had been happening, which made her mother anxious. The girl reassured her mother that the manager had said that they thought they would catch the culprit soon. The bright girl worked hard to reassure her mother that it must have been some kind of random murder or something like that. Still, the mother knew that her daughter's dream was to become a veterinarian. Minha was not so good at pretending not to glance at the pack of dog food nearby. The girl was a kind creature who loved working with animals, but in order to achieve her dream, they had to get out of that house. By the time she had made enough success as an idol It probably would have taken such a long time that she would waste years that she could have spent learning and chasing the path that she had always wanted. No matter the sacrifice, she had to get their mother out of that hellish house as soon as possible with her own strength, so her grip tightened on her shopping basket, and she buried her dreams. The girl smiled and said that opportunities like this did not come often in life, and dreams could change anyway, so she was doing her best to convince her mother that she was perfectly okay with it. She was going to become famous and earn a lot of money. That was a good thing. However, the mother was worried that she would not get to see her daughter's face often if she lived in the dorm, but the girl asked her to cheer up. That man would quiet down a bit once the election was over, so that should be good. Still, the mother was disappointed in herself and her choices. She apologized to the girl, knowing that if she had not remarried, then her children would not have to go through such a horrible reality. Well, it was much too late to start regretting decisions long since made that could not be changed now. Besides, the girl pointed out that the lady had it hard enough raising both her and her brother at such a young age. Dad's passing away was not her fault either, and before the marriage, that horrible man had actually treated them so well. It seemed that the rat had been after their inheritance all along, and he had put up an act to deceive the whole family. The mother softly called her daughter's name, but she stretched her resolve and beamed at her, telling her mother to just wait a little. She would work hard, and then they would succeed. Meanwhile, in an amusement park, a lot of people were having fun. There were screams of joy and fear from people on the roller coaster. Lavis chuckled darkly, a lot of dark aura leaking from him as he called humans pathetic for being so shaken by something as silly as a park ride, saying that there was nothing scary about it. He looked pretty haunted from the ride. San asked if it was because he was a demon, because he sure relieved himself rather comfortably. The boy protested that he just had indigestion from eating something spoiled, a barely believable lie. But he should at least wipe his mouth before he talked. This was why the prince should not have insisted on trying that crazy ride. The prince was so offended that he had endured the most brutal of fights back in the demon realm, but never had he been so disrespected as he felt riding that human-made monstrosity. He was never riding that again. Somehow, he found themselves before a horror house, which should be something a bit more to his liking. The boy asked Street if this was the right place, and the cat assured her Lord Lavis that they were here. A demon that had been imprisoned in the human world recently slipped out of their surveillance, but with her sharp instinct, she had been able to track it down. The nerd was shaking so badly because he really did not want to take part in this mission, but the prince just casually asked for the demon's name. The creature was called Scream, and it had the ability to convert people's screams into its demonic power. It also transformed the sound waves born from fear into demon realm frequencies and could inject the power into itself. Basically, luring it with someone who screams frequently would be very effective. In other words, this was exactly why poor Sion was being made to go on this horrifying mission. The prince was pleased that his little attendant was finally useful, though the boy protested that he was a man who knew no fear and he had never screamed once in his life. Such rich lies he told. At any rate, the prince dragged the nerd and figured he might as well prove it while they were inside. The cat would guard the entrance so they could go ahead. The poor kid was horrified, of course. Once inside, the horror house was decorated in its usual ghastly horror house fashion. The prince had to ask why people were afraid of things like this when it was just a decoration. Poor Shan was clinging tight to the other boy's arm, terrified of what they would see. Thanks to what Stret had said about the demon hiding in there, the little human felt a strange presence, like there was something really in there with them. However, they had come in there with all of the intention to catch that something, so the prince told his little attendant to stop overreacting. Before poor Sion could get his bearings, one of those prop heads fell from the ceiling, and the little nerd lost his mind. He was screaming and trying to scramble away, but the prince's strong hold on him kept him from squirming away. To be fair, even the prince had been a bit shaken by the sudden appearance of that stupid head. The gray-haired kid noticed, and he could not help but point out that a part of Lavis was scared too. The prince was acting all tough, but even he was not above getting startled. Of course, the boy immediately tried to protest that and muttered that he had just been pretending to be startled to see if the enemy would react. Then he asked his little friend if that was the first scream in his life, because the nerd had screamed like he was dying. The poor student sniffed and said that he guessed so. Well, that absolute holler of despair had been effective, and a demonic green eye opened up in the darkness. The little nerd was still wondering if this was really the fastest method, while that suspicious eye paid rapt attention. Each time it reacted to evil in the human world, the demon bloodstone's power was released a little more, so the prince figured this was the best way to prep up for saving his sighter. If he could just absorb the evil of demons stronger than humans, then it could release some more of that good bloodstone power that our dude was going for. It seemed the demon had not overheard their conversation, but it had sure heard that scream, and nothing got him all gassed up like the sound of fear. It had been a sound like sweet, clear, crimson blood. He could not get enough of it. It was pure, like a baby's first cry. So of course the nasty creature wanted to claim it for his own. That demon was a tad bigger than they'd expected him to be, and it suddenly revealed itself, much to poor Sound's horror. The creature declared that the nerd's scream was delicious, and it leapt down, demanding that the human boy scream more. The poor kid trembled and called for Minho. They had found the demon, so it seemed some butt-kicking would be in store right now. It was indeed the demon that they had been looking for, and a gentle hand stopped the claw that reached out towards the bespectacled kid. The young prince gave one warning to the big demon not to touch the human boy, who was his attendant after all. The demon took a pause, noting that Minho was not human after all. Minho cut to the chase and called Scream by name with a wicked smile on his face. The prince was now interested to hear what kind of scream would come out of the demon's mouth. Of course, that giant demon could not instantly tell who he was talking. Lavis' body worked well when it came to concealing his true strength, and the demon scoffed, batting the boy away like he was no more than an annoying fly. He saw no reason why he should have to listen to someone like that. Instead, the demon was focused on the good stuff and soon trapped Cyan in a sort of bubble film as he urged the poor, terrified boy to scream. Naturally, Lavis did not take too kindly to getting dismissed. Only his left hand was usable right now, but he could work with that while he taught that stupid creature a lesson for trying to dismiss him. The prince raced forward, targeting the demon as his enemy, and the arrogant creature cackled and asked the boy where he thought he was crawling to. The almighty Scream had no intention of getting beaten by a high school kid after all. Poor Lavis got knocked back once again by the force of that demonic power. The only thing worse than getting tossed around like a rag doll was the knowledge that he could ragdoll that stupid, screaming menace if he just figured out how to manipulate the stupid bloodstone to his own advantage. San yelled for his friend to watch out as that big demonic claw came right at him, but his terror was just strengthening the stupid beast. At this point, the nerd was more of a liability than an asset. The monster was truly enjoying feasting while the poor boy screamed for his life. At this point, Lavis was heated about it too. Here he was scrambling to save both their lives, but Cyan was over here feeding the enemy a 5-star meal. The human would do them both a favor by shutting up and not giving more power boosts to their hellspawn enemy. Even though the gray-haired kid closed his mouth, that disgusting scream was still getting off to his eyes filled with terror. There was no end to this demon's degeneracy. The demon cackled and said that he should be making some earrings out of those beautiful, terrified eyes. Naturally, the prince did not want to hear such foolish and disgusting words being spoken about property that he owned. He managed to dodge that heavy fist that came down, but his left hand was still on fire, and he growled, asking who the heck that devil was calling terrified. He charged forward, leaping into the air with rage, and this time Scream finally took proper notice of the kid, laughing that he loved watching the kid struggle to fight him with those short arms. In fact, the monster found those arms so very cute and adorable. He was clearly making fun of the poor prince. The dark-haired boy was furious. His leap could not even surpass human levels while he was bound to this stupid form. The situation was more dire than he had expected. The poor kid could not even handle a demon of this level while he was restricted to this body. Before he could properly retaliate, poor Lavis got snatched out of the air, and he groaned in pain. Cyan was horrified to see that, of course, but he worked double time to keep his fear in check, at least the parts of it that he could control. Still, he worried about his friend Minho. The main character found himself stuck in another person's hand, struggling to get out of that unforgiving grip. The creature chuckled, saying that they should now look at this sword made from his friend's screams. This was just great. Not only had the gray-haired nerd accidentally given the villain a power-up, but he had also granted him some magical equipment as well. Poor Lavis was having the worst time of his life. Well, the good news was that the sword in question was embarrassingly small. Scream wondered out loud what kind of delicious scream would come out when he had gouged out the boy's eyes with his long fingernail dagger. It seemed now the demon was resorting to torture. Well, this much could be expected from a demon that fed off the power of screams. However, considering the key needed to unlock our dude's full potential, gutting his eyes might not be a bad deal. Of course, the prince had not read the letter, so he had no idea the true way to unlock his powers, and he was not pleased about the eye threat. He struggled against that big beast with all of his eyes, cursing that stupid, lowly demon but refusing to scream at all. If that was the case, then that big, sadistic brute was willing to take the long way to find out. That long and terrifying dagger dove right for Lavis' eye, and the red in them glinted when that blade was inches away from his vision, his eyes widening in shock. Instantaneously, Scream had sealed his fate, and the fate and that long, pointed dagger stabbed deep into the heart of the main character's eye. Cyan was horrified to see that gory scene, but he kept his scream to himself. The worst thing to do in that moment would be to make things worse for his good buddy after all. However, all that poor demon succeeded in doing was breaking the demon bloodstone, as Bambi had intended. Its shards fell to the floor like scattered rain, and Scream felt a sudden, deadly change to the air. Even the main character could not believe his luck. How fortunate it was that it seemed like his vision had suddenly cleared up. The best possible situation was Scream somehow nailing the right eye in his first attempt too. Lavis had not smiled this wide in a long time. The power thrumming through his veins was so heavenly that it triggered a flashback scene. It was the letter that Bambi had written, the one the obtuse idiot had chosen not to read for some reason. The bloodstone Meanwhile, Lim Shan remained trapped in a hell of his own making, and it looked like things were getting even worse for the poor boy. He stared in horror at how bad things were going. This was not what he had planned for his life. A predetermined school, relationships formed inside a classroom that he could not escape from. The young boy had endured all this just to survive and avoid becoming a target. He had worked so hard and forced himself to act like he liked someone, acted like he hated other people, without needing to pretend to be too close. He had done nothing when his friend had gotten bullied, but deep down inside, he just wanted to help people find relationships that they truly needed. That was why he had created that app in the first place. This was not what he had intended. He did not make an app to sell drugs or anything like that. The boy worked hard to disable it somehow, to end the reign of terror that was spreading fast. He worked as fast as he could before the punks guarding his room could notice. Of course, they eventually noticed, and they growled, wondering what was going wrong with their equipment. Now they were getting some kind of messed up error message, and they growled, mumbling that the apps were now acting weird. It was a last-ditch effort, but Sion had to hurry if he wanted to successfully break everything before his captors found out what he was doing. They were kind of stupid and slow, so they should not have noticed what he was doing. The boy hurried and put a chair at the door, which immediately alerted all the strong jerks in the room that he was definitely the one responsible for all the errors. It was a move made too fast to think logically because he could definitely see the huge window made of glass that made the room very accessible to these violent punks. As soon as they realized what was going on, they immediately started raging, roaring and cursing at the kid, as well as doing their best to get inside. They had to hurry and open the door before he wrecked their business. As they were trying to do that, the little bespectacled kid was working very hard at deleting the app and all of its data, so that no more of that filthy blue ribbon could be spread around the world. He moved quickly, faster than his little fingers had ever moved before over the keyboard, his fingers moving with urgency as he tried to fulfill all of his desires as fast as possible. He begged for this to hurry and work, and an alarm button lit up on the screen just as one of those violent punks finally tossed a chair right through the glass window. Naturally, the thing shattered, and the punks came leaping through to bring hell to the kid who dared to defy them. There was now nowhere for him to run, and they growled, punching his glasses right off his face. They were always doing that. They stared in horror to see that the app was already lowly deleting itself, and they kicked the brat with hatred and rage. They had to stop the app from deleting immediately because if Yongmu showed up, they would definitely die. But they did not know the first thing about computers, and were not sure how to stop the app from deleting. The kid was not going to say a single thing either, and he protected his head as best as he could with his arms, knowing that he just had to hold on until the app got deleted. Somehow, no matter what, he would make sure that the monster he had created would go down, even if he had to go down with it. With a growl, the boy slashed as the shoe that had been continuously stepping down on him, slashing the man in the leg and racing for the broken window. He did not go for the window but the fire extinguisher. Actually, undoing the pin and roaring that they had no right to touch what was his. Now he had the hose cocked like a gun, and he cursed at the men before unleashing hell on them, and dosing those jerks with all the foam that he could raise. They screamed and cursed as he hit them with that smoke, yelling that this nonsense was insane. Sion had been able to make a smoke screen that should buy him and his app some time. The thing was almost fully deleted, and the green reached the end of the white bar. Finally, after all of his efforts, the gray-haired boy found tears beating at his eyes in joy. His sacrifice had not been for nothing, and he had been able to get rid of that stupid app once and for all. Of course, his captors did not share that joy, and he had wasted the smokescreen opportunity to attempt an escape. The big guy in the lead rushed at the kid as he dropped his weapon, to end up getting strangled. The poor kid fell to the floor, and the dude cursed, yelling that the other goons should bring something to restrain that stupid nerd. The others agreed, and were struggling to get their bearings so that they could obey their leader's command. The little kid struggled, trying his best to escape the murderous adult, but he had finally reached the end of the road. In the end, this was all that he could do, and tears beaded in his eyes at how pathetic the situation was. This was as far as he could go, and he was fine if this was how he died. Of course, the dudes that were using him were not fine about their situation at all. The app that they had commissioned and finally just started working was gone, and their boss was going to kill them. Naturally, they wanted the kid to pay for this. However, someone else had shown up, and it was not their boss. It was a different type of boss. A boss who had already called dibs on the minion that the jerk just so happened to be strangling, and he was pissed to see that dude manhandling his property. The dude in the lead froze when he heard that menacing voice coming from behind him, and he slowly turned in confusion because he had not expected to hear a voice like that. His confusion lasted for a few minutes, but a few minutes was all that Lavis needed to stretch out his demonic hand and attack that brute. It seemed the minions were still standing, and they wondered why their precious Song Jinhong was screaming like that. The mist cleared a bit, and they could finally see that their precious Hyun was getting whacked very fiercely by some kid who had suddenly shown up in the area. Naturally, they were stupefied to see this and gaped in shock at what was before them. When they had finally picked their jaws from the floor, They rushed at this stranger to get some revenge, but the prince had already dealt with bigger fry that night, and these guys were hardly worthy opponents. He rushed to meet them too, and those idiots got whacked by the heavy power of a misophobe who could not stand dirty people or their dirty deals. Those two idiots came crashing down, and Lavis glared at their audacity to lay a hand on his one and only servant in this stupid world. That was his first servant, and he was kind of territorial of it. Even if he died, he would not let what was his be taken. The way demons did things, they were very protective of what they claimed to be theirs. The little scion pushed to his feet in confusion and surprise to see Minho here. His friend had come to save him. It was a miracle. The boy remembered the first time he had shown his dark-haired friend the app that he was developing. It was the kind of application where people who got along could gather and interact. If they lived nearby, then they could share locations with each other and even form study groups. The kind of app that was formulated by someone so disconnected from reality that they could not consider how dangerous such an app could become. Of course, back then, Minho had been really impressed to see that his friend could make something like that. Then he paused and pointed at the strange-looking read alarm button. The boy blushed and explained that back when Minho was dragged away by Taewa's gang, he was sorry that he could not help back then. At the time, he honestly could not find where the dark-haired boy had gone. So, he had an extra safety feature. If that button was pressed, then the boy's location would show, and it would be sent to only friends. It would help friends find each other when they were in danger. If something happened, and Minho got kidnapped again, then Sean wanted his friend to just press that button. Then no matter what, he would come to help him, whether it meant reporting it to the authorities or gathering friends like them together. The dark-haired boy had been so touched by this feature back then. Minho had softly mentioned that he would download it too back then. Now, Sion found himself face to face with his friend, who had appeared and had saved his life. His eyes watered with tears as he stared in shock at the kid looking down at him. The boy had indeed gotten the red alert, and he had seen the location. Lavis was able to guess that his attendant had sent this message. His friend had gotten his signal. This was a very intense and heart-warming moment for the gray-haired boy, and he was so close to tears. His app had finally worked in the way that he had designed it, with the intention that he had for it. Tears fell down his face, and he broke down in tears of relief and joy, thanking his friend for coming to save him despite the danger. The poor kid fell to his hands and knees, and thanked his friend with all of his strength and power. Meanwhile, Tae was cursing and hissing and spitting. She could not believe he had lost luck, and she had no idea why they had suddenly found Thumbelves facing an enemy that was so strong. The kitten told her to stop moving already, and the girl hissed, trying to escape. Still, the cat had huddled her tight so she could not get away. Fortunately, Lavis returned, but that distracted the blue-haired cat girl enough for the tattoo artist to slip out of her hold and make a run for it. She ran in horror, and Street tried to get her, but the young lad just told the girl to leave the tone alone. They did not need the tattoo artist anymore, now that he had destroyed the drug, the stupid app, and he had his favorite minion back. First of all, it seemed that all the devouring flowers they had were finally gone, because that thick stench was finally gone. The boy had also made sure to torch the entire warehouse of that disgusting powder. The firefighters had come in to take care of the flame and save the trees around it. They worked hard to suppress the flame with all of their firefighting tools. They happened to find the redhead placed in a safe place away from the fire. It was unfortunate that our dude was not able to roast those guys as well, but he could not kill, so he just tossed the gang leader and his goons to the side. The firefighters were shocked to see those people. They looked half dead, but they would be able to save their lives and hopefully throw them in jail. Meanwhile, Minho and his little team skipped happily back to safety. The attendant got his glasses back, and it was a miracle that they were not broken. Now that he could see again, he stared in awe at the funny-looking blue-haired girl with a horn and pointed ears. Meanwhile, the main character was starting to feel like his Uncle Vamber was totally using him. He glared at the sky and promised that as soon as he got back, he would not be letting this raggedy behavior slide at all. They had to check in to be sure that they did not need to go to the hospital. Minho insisted that going to such a place was annoying, and he would rather sit around and let the boy tend to him. His attendant was quite happy to do so, smiling softly as he thanked his friend for coming to save him. He had just pressed the SOS in case, but he had not expected his friend to actually come. Now that the boy thought about it, he mumbled that he was kind of already on the way to that building by complete coincidence. However, the cat shut him up immediately so he would not hurt the little guy's feeling. There was no need for the squirt to know that it was a coincidence. They had taken the route to the hideout following the tattoo artist's instruction. If she was lying to them, the prince promised that she would end up like that dude earlier. The girl growled and complained that they were doing this just because Sean was their friend. That had to be why they were going this far. That was when the dark-haired boy realized that they had captured his slave number one. That answered the question of why the boy had not shown up at school that day. The girl was shocked that the boy had done all this, and he had not even realized that they had his friend. In that case, she had to ask what the reason was for him doing all this. Of course, Minho had no intention of answering a bum like her, but he did notice that the red alarm on his phone was beeping considerably. At any rate, It would be rude to mention now that the whole thing was just a coincidence, and it would hurt his friend's feelings. That was not how human relationships worked after all. Besides, no matter how high and mighty he was, this sentence was still a punishment, and the demon prince had to live here a while, so he needed to work harder at developing human relations. Plus, this student was clearly looking up to him, so he could stand to be much nicer to him. Cyan was like a puppy, happy to follow him into the line of fire if that was what it took. Right, Cyan had been wondering for a while, so he had to ask just who this blue-haired person was. The main character said in the most bored tone of voice that his newcomer was his subordinate, and her name was Street. Now the gray-haired boy stared in awe, his old theory of his friend crossing dimensions coming back. Could it be that Minho had some kind of world-changing secret? Now, the little nerd had a serious question to ask his friend, and he would prefer an honest answer, of course. The way the dark-haired boy had changed was so unreal that he now had a subordinate wearing the strangest of clothes. The little nerd shook and forced the words out of his mouth. He was apparently worried that his sweet and innocent Minho had probably joined some kind of bad organization. He hoped so much that his friend would not get involved with bad people, but it had come to this. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking that now that he had claimed the little nerd as his, it was possible that there would be others trying to target his servant in the future. In that case, he guessed that he could not keep lying to the boy forever. That was right, just as his little slave number one had thought. He was the son of the great demon king who had descended from the demon realm, and his name was Lavis. That was not what Cyan had thought at all. In fact, the poor little nerd was staring in shock at the black-haired boy as he had suddenly switched to speaking Spanish. There was no way anyone would guess that he was some kind of demon prince. That idea was absurd. It was so much for the little guy to wrap his head around, but the main character just smirked that this was how it was. Since the boy already knew, he now had to help him with his work from now on. However, the gray-haired boy was still in some disbelief. He had not expected Minho to spout nonsense about being the son of the demon king. Before he could finish that thought, he looked down and saw a cat nuzzling up. That creature had come out of nowhere. Right. Well, the prince did not feel like handling any form of difficult things, so he told Street to explain it to him. He had fought all day, so he was tired. Without missing a beat, Street went ahead to explain, never mind that he was speaking while still being in the form of a cat. The poor nerd was about to lose his mind from all the things that were happening around him very fast. He had a talking cat in his house, and his best friend was suddenly spouting nonsense about being the Prince of Hell. Of course, the poor guy was overwhelmed. It was so much that his brain seemed to zone out, and he lost all color. Meanwhile, back at the fire wreck, the gang leader was just waking up. Once again, it was a huge shame that they could not just kill the dude. They had burned everything, and they would head out first by transporting this kid to somewhere safe. While the kid was busy crashing out inside the van that they placed him in, being heated about how he had not been able to kill Lavis, suddenly, someone showed up before they could cart the redhead away. The firefighter asked for the stranger's identity, trying to tell him that the area was restricted, but the poor guy was silenced literally, and then waved away. It seemed to be Lord Hilt that Yongmu loved to worship so much. The demon greeted the poor child, saying that the boy looked so miserable. The boy greeted his Lord Hilt, swearing that he would definitely kill the dude who did this to them. The demon told the kid that they should go talk, and he retrieved him from the wreck. Meanwhile, the female firefighter was looking through the site. They had received the report that all the dealers had been subdued, but they wondered who on earth had made their work so easy for them. Plus, the drugs had been approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Now that was dangerous if illegal, harmful drugs had sway over even the government. They had already spread in large quantities among young students as well. This was trouble, and the lady cursed at those wicked people who would create such a terrible thing. Suddenly, she glanced to the side to see one of her colleagues drop to his knees and groan about a headache. The lady rushed over to ask if the detective was okay. The man groaned that she should check the car first. She stared in horror to see that the lead drug dealer was one, and none of them had any idea where that dude had gone. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the woods behind some really tall building, the redhead was in chains and screaming out to his lord, yelling that he just needed one more chance. How pathetic that he mirrored that one subordinate of his that he had punished before. The boy insisted that if he got more drugs, then he would surely be able to kill the one who attacked him. Meanwhile, the demon chuckled and asked the human if he knew how valuable those burned flowers had been. He had planted the long roots of each of those demonic flowers into many unfortunate who were left lying on the floor or hanging on the walls. The demon had gone through so much trouble to gather all of these humans, just so that he could use them for this crazy experiment. The demon sighed that all humans were worthless, and this was exactly the reason why it was better not to trust them. His precious flowers had been laid to waste by that evil prince. The redhead was still yelling and screaming at the top of his lungs that he just needed one more chance. However, the demon was done listening. Just like before, when Yongmu had executed that one dude from the past, the demon did the same and stabbed the boy's eye with the flower. The dude would have been better off just staying in the detective's van. The boy screamed and yelled about his eyes, writhing on the floor as the flower took root in his body and slowly ate his flesh and blood. The demon scoffed and asked the human if he could remember the blood oath that they had taken. The promise was that the human would prove his final loyalty with those flowers that he had been given, just as he had grown them. He would now become their eternal fertilizer, and the human screamed in agony. The flowers took root. Meanwhile, the terrified tattoo artist was hurrying to call someone, mumbling about how she had to survive. She just needed to grab the coin wallet and run. That was her whole plan. She seemed to be raiding an office and cursed because she could not find what she was looking for. Someone found her and then informed her that they had gone to the office, but the police were there. In fact, he had come just in case. It was that dude that she had tattooed on the head, and he had a knife. It seemed that he had come for some kind of revenge. The girl leapt to her feet, cursing at him and yelling that he had no right to cause any trouble. However, he had not forgotten what she had done to his forehead. In fact, he had also had some of that blue ribbon stuff that they were selling, and he was hungry for more. The girl called him Cray, wondering just how much he had already taken by himself. She noticed a nearby weapon and grabbed it, determined to fight and defend herself. However, she had a stick, and he had a knife. It was a huge weapon imbalance. One stab and the lady fell to the floor, gasping and grunting in pain. The dude was still completely out of it, gurgling as he asked for more of that very addictive drug. He screamed like an animal, head thrown back, mouth agape and heavily drunk on the drug that they had peddled. Now the lady was feeling mass regret. Taehi did not want to die like this. She cursed and sobbed that she wanted to live. Her vision got blurry as something purple manifested in front of her, and it only grew larger. Suddenly, Bambi popped out and giggled. If this happened, Lavis would hate it even more. The girl had no idea who was talking, and she begged for someone to save her. Well, the demonic blonde did not have the strength to do that, but if the girl was destined to fall into hell, then she should just accept her fate. The girl sobbed, weighing her options. However, the condition was that her body would have to remain here, in this human world. The stars were bright in the dark blue sky that evening, shining over tall towers stretching high. Inside the towers, the purple-haired, bulked-up demon was greeted by another demon with long, snow-white hair. This was, of course, Lavis' mum, and she greeted her little brother Barkin. It seemed that he had been plotting something since sending her precious son to the human world, and her face was twisted in disgust. The demon queen challenged her brother, asking how he dared use her son for his stupid games. The man grinned without shame. It seemed he was used to getting away with nonsense using his little brother's privileges. Yeah, he had indeed been messing around, but he assured his sister that there was no reason to worry. Lavis was all grown up now, and the boy could handle himself. Besides, the uncle insisted that he would not put the boy in danger, and he had actually placed the blood demon stone in his body. The sister was livid, of course. This fool had put the demonic bloodstone into her son's mortal body, and she roared him into silence. At this point, she was sure that her idiot had lost his mind. It was like he was planning to announce to the entire world that the great demon king's son was all alone in the human realm. Now, the other ferocious sources that were trapped would identify him. Worse, they could hurt him. That was unacceptable. The demon sighed and groaned that his sister should at least start trusting her son a bit more. But the demon queen dismissed his words at once. The problem was not that she did not trust her son. No, the situation was much worse than that. The problem right now was how worried she was about how the world itself was moving. Even the smallest crack could cause everything to collapse in the delicate balance between the demons in hell and the angels in heaven. That was just how unstable the world was right now. Her petulant brother insisted that the young demon prince was stronger than he thought, and that the boy took after him in his aggressive and combat power. In fact, the boy's power far surpassed anyone else's. However, that was exactly the problem with the demon queen, and she smacked that insubordinate oaf if smacking him was what would get him to listen. If even a single hair on her precious son's head was harmed, she swore that she would kill him and then herself. The purple-haired demon roared in protest. He was so much older now, and he was no longer the little brat that she had to push around. He would really prefer it if she treated him more like an adult instead of hitting him on the head. Then he started getting ridiculous, asking Bambi, of all people, to search through every magic book to find a way to rid the world of all the older sisters. The queen snapped back that she also did not want a crazy younger brother like him anyway. The blonde nervously asked them to please calm down, but that was like jumping in the middle of a cat fight. The sister was already strangling her precious brother, and the blonde knew to shut up. In fact, he was thinking that it was a miracle that his friend had even survived growing up in an environment like that. Meanwhile, in the night sky of the human world, the residential areas were also preparing for bed. Well, some of them. Sion had finally gotten over his denial stage, and he stared in shock to find that the boy was really and truly a demon. Lavis huffed, saying that, sure, a human called them that, and his cat slave gushed to be classified under the same denomination as her all-powerful master. Now, Glaces knew the truth, and he worriedly asked if this meant that he was going to hell when he died. A wimp like him would probably not even survive a day in hell, but the demon prince countered that the hell going on in earth was hell enough. However, if his friend came with him to the demon realm, then he could make sure that no one would be able to touch him, since the great demon king's one and only successor was his master after all. Lavis seemed really proud about that, and the gray gray-haired boy gasped in protest. He really didn't want to go to a place like that. After suffering so much on Earth, he would really prefer the angel crowd. However, the demon prince was possessive as heck, and he growled that the boy was not allowed to go back. The prince swore that he would rip out Bambi's eyeballs and suck on them like lollipops as soon as he got back home. That was exactly the type of behavior that discouraged the kid from going to the demon realm. Well, the gray-haired boy then worriedly asked what had happened to the real Minho, his precious friend, whom he had built this app for. It was unfortunate, but the cat pointed out that the black-haired human kid had been destined to die anyway. Lavis's soul had been placed in basically a human corpse, since only the bodies of people like that could be used as vessel. Poor Glasses was distraught to hear that his sweet and kind friend had always been destined to die. That kind of thing was a hard pill to swallow after all. No one wanted to hear that their friend would always die young. In a display of fondness, the prince told his little servant to cheer up. After all, they would all meet in the demon realm in a few decades anyway. Poor Xian was even more distraught and cried even harder since he'd be going to the demon realm. The demon prince was very confused by this reaction. Humans sure had uselessly vivid imagination. The demon realm is actually a pretty fun place. Street happily agreed with him as she thought of all the manic and tortured people that existed in that place, which was truly the height of fun. The poor nerd was having the worst time of his life. At any rate, the little nerd still had a long way to go before that, and he did not need to worry. He just had to treat him the same as before, and to not let it slip anywhere. The little nerd trembled and swore his silence. It was not like anyone would believe him if he said anything anyway. By the way, the boy groaned that his whole body ached again, so he would have to go home now. Of course, his cat followed after. It did not take long for the boy to get back to the very large apartment building that contained his home. With a groan, he rubbed the back of his head and stepped inside, sure that he had used way too much bloodstone powder this time. The old man could not believe this was a beautiful cheat code. Not only had the demon prince been sent to hell, but he could also somehow use his demon powers while still being in a human body. It was the worst form of nepotism ever seen. At this point, the demon bro had to know when to call it quits, and now was the time to abandon all forms of dignity, because he barely had any dignity anyway. With not a single moment of shamelessness, the demon leapt right out of the window. Now that the disturbance was gone, the demon prince turned to face that troublesome old lady. If she wanted to be young again, she had to endure some bone-deep pain. She could not go about just stealing other people's bodies like it was nothing. She was the kind of cheapskate who wanted to get benefits for free without putting in any work in the gym. Of course, the mother did not take kindly to being called old. That was the highest of insults, and she hissed at that runt for talking to her so casually when she was years older than him. Of course, being so violent and loud was not so great for her current condition, and the poor lady ended up hacking and coughing a lot. Her poor son had to remind her to watch her health. At this point, the lady hissed and said fine, she would figure this out somehow. In fact, now she was curious, since this child before her was the treasured son of the woman whom she hated the most. If a child like that was torn apart, the wicked old witch wondered what kind of face that she would make. The dark-haired prince grinned as well, because she was not the only sadistic figure in the room, and he was truly wondering what would happen if the child of the woman that she had envied all of her life killed her own children. Now he wanted to see what kind of face she would make if she did that. The vile witch hissed at her twins to leap into action immediately. In fact, she wanted to compete to see who would be the one to bring the tongue of that arrogant little rat. Ever the enthusiastic child, Hansu was excited and ready to dance. He yanked out a ball and chain out of nowhere, grinning like a little jerk as he said that the obvious enthusiastic member was that the family was always him. He told his family to wait a little, but his dark emo sister had already pulled out her blades. Now it was time for the dance of the century between the demon prince and the offspring of his mum's biggest hatter. Hansu was already running forward with mad glee, eager to prove himself to his mother by bringing her the head of the arrogant brat that was clearly bothering her. However, despite how apathetic Hanyang acted, she was also competing, and she raced ahead to prove that she was the better child. The twin boy insisted that his veneral was more than enough to shut up one lousy kid. So, he raced forward, tossing his weapon at the prince like it was some bowling ball of death. Well, the young lord had been waiting for that attack, and of course the cat got knocked back immediately. Honestly, his backup was just a team of liabilities, but fortunately, Lavis could handle himself. His manifested sword was able to block the twin sister's follow-up attack, smacking her long and sharp blades away before he could end up like the unfortunate teenager that she had killed out back like a wounded dog. The girl insisted that her brother, Hansu, should stay out of this. She could handle the intruder. It seemed the kids embraced the opportunity to compete against each other for the honor of ending the prince's life. He had quickly become a celebrity in this space, but just for the honor of death. The twin boy yelled that his sister was in his way. The girl growled and told her brother just to watch her back. He was reckless and attacked without thinking. She knew better than to let her emotional brother get too close to what was clearly an experienced fighter. However, the prince was already seeing the gaps and holes in the fighting movement. Their teamwork was completely non-existent, so he was going to use that obvious hole to his advantage. He goaded them, telling the twins that at this rate, they would not get a chance to kill him. In fact, it seemed more likely that they would tear each other apart first. The twins were not listening, and the son screeched that he had almost got the other boy. They were busy interfering with each other's attacks, which was kind of great for Lavis. This meant that he did not need to do a lot of heavy lifting in this fight. It was kind of pathetic watching them throw away their obvious 2-against-1 advantage like that. Hansu was absurdly overconfident, but Hanyang was downright cynical. They were the perfect pair to split apart, and that made it easy to pit them against each other in battle. With a focus on the attacks, the prince brought this sword up and blocked the girl's attack. A strong enough strike was used, the force of her weapon against her, his might outweighing her own, and the ball and chain got tangled up in the sister's weapon. The twin boy cursed in annoyance because his own sister kept getting in his way over and over again. The girl also hissed because her brother was such an annoyance. However, that created an easy opening for the prince, who lunged forward and slashed through the twin sister's midsection. That made one very troublesome enemy down. The girl grunted, and the prince's sword tasted blood. Even with the mixed blood, that was a decent amount of power, and the boy wondered what on earth Mara had done to birth twins with so much demon energy. At any rate, that was not his problem now, as he just needed to focus on stopping them. The stupid twin boy was busy gloating that his sister got hurt because she was not strong enough, and she should not have competed with. He would be the one to cut off Lavis' tongue. That was very rich of him to say, but he actually put this money where his mouth was, and somehow successfully drew blood in his next attack against the prince. That was not so bad. Unfortunately, the sister recovered pretty fast, too, and now she wanted revenge for that little cut. She raced forward and hissed that she would be the one taking his head. Our boy was at a serious disadvantage as their strikes came in one after the other. He really barely had the time for this back and forth nonsense, but he was somehow able to keep up with. Hanyang's eyes widened when she realized that the prince was somehow able to dodge their attacks. The son yelled to the prince that he had almost died from his sister's attack, and he should watch out. It would not be fair if his sister got the chance to kill him after all. The boy wanted that chance for himself. Back and forth on the battlefield, the demon prince danced against two crazy, overpowered mortals, enduring to stay out of the reaction of their weapon, while also doing his best to attack enough and stop their weapons from meeting him. Their power and weapon crashed and clashed over and over in this consistent dance of death, a battle against strength and willpower. The twins were no joke despite their mortal bodies and blood, and the sister came down violently on Lavis, both swords powered with strength as she tried to break the prince's hold on his weapon. Still, the boy stood firm and tall, not letting his feet budge. Hanyang hissed, telling the boy to die over and over again, but he was able to knock her back and slide away. This situation was annoying to the main character. He didn't have enough mana yet to handle these two annoying villains. It was childish, but he wondered if he should try provoking them to make them drop their guards again. So, he called out and mentioned that Hanyang was actually pretty strong. It was rather impressive. The son, of course, immediately lost his mind when he heard the prince call Hanyang his big sister. He was born a whole 18 minutes before her after all, and he wanted the respect of the older sibling. That bro was barely acting like the older anything, so how was the prince supposed to know? Also, he went and got annoyed about the wrong thing, but at least he had the reaction that the main character was going for. The angry person hissed and swung his ball and chain around, breaking about how he was definitely going to kill the dark-haired boy now. Just taunting them a little had worked even better than Lavis had expected, but he was not about to complain about the results. The son charged ahead this time, his ball and chai flying around closer to the boy, while his sister came in from the back. The sister growled and insulted her brother, asking why he was rushing into a close-range battle when his speciality was clearly the far range. The boy just said that he was going to be the one to take their enemy's corpse to their mother first, and he was going to do whatever it took to do that. Meanwhile, the dark-haired main character had finally achieved his goal of making the dude's attacks rougher now. With his eyes wide, Lavis watched Hansu get so much closer to him, satisfied that the boy was now very much within his range. While all of this was happening, the Mara of the 12 black seats was fighting with the blue-haired cat. She could not believe that someone whom she had once revered had now become this grotesque, unable to rein in her greed. She was truly disappointed. The old woman hissed and yelled at the lowly beast. More than anything, the old gray-haired woman hated being called an ugly beast. The cat hissed but managed to dodge the witch's angry attack. This was all a desperate act of distraction, of course. While both Mara and the twins were occupied, the little scion raced forward to retrieve the fallen Mina. He tried to pierce through the barrier, but it was no good. They had actually put in the work to protect their property before engaging in battle. A surprising effort from actual smart villains. This was difficult. Our main character's team was way too weak to handle smart demons right now, and it would really help if Shan could somehow break through the barrier. First, the barrier was too hot, and then it became too cold. The girl was just within reach, but he could not reach her. It was a very frustrating situation, but the human boy would not stop trying to get her. A part of him begged Mina to please open her eyes. They were not sure how long the drug that she had been fed would keep her knocked out, but if she woke up, then perhaps they would have extra help when it came to getting her out of that stupid magic circle. The cat girl fought valiantly, doing her best as a lesser demon fighting against a highly ranked but fortunate, slickly ranked demon. The cat girl had to hold the old woman's distraction because if she noticed Sion it would be over. However, the human boy had to hurry and save Mina. The boy growled as he raised his hurt hands, shaking at the blisters that had reddened his skin. For some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he still could not get to that little girl. His hands shook, and he cursed his fate as just a human boy. He did not have any magic fighting powers, but he really wanted to help his friend. Manhwa and Mina had been kind to him all this time. He had been able to do nothing about Manhwa dying, and now Lavis had taken his place. He could not let Mina die as well, not when Lavis had saved him from becoming a wall decoration as some kind of flower plant. The boy gritted his teeth and hardened his will. Even if he was small, even if he was weak and tiny, he would not give up. Strengthened by this resolve, the boy curled his hand into a fist and growled from the depths of his heart as he charged again at the barrier that worked to keep him away from his goal. He would save Manhwa no matter what. His fist came down on that stupid barrier, using all the willpower that he had. The poor cat girl got tossed aside by the wicked Mara, crying out in pain as she got knocked back. She was beaten and battered, with her gaze focused on the mad lady who was fighting her with all of her might. The evil Mara scoffed and told the girl that it was time to stop this half-baked beast play, even with a rotting body. The demon cat hissed and hated that she was no match for a fermenting demon, old Katie. This should be as expected for someone who had been a part of the 12 black seats. The cat girl was no match for that wicked old lady. Mara was busy having the time of her life, showing off her power and shamelessly abusing those who could not compete against her. She laughed that they had really thought that she was weak just because she was falling apart. With a whisk of her hand, she had been able to toss the poor cat girl aside and into a wall. The cat demoness cried in pain when those 2 spikes tore through her skin, crying out about how much it hurt. The old woman laughed that the cat should just stay on the wall and watch closely from there. Fortunately, she had been able to hit the part of the wall that was not infested with cursed demonic corpses and flowers. The cat could stay there and see what kind of end these vermin would meet. Meanwhile, Xian had not given up, and he was still valiantly punching at the barrier and trying his best to get to the girl in time and save her. The cat girl hissed in horror, yelling at the small human boy to run away. The boy looked up a little too slowly, and there was a sudden dark splash of blood. Glasses cried out in pain as he got knocked to the floor, groaning as a slime kept him bound to the pavement. He had not been able to break the barrier, and now they had one extra person to save. The evil Mara laughed that she might as well use the kid as nourishment together with that brat, so he should just wait there for them to defeat Manhwa, then she could deal with both of those annoying pests at the same time. The boy struggled anyway. He was not going to just lie there and accept a terrible fate. The main character had brought him here to help him, so Sion was going to try his best. He struggled to fight the goo, but his body just would not move. The woman then scoffed that she had wasted way too much time on those rats, and now she wanted to hurry and possess the precious body that she had worked so hard to own. Her ugly hand stretched over Manhwa, and she started to recite a rather dark-sounding spell, swearing on the blade that cleaved the soul, on the moon of the oath, that she would now discard this rotting flesh. She cried for the flames of green to burn her veins and open the path, to tear open the gate of her heart and flip her life inside out. Mara called out to the darkness to hear her, and it was quite unfortunate that the phone line for darkness seemed to be very operational that night, because Mina's eyes looked very suspicious. It looked like the human girl's body was open season for possession and Mara was about to dive into that like she was a public pool. The witch cackled that her oath was now complete, and the prince turned in time to curse at how things were going. He was too busy fighting the winds to do anything about the situation. He had been working hard, trying to do everything by himself, but that was not enough. Immediately, Lavis strengthened the sword that he held, pouring in all the power that he had into it. He did not have time to play around with these children anymore. His demon eye blazed red, and things started looking different for the main character. With a burst of speed, he got even more violent with the twins, attacking them with twice as much tenacity as before. Within an instant, he had been able to push them back enough for him to take off running towards his little human sister. The twins yelled at him to stop, but it was not like you were going to listen to the pair of murderers. The boy raced forward, and a line of rope suddenly fell on Mara's son. It bound him tight and yanked him right off his feet so fast that he could barely keep his grip on his weapon. The boy could not compute what was happening, but suddenly his lips were sealed too, and he got tossed to the floor as he struggled useless. Finally, the little deal that Bambi had made had come in handy, and the dark-haired tattoo artist shushed the little menace to silence. It was not fair for the little guy to bully their dear Lavis Appa after all. That was against the rules. Meanwhile, the disgusting witch Mara was finally escaping the boy that she had forcefully taken over in the most revolting way possible. She bled her way from the first body's mouth and was now crawling her way into Mina's mouth like the disgusting parasite that she was. She fully intended to take over the beautiful girl's body, and her slime was slipping into her. It was truly the worst sight in the world. She entered fully, out of some sort of crazy, unbelievable plot twist. That disgusting demo had actually been able to slide her way fully into Mina's body. That evil witch had actually succeeded in her disgusting plan, and she laughed wickedly inside the body that she now possessed, cackling like an evil menace. At last the witch claimed that she finally had the perfect vessel. The poor woman whose life she had stolen lay dead on the floor, a fermented and abandoned corpse. The wicked former 12 seat was busy reveling in the joy of finally possessing a fresh new body. She enjoyed the feel of new flesh and the sensation of youth, moaning like a little call girl. That evil woman sighed with joy that this was exactly what she had been looking for, and she would now get to enjoy this beauty forever. Sion screamed in horror to see Mina get possessed, and the cat girl also wailed in horror. Minho was still trying to get to her, but the twin girl Hanyang was distracting him, asking him where he was looking. He had no business disturbing their mother, and she wanted him to focus on her. The prince cursed that he was too late to stop the ritual. Meanwhile, it seemed the tattoo artist had turned into some kind of weird fangirl, just gushing over Lavis and his beautiful lips. It seemed the path to rebirth and demonhood had not been so great for her brain cells. Even his new look was so sexy to her. Actually, it seemed like she had been possessed by something. The dark-haired prince grunted in annoyance. This whole situation was frustrating. He had to pick up all the slack in this group, with no one being strong enough to even handle the decaying villains. The black-haired lady, who was frankly acting really weird, cheered herself on. She had to get a grip because their appa was in danger right now. However, if she stepped in, her appa would look at her, and that would cause attraction in levels that were enough to make him combust and die. She was very clearly unwell, but this just about confirmed that the girl's body had been possessed because her fantasy of Lavis was of when he was in the demon world, which meant that she was most familiar with that form. At any rate, no matter who she was, she could not just stand around admiring him forever when he needed serious help right now. The twin boy was still under her grip and doing everything possible to escape her control. He was even busy wiggling away while she was busy gushing over her senpai. That was when the twin's sister noticed that her brother was down and reasonably wondered who on earth had been able to knock down her brother. Well, surprise, surprise, this was the prince's chance to take care of that annoying girl once and for all. Unfortunately, Hanyang was able to call out and alert their mother of Hansu's pitiful state while blocking the prince's next strike at her. That thieving witch who was wearing Minha's body like a glove finally looked up and noticed her son crawling around on the floor. That was rather annoying to her, but she snatched off the tape on his mouth and asked him what on earth he was doing fooling around like that. First, the boy took a very strong breath because he was going to need a lot of oxygen for his upcoming rant. Apparently, someone had jumped out of nowhere and suddenly attacked him and even tied him up with a lot of rope. His mother chuckled at this testimony, noting that they had an extra unwanted visitor in her home. If that were the case, she could easily handle an unwanted intruder. Suddenly, the twin boy looked up in surprise when he noticed that his mother had successfully stolen the poor girl's body. The mother in question was very proud of her win and showed off with joy, asking her son if she was pretty. Of course, he thought she looked gorgeous. She was his #1 cheerleader. She did not even look like their mom anymore. Sion was in shambles over all of this happening. She could not believe that this rat really took Mina's body and was wearing her like a costume. The poor boy wondered if it was all over now. However, there was still one chance. Mina's soul had not yet completely disappeared. The dark-haired boy immediately turned at this reignited hope. Apparently, tonight was the moonless night. This was the night when the moon would hide and the border between the human world and the demon realm would blur. During nights like that, magic contracts and even souls were at their most unstable. In other words, until the night had fully ended, Mara's ritual could not be considered complete. Miss Mina's soul was still valiantly fighting for her body, and they should not give up on her just yet. It was all the motivation that the prince needed to hear. Suddenly, the possessed human girl started to move like she was reacting to these words. She stretched out her hand, crying out that her body was moving on its own, begging her brother to save her. The boy instantly recognized his sister's soul reaching out for him. However, the demon then burst into a wicked laugh, grinning with the ugliest face possible, as manipulating these desperate children was fun. She had worked so hard to get a young and beautiful face, and now she was ruining it by pulling the ugliest faces known to man. She giggled and said that she sounded just like the real Minha. This stupid joke enraged Lavis, and he refused to be made a fool of. The wicked Mara laughed, saying that she was very tired of this game now. She called to her children and told them to hurry up and kill these intruders who had worked so hard to get in her way. The twin son already leapt to his feet, and he raced forward, yelling that he would definitely take down the intruders. They would hurry and find that rat who had captured him and kill her too. The prince hated everything about his current situation. In his past life and form, he would be able to fold those pathetic little half, breeds into lawn chairs, but now he was actually struggling just fighting them. The boy could not stand how annoying it was to suffer such humiliation. He was the berserker of hell. He should have way more aura points. To make things worse, while he was struggling against these stupid twins, the mother was approaching his weak and defenseless counterparts. She headed to Sion with plans of eating him and powering up. The cat demon hissed at that disgusting woman, but she did not care. As far as she was concerned, she had won this silly little game, and now she planned on cashing out all of her wins big time. She was even wondering which of them she should eat first. Our dude would really need to form a much stronger team if he were going to have this habit of fighting powerful demons to escape to Earth. He could not keep protecting everybody. Suddenly, the witch Mara noticed a weird ball beside her foot. She paused for a moment to wonder just what that was. Big mistake, because it suddenly popped open, and there was a very weird-looking creature sitting inside and emitting a lot of smoke. It looked like a mini version of the Prince Lavis rolling to her like a little angry hedgehog ball. Mara was naturally horrified by this sudden attack and hissed, wondering what the heck this thing was. The prince, meanwhile, stared in shock and realization because he happened to recognize that attack very much. Mara screeched and demanded someone explain what the source of that very foul stench was that was gassing up everything. However, the someone in question was already running full force at her. The person moved fast enough to yank out the iron spikes from the cat girl, and she screamed in pain, but they did not have time to nurse wound. When she glanced down, she noticed claw gauntlets being added to her artillery. Street was shocked by the upgrade, but the person giving her the tech did not even take the time to explain. She just told the cat to use those claws and took off. The girl was surprised and stared, asking if the mysterious girl was Jin Ji Hei. The nerd who was stuck to the floor was suddenly freed, too, the goo around him being cut to ribbons. Finally, after having to struggle by himself for so long, the dark-haired boy had backup. The nerd was given a weapon that he was supposed to use to help their brother. Of course, the nerd was a little taken aback. After all, Lavis' latest cheerleader was wearing the face of the girl who used to beat and bully him. However, the lady did not stick around to chat. She just left him with a gun and disappeared. A gun was a pretty easy to use instrument for a kid with not a lot of muscle. Meanwhile, Street was checking out her modified weapon with demon realm power. It was amazing high-tech gear, and she wondered how on earth that fraudulent drug-selling tattoo artist had even been able to get her hands on such a thing. The boy also stared in awe at the gun that he had been given. He had not even gotten the decency of an explanation of how it worked. However, the most important thing right now was that both Xion and Street were finally armed with weapons from the demon realm. They had no idea why their former enemy would be willing to give them these weapons, but this was not the time to stand around asking stupid questions. The nerd checked out the gun and suddenly felt an intense flood of demon power flooding through. Suddenly his heart felt weird, and the boy shook from head to toe, gritting his teeth and growling as the force of the transformation hit him. His heart felt like it was beating like crazy as well. His eyes widened as the little nerd fought against the impulses of his body. He felt so dizzy that it was like he could not breathe. This overwhelming sensation coursing through his soul was so intense. Meanwhile, Mara was still coughing from the smoke screen that filled the room, asking where her enemies had even gotten something stupid like this. It was an eyesore, and she growled, asking them what they were plotting. Well, she was about to find out because the first person to attack her was the street monitoring cat. That blue-haired little devil was out for blood and vengeance for what that sick and twisted demon had dared to do to the body of her precious prince. The former 12-seat demon scoffed that she was not going to be scared of the cat, just because she had picked up some extra claw weaponry. Wearing something like that would not change the outcome of the fight, no matter what. Well, she could go on clinging to those beliefs, but Street was also going to go ahead and try her best to take her down. It was only an ineffective toy if she failed, and Street had no plans to fail. Of course, her opponent was not crazy about failing either, and screamed that the result in this fight was going to be so obvious, like the outcome had already been sketched in the stars. She had no intentions of losing to an abandoned low-class demon beast. The said lower beast scoffed with hatred at the woman with the wretched heart. The cat refused to take that scolding seriously when it was coming from someone who threw themselves away because of greed. The battle between the two was as fierce as a cat fight, blows being thrown and blocked at the same time. As they fought, Mara smirked, insisting that the claws that the cat wore were no more than just simple toys. In fact, she just had to eat it all and everything along with it. Her sticky, ugly and disgusting gooey arm stretched out to grab the cat girl, but fortunately, Street had the sense to dodge. She was not about to stand around like a fool and get hurt by the other lady. Those tentacles were getting thicker the more they fought, and they just would not cut. No matter how much she dragged her fancy new claws against, Street needed to re-strategize somehow. Plus, even worse, Mara had started adapting to the body that she had possessed. If they let this battle go on for too long, the longer they would delay, and everything would get so much worse for. Meanwhile, The evil witch was still happily fighting with all of her might and chuckling over her new and nice fresh batch of lively and fresh demon beast. She wondered what that would taste like as she attacked with relentless and reckless abandon. Suddenly, the blue-haired kitten noticed the existence of the umbilical cord that was connected to the vessel. This reminded Street that the Lady Mina was just an ordinary human. This meant that she could not accept everything of Mara at once. Realizing this, the blue-haired cat jumped back, her attention deviating from the human in front of her to the fermented corpse that was now lying in the center of the magic circle. So, this was what the old woman had been distracting them from as she fought them. She had put up a good distraction, but it was not enough. The crazy witch had no intentions of letting them find an opening to attack her body. Her attacks became wider and faster against the street cat, chasing her away from the hidden corpse. Still, the Blueonette had figured it out. They had to sever the umbilical cord connected to the vessel's corpse. If only they could break the magic circle somehow, just so that they could do that. Meanwhile, someone noticed that his breathing was stabilizing. The short, gay-haired kid could not help but spare a moment or two as he stared down at the gun in his hand, wondering what on earth he was supposed to do with that. Suddenly, he noticed the umbilical cord leading out of the barrier and the decaying body sealed inside. Finally, the little nerd was putting a few things together, and his gaze shot to the person fighting the cat girl. The wicked witch had her back to him. She did not notice him, nor would she notice if he struck. He also realized that these tentacles coming from her were connected to the vessel's corpse. If that was the case, then the boy's glowing eyes spoke to him that this disgusting creature had not yet fully transferred to Mina yet. And if that was the case, then they could still save her. The magic circle was meant to protect the original body until the transfer was complete. There was still a chance to save their human friend and Minno's little sister. If they could get rid of that magic circle, then everything would finally change. Bright, big eyes sensed a strong energy, and the understanding of it flooded his being. Suddenly, the little guy's eyes widened as he realized what he was looking at. He could see the structure of the magic circle in front of him. So a magic circle in the end was just some kind of geometry. If magic were maths in some kind of way, then that meant the boy could easily pin down its weak point somehow. Geometry was all about shapes, and shapes could be converted into formula. In the end, a magic circle was just a structure calculated with numbers. That magic circle was maintaining the connection between the vessel's corpse and Mina. The human's eyes lit up as he studied the formula in front of him, checking every crack as he pieced this picture together. He had to solve the formula of the magic circle and find its weakness. Carefully, the boy carved out some numbers on the screen before him, checking the barrier equation. He could see that the center was a cubic polynomial. The flow of mana was in an S-curve form as well. The core of the seal was hidden in the extremum. If that was the case, then the boy just had to differentiate. The cat girl looked up in surprise to see the boy decoding the magic formula. It seemed that the little scion was actually solving the magic circle in that moment. However, she did not have the time to be wowed and distracted. She was facing a real pain right now, and she could not afford to lose to that witch. She figured that the human boy was able to do this because of the weapon that Jin Ji Hei had given him, but now the human nerd could analyze magic too. That was a pretty fancy boost in power. Of course, the witch did not feel like celebrating anyone's upgrade in power, and she hissed, growling that the cat should hurry and submit to her power. This fight had dragged on, and she wanted to consume the troublesome lower demon once and for all. The cat hissed, knowing that while San was busy solving the magic circle, she had to buy as much time as she had, just like before. The difference was that she could put up a bit more of a fight, and she would not be backing down so easily. Meanwhile, the gray-haired boy focused on the task before him. He wanted to convert the structure of the magic circle into a matrix form. The main diagonal of the mana vector was a symmetric matrix. Now he was grinning as more things started to unravel before him. If he found the eigenvalue, there would be only one weakness. Finally, he had found the variable that he had been looking for that would undo the whole circle. The nerd had hit the jackpot, and he grinned like a little devil as the critical point of the circle was finally exposed. Now that he had found the magic circle's local minimum, he raised his gun and ignited the circle's destruction. His gaze was downright demonic as he focused all of his attention on the puzzle before him and let loose an explosive pink ball that shot right at the center of the barrier, keeping them away from their goal. Finally, our bro's backup players had leveled up enough to actually render assistance. The targeted point in the shield was hit with enough force to shake the shield, and with the force of power directed right at it, the shield shattered. Mara turned in horror to see her former body exposed, and the nerd fell back, overwhelmed from making just one shot. All he had done so far was bring down the shield. He had to stand up and sever the bond between the body and the evil witch. Naturally evil, with Quaz not taking any of this progress very well, and she screeched like a sick and twisted banshee of hate. Just outright hating with all of her might. She screamed and asked how the heck the boy had been able to do that to her magic circle. The nerd boy was busy giggling on the floor as he chuckled to himself. He had calculated, and the formula was proven. He had even been decent enough to explain how he did his work to her. According to his formula, the magic circle had collapsed, but it had taken a lot from his fragile human body for him to make that shot. The boy's eyes closed, and he groaned, resting for a bit after such a strong attack. Well, wickedness did not rest and Mara was on the move, ganging up on these uncivilized teenagers for getting in her way. Her entire body had not crossed over yet, she did not want to admit it, but the cat had been right earlier. Now that the gray-haired nerd had done his part, the rest could be handled by the cat girl who leapt forward. Street raced ahead and the evil witch asked the cat what she was trying to do. Without any hesitation or explanation, the cat raised her claws and slashed the body before her. That was a woman of action who was not waiting around for the villain to win or fight back. Mara screamed in pain and turned her arms into weapons to attack Street. Wanting to pull the cat girl off her body, she managed to knock her off for daring to dig into her body and Street hit the wall. One day, one of Lavis' helpers would finally be able to finish the work that they had started against any of the villains that they fought. The witch, of course, ran to her body, refusing to let everything be ruined at this point. She shook her noble body, which she had totally been hating on a few hours ago, grumbling about how she could not risk losing even a single piece of flesh. The cat girl pushed her body up tiredly, mumbling about how greed grew like a tree. However, in the end, it could not bear its own weight and would eventually break. When it broke, filthy things would surely cling all over it. It seemed to be some kind of proverb, but the witch was not in the mood for wise saying. She cursed the low-class demon beast for getting in her way, growling that she would chew her to her bones. However, the girl just smiled that now those things and her greed would burn together and disappear. She knew it would happen because they had cleared the path for their lord Lavis. Now the prince of the demon realm towered over that haughty woman, carrying the unconscious forms of her two children. It was finally Lavis' turn to get some much-needed revenge around here, and he was so enraged that he was flaming from the mouth. Mara froze in horror when she realized that the prince had reached in such a vulnerable state. Hansu used the last of his strength to apologize to their sick mother. Unfortunately, their opponent had absorbed some of that red smoke, and he had suddenly gotten stronger. The evil witch's eyes widened in both horror and realization when she saw her children just hanging from his hold. That smoke from earlier had been the trigger somehow for the defeat of her kids. Meanwhile, the being possessing Taehee's body was still happily gushing over our dude. Bound in the demon realm, the lovesick maniac was overjoyed. Thinking that it was such a good thing that she had drawn some blood from her brother's body. She had planned to keep such a precious little charm piece forever, but she had no choice but to use it up now. After all, Lord Bambi had told her something very important about the prince before she entered her new body. The blonde had told her that in her new body, they had implanted a special demon blood stone into the prince. So, if the prince absorbed his main body's blood, then he would surely regain part of his original power. More and more pieces of our dude's original strength kept finding their way back to him, and this girl had now happily gifted him some of his power, encouraging the crazy prince to go wild just like he had done before. This freshness rolling through his body. It had been so long since the prince had felt a sensation so divine. The witch Mara was not so pleased about how things were unfolding, of course. First, she took the time to scold her children and call them trash, yelling that they could not even handle this one thing that she had asked them to. Suddenly, Hansu gasped and Hanyang gasped as well. It seemed their mother had connected her weird and slimy tentacles to their necks, and they screamed as their eyes glowed and something strange began to happen to their bodies. With an explosion, suddenly the male twin was up again, on his feet, and swinging his weapon around. Of course, his twin sister was right by his side and ready to go another round with the overpower prince. The kids thanked their mother for the power boost, swearing to kill the human in front of them this time. Once again, the no-kill rule that Lavis had to suffer under was truly such an amazing pain. The twins kept standing up after he had already beaten them, and he could not just eliminate them or his soul would perish. It was a really troublesome situation. However, the boy stood his ground and Thurs able to deflect the two instruments at the same time. Now Mara was extra heated, and she yelled at the jerk who called himself the prince of the demon realm. The crazy woman had to ask at this point why the boy was risking so much of his life for a mere human woman. She was not even his real little sighter. Yes, well, that much was true. However, the boy smiled as a fond memory stood out the most in his mind. In truth, the risk he was fighting so hard and doing so much as risking his life was because his sister's baking was just that good. The opponent was not having it, of course. Anyone would be heated if they realized that they were getting beat for such a stupid reason. Unfortunately for her, the prince doubled down on his nonsense. The cake that his sister had fed him was not a taste from the human world. It had basically been food from the heavenly realm. At this point, he was just saying anything, but truly Lavis felt that his sister had invented a new form of divine baking. Hansu could not believe that he had a stupid reason like that for fighting them. A demon should not care about food from the heavenly realm. This made the boy scoffed as he asked the siblings if they had ever even fed each other cake. They spent their whole life competing for their mother's love. It was likely that they had never tasted such sweetness before in their life. The twins did not seem to care and were extra annoyed that he was taking such a thing so seriously. In fact, Hanyang yelled that she would only make cake to throw it at her brother's face. They were very clearly lacking in the brotherly and sisterly love department for sure. The prince sighed at them and cut the angry girl's neck, a clean slice bringing her down. His face was emotionless as he looked upon these pitiful siblings, who did not even show love to each other. But the taste of his enemies' blood sure was sweet. Their blood immediately filled him with strength, and the boy's eyes widened at the flood of power that ran through his veins. It was not just power that flooded through him, he also got an immediate taste of their memories. He recalled the little girl Hanyang showing off her test results to her mother. She had gotten 100 points in school. Hansu also happily said that he had cleaned up the house perfectly. Those poor kids were reduced to doing housework at such a young age, doing everything to please their ungrateful maternal figure, but she did not care either way. She yelled at them that they should just drink some water if they were that hungry. She called them useless and often left them at home by themselves when they were little. The twins had grown up unloved and unrecognized no matter how hard they worked. They were a pitiful duo that had been starved for love since the day their mother's body got taken over. Studying, cleaning, no matter what they did, it was not enough to earn their mother's praise, and it made the two feel very depressed about their life. At some point at the Café Lala, the mother had watched some videos of women getting picked up by all sorts of handsome men, and she complained that her stupid children were ruining her chance of having men flock all over her and shower her with praise. She was even hating on an innocent couple that was just showing love in the same cafe. She complained to her daughter that she hated the woman being showered with love, and the daughter stared at the happy lady in the corner. If that was the case, the little girl leapt up from her seat and ran to meet that lady who was bothering their mum. Running as fast as she could, the little girl suddenly shoved the lady so hard that she spilt her drink. The poor innocent lady screamed out in pain, yelling because the drink was hot. She had no idea why she had gotten attacked out of nowhere, and of course the mother came rushing to retrieve her child. The angry woman cursed and yelled because her perfect white clothes had been ruined now. The mother sighed and apologized, saying that she could go and buy something that the other lady could go and change into. She quickly took her kids away from the cafe after ruining that poor woman's day. The evil Mara sighed and asked what she should do. Now that they had ruined that lady's day, she could not stop smiling. She held her daughter close and tight, saying that her daughter was so cute and special that she could collapse form how cute the baby was. The mother had been so excited to see that lady's day get ruined. It served her right for acting so pretty. It was the first time that any of the children had gotten praised by their mother. Of course they remembered it. The son was immediately eager to get in on this kind of behavior. He yelled that he wanted to do it next time. He could also fight people for his mother's sake. Mara laughed and said that next time she would let her son try, encouraging a habit of her children doing bad things to earn her love and desire. They had realized that if they bullied someone that their mother was jealous of, they would then earn instantaneous praise. This was the nasty habit that the twins learned under the guidance of their rotten mother. If they hit someone that she hated, then they would earn her praise. The woman was always elated when her daughter got violent, praising her for listening to everything that she said. Like that, the girl soon picked up the habit of getting weapons stained and dripping with blood. The children so desperately wanted their mother's praise, and so the girl had been happy to do anything that her mother wanted. Her mom was excited and asked Young if she could kill again next time, and the girl happily agreed. If she killed the person that her mother asked her to kill, then once again she would get showered with praise. This was how their life functioned. They existed just to be her tools, serving her, worshipping, and treating her twisted abuse like it was love. It was actually quite sad to witness. Prince Lavis lapped up their blood, their emotions and their memories, chuckling that these kids had really been raised well. The daughter yelled and screamed, telling the boy to hurry up and die. The twins needed him to die so that they could hurry and earn their mother's praise. They rushed ahead, competing to see who would be the first to kill him. The mother, shameless witch that she was, also screamed for them to hurry up and kill her enemy. It was such a pathetic sight, but they were really the true face of Demon, a bloody and very sad mess. At this point, he acknowledged their worth to be killed by his own hands. Immediately, Lavis unleashed and Hansu's arm went flying. As hybrids, these two did not count as, which meant that he could kill them. Mara's eyes widened when she realized that the color of the boy's eyes had changed. In fact, it was like he had once again become the ferocious beast of the battlefield, just like his crazy uncle Barkin. Kansu hit the floor, screaming in pain and agony. He could not believe the amount of pain that he felt from losing his arm. His sister yelled that he should have been careful, but it was just big talk because our dude Lavis doubled back to beat her up too. He laughed, guessing that they were worried because they were siblings. It was cute that they could show at least this much care for each other, though the boy quickly started blaming his sister for his misfortune, yelling that she had gotten in his way and that she should have done better. The girl growled in rage at his words. The boy growled that his sister should hurry up and kill their enemy, or he would kill her for sure. Naturally, Hanyang did not like being spoken to like that. However, a moment of distraction was very costly during a time of battle, and our dude raised his weapon like a manic demon. He loved watching the foolish ones fight against each other. They were making this job really easy. Hanyang's eyes widened when she saw the boy ready to bring down his weapon on them. Suddenly, she grabbed her twin brother, and the slash came down. This girl actually shamelessly used her sibling as a shield to protect herself. These twins were rotten to the core. their competitive spirit making them both do terrible things to each other. The boy now had a gash in his shoulder, and she screamed in pain because of how much it hurt. It hurt so much to get cut like that. The boy groaned and whimpered, his hands shaking in pain, and he cried out for his mum. The mother, of course, had nothing nice to say, cursing that her children were useless to the very end. Her poor victim, whom she had raised to be her tool. Mara urged her daughter to abandon her brother and to defeat her enemy once and for all. The daughter was eager to receive her mother's praise, so she threw herself at the demon prince, fighting tooth and claw to bring him down. Their swords clashed against each other, and the poor twin boy was already bleeding to death. He begged for his mother not to abandon him, crying and sobbing for a mother that had long since faded away. However, his mother did not care. She hissed and growled for the boy to just hurry up and die, and that he should not resist for no reason. Mara joined in her attack and flung her wide, slimy tentacles at the prince, making it a 2-against-1 battle. The dark-haired boy had to reassess his fighting style now that Mara had sunk to cheating. He did not like that. He had dealt with at least one of the twins, but it was annoying to see that the transfer between the two bodies was still taking place. Mina's body was almost taken over. He needed to speed things up around here. If he wasted any more time, he would soon lose his sister and her precious baking along with. Now that was the kind of thing that the prince found completely unacceptable. He was not ready to say goodbye to her miracle cake. He did not know how long this body could hold out as he kept pumping more demonic power through it, but he needed this body to endure a whole lot more so that he could somehow save his sister. He needed to take a gamble. With that, the boy grabbed the weapon before him, and he pulled it right out of the girl's grasp. Hanyang had, of course, not expected her opponent to suddenly and so bravely grab her weapon with his bare hand. Immediately, his arm wrapped around her slender waist, and his hand grabbed her head, biting down hard on that blood within her. The twins made for pretty good nourishment with all of the stuff that had been stuffed into their blood. If the main character needed extra power, then the best place to find that was inside their veins. The girl screamed in pain as she was feasted on by the dark-haired boy, but he was not about to let up. He drank deeply from her veins, and Mara hissed and cursed when she saw that her enemy was getting stronger. Yeah, two could play the cheating game, and he was done with watching her boost up her kids just to draw out the fight. Once he had drained enough blood, he let the girl's body fall to the ground, and she fell like a heavy sack of potatoes, unmoving and weak. By absorbing as much blood as possible up to this body's limit, Lavis was able to boost his strength and bend in preparation for a charge. His power would now be boosted all at once, and the boy raced forward, his gaze laser focused on the enemy in front of him. His arm stretched out to take her down, and she unleashed all of the disgusting power that she had to offer, screaming that the boy should not come any closer to her, as if he was just going to obey her and let her do whatever she liked. He cut through her summons and cut down all of her slime, slicing through it like a whirlwind of sharp demonic blades. The evil witch screamed, yelling and wailing, wondering why her enemy would not just die. Well, he had a lot of stuff to live for, and that included the heaven-sent cake that his little sister could make. It did not matter how much disgusting slime that she could summon, the boy raced forward and fought the demon in front of him with a growl deep inside his throat. His whole body felt like it was breaking apart from all of the power that he had forced it. However, this body had to endure until the enemy was defeated. This feeling, it felt like he would die while being completely crushed. However, the expression on his face was a totally different story. He almost seemed elated with mad glee as he charged at the enemy in front of him. He had longed for a feeling like this, and now he could completely revel in it while tearing his enemies to shreds. How he loved how much fun he was having right now. Of course, his enemy was not having any fun at all. She was having the worst time of her life, in fact. She tried to fight back against the boy soaring towards her, but she had expended a good deal of her power just powering up the twins, plus he would never let her take a second opening again. With a burst of speed, he served the connection between the decaying body and his sister, and Mara screeched, cursing the boy who had gotten in her way. She yelled that he was ruining everything at the last moment. However, he was not even done yet, and those demonic eyes blazed sharp and red. In seconds, he had knocked down the body of his sister, strangling Mara, who still dwelt within her. She yelled for the prince to let go of her at once, and that trash like him had no right to touch her. No matter how much she screamed and wailed and made a fuss out of everything, it was all over for her now. Her foul-smelling lifeline had been cut. Then the Witch of Greed began to panic, yelling that she could not die, especially not at the hands of the son of her greatest enemy. She refused to let go, wailing and screaming. However, Lavis gave her his final warning. If she left Mina's body on her own right now, then he would let her live. That was the best that he could do for her right now. The woman was shocked that she was even getting a second chance. The boy scoffed that he was Lavis Vindica, and he swore it on his father's honor of the great demon king, but only if she left his sister's body alone. The witch's eyes widened, and she thought to herself that the prince was afraid that she would not leave this body, and he thought that she would self-destruct instead. The witch then grinned. It was a shame to leave this body, but as long as she lived, she would find another one. In that case, she started grinning like an idiot, saying that someone of the great demon king's bloodline would not lie on their family's honor. She asked him to first drop his sword. If he dropped his weapon, then she would do as he wished. For now there was no other way. That devious parasite was clearly up to no good, but the boy let his weapon fade away. His blood sword dripping to nothing on his fingers, he stepped back, telling Mara to leave that body now. The Witch of Green hissed but agreed to leave as she pushed to her feet. With a wicked smile, she leapt from the girl's body, flying forward and shouting that she would come out, while cursing the boy with all of her might. It was everything that Lavis had hoped for, and the dark-haired prince grinned maliciously. As soon as that little witch came out of his sister, he grabbed her by the neck. The witch gasped and struggled, staring in horror at the arm that was now wound around her pathetic, liquid form. His arm was not even human anymore. She had thought that she had disarmed him, but he clearly still had a backup protection arm that she had not even noticed. The prince chucked that someone from the 12 black seats had really fallen for something that stupid so easily. Honestly, he did not know how to get the little witch out of Mina's body. Now, she had come out by herself and made everything so much easier for her. The witch growled and screamed, yelling that it had all been a lie. Even after he had sworn on his family and father's honor, the boy just smirked, saying that he only needed to protect his own honor. He was a demon after all, and he wrung that little parasite right out of his sister's body, yanking her fully out. Now the evil witch was wailing like a sad worm, shouting and screaming for her body. She yelled that she did not want to leave yet and begged the boy to let go of her. She made quite the pathetic sight, truly so pathetic and gullible that he was outright laughing. By twirling around a bunch, he was able to drag all of her disgusting body from Mina. The poor girl immediately fell back from exhaustion. Her poor body had been forced to endure so much. Now, all of that pathetic woman had been pulled out of the poor human girl, and the slimy witch wailed her protest at the way she was being treated. She begged the prince to please spare her, yelling that she would do whatever he told her to do. She even screamed and begged him to please have mercy. However, suddenly Hanyang was able to stand on her feet. Now this was a very difficult situation. The prince did not seem to have noticed her. Mara did though. Mara was pleased to see her daughter standing again, and she encouraged her to come forward and fight off the horrid person who was bullying her. Shakily, the daughter pushed forward as her mother encouraged he delay her enemy. The girl raised her weapon, a look of determination on her face, and the prince detected the sword at the last minute. However, suddenly, there was a splash of blood, and a gory scene was painted before them. Hanyang, the twin sister, had been stabbed in the back by her beloved twin brother. He wanted payback since she had used him as a shield. How sad that this was the end of two neglected children. The boy scoffed that his sister was always trying to hog all of the praise again. The boy was tired, saying that he could not just let that slide once again. His sister was always their mother's favorite. The girl coughed up blood and fell back, crashing to the ground on top of her brother. They continued to bleed out beside each other, and the mother screamed in hatred. She had been the one who encouraged the competitive nature between the twins when she had refused to give them any form of love. The woman yelled that they had blown their last chance to impress her just like that. Meanwhile, Lavis was sick of hearing it. He had to hear those kids idolize their mother over and over again, but the entire time their mother was trash though. She was a pathetic worm that would die like a joke, just like her two children. The demoness begged for her life, screaming and pleading. She promised to leave this girl alone and move to someone else. She begged in the name of the fact that she had once been like a sister to his mother. That was rich considering that she had tried to kill him earlier. She laughed that it might be hard to believe, but it was true, and he could ask Aeneas to confirm it. She used to be someone precious to his mother. In fact, she used to talk to her like she was an older sister. However, it was time for the old witch to face the music. Her children were dead, but even in this moment, she was thinking only of herself. It was so unfortunate that those two had died for a selfish thing like her. The greedy witch did not care. She figured that she could always have more brats who would do her bidding. She begged for the prince to listen to him. But he was done hearing her talk. One slash through her neck was all that it took. The woman gasped in pain and shock, horrified that all of her begging had come to nothing. She had honestly been too much of a threat to just let live, and now she faded away to nothing. The prince though tit was such a waste for someone who had once been in the 12 black seats. The demon coughed and screamed as her head fell to the floor. She, of course, used her last breath to curse Lavis Vindica, hating him for humiliating her like this. Now she would die at the hand of Aeneas, brat of all people. She hated that the most of all. She yelled that she would never accept this and swore to kill the boy. However, he just raised his teenage foot and stomped her out like she was no more than a very annoying cockroach that just refuses to die. The lady was stomped into oblivion, and he looked down at her in disgust. It had taken an annoyingly long time to deal with a pest like her, but then she faded away into nothing. The boy gasped as more of the demonic energy flooded into his soul and made him even more powerful. The full power of that rotten lady entered the bloodstone in his eyes, and his eyes widened. Now both eyes burned red, and the prince breathed out the power that flowed within him. This long and annoying battle was finally over, and all of his possessions were safe. He loved it. The cat girl hurried over, praising the boy as usual. As expected, he had been able to fell all of his enemies. Still, she was one of the 12 black seats, so he had so much power leaking out all over his body. It was kind of troublesome considering that he needed to return to his average life as a human. However, his demon had switched back to human with some effort. Honestly, that vulgar and filthy stench that came from fighting a lady so corrupt was so horrendous. They had wasted so much time on nonsense. Then the cat girl pointed out the bodies of the poor, pitiful twins. If Mara had not crossed into the human world, then there was a chance that they could have lived better lives with their real mother and father. They were no more than pitiful victims of one of the 12 black seats who had never once loved them. There was no knowing what would happen in their lives if their mother had never died. Even if parents were not demons, there was no telling how kids would end up. Children could still die because of their parents' greed, just like how poor Minha had almost died today because of their father's action. Meanwhile, Taehee's body was still watching everything unfold like a happy fangirl, giggling and blushing over the situation. Now that the battle was over, it was time for her to get out of here. However, the prince told her to halt immediately. He had noticed her presence, and he had a bunch of questions to ask. The girl was horrified and squeaked, hiding at once. It was kinda too late to try and do that when he had already noticed her presence. They had already seen her, and she had seen his demonic energy, so she should hurry up and come out. The girl cried and yelled that she had not seen anything, but it was too late to pretend. Besides, the prince already knew who was possessing the girl's body. It was a demoness named Belchia. The Bluenet gasped, recognizing the name of the famous weapon maker for the demon realm. Yeah, she was also the youngest daughter of House Murtano, who had been showered with every bit of affection and love, and rumored as the first weapons-making prodigy born in 3,000 years. It was indeed that Belchia, and the prince immediately demanded that she explain just why she had followed him all the way there. The weapons master wailed that Bambi had asked her to. In fact, she was the prince's present. Surprise was over, so now she was going to run away. The girl suddenly leaped out of the window just like that. Among the noble ladies, the most wild and shameless one was she, and she was also infamous for being the Dark Prince's stalker. However, right now she was totally wearing Jin Ji Hei's face as well. The prince growled as he knew exactly who to blame for all this. Bambi was once again messing with his life, and he had put Belchia's soul into Jin Ji Hei's body. This was very annoying for the prince. He yelled to Street, saying that once they got back to the demon realm, he would give the Bluenet the blonde demon as her subordinate, and she was instructed to work her former master to the bone. The Bluenet wondered if she could really dare to do such a thing. However, she was kind of intrigued and asked how long she would get to play with her former master. The boy responded that she should mess with him forever. The prince sure had a lot of grudges to hold with his blonde friend. Later in the demon realm, the sun rose high in the sky, and the demons there were just whining and dining and enjoying some time spent together. The prince's purple-haired uncle was being energetic about something, saying that he had been scared for a moment. His nephew had been very audacious when he had decided to just suck blood to solve his problem. That had been premium television. His sister sighed that it was truly cruel, but she was still curious to hear more about what her son had done when battling his enemies. With the power of the blood he drank, the brother informed his sister that her son had then cut through Mara's tentacle and stomped on her head. It was so brutal, and his uncle groaned that he could not say any more, even though he was clearly enjoying himself. The demon queen giggled about how unfortunate her former hater was. Her brother sighed that if his sister was going to be happy about it, then she should quit pretending to be polite. It was not like she was hanging out with strangers, so she should not be smirking with only her lips. The queen protested that she was not happy, and she scolded her brother for using Lavis like a plaything. She wanted him to stop now. He had executed Mara, who had escaped to the human world, so that was enough. She could not have a single day of peace because of that boy in the human world. The uncle pointed out that the tea that she was drinking right now was that very rare delicacy sent by the House Roydeds, and she had been sipping that beverage this entire time. The lady sighed that her drinking this tea had nothing to do with it. The uncle sighed and then said that he was just joking anyway. Now that Lavis could use his true power, the sister did not have to worry. She should relax and keep drinking her tea. The queen paused to glare, calling the names of her brother, his little blonde servant, and her husband. She had the feeling that the three of them were definitely plotting something. But the uncle insisted that the great demon king was not aware of his fooling around. Still, the demon queen pointed out that there was no way the blonde could slip a blood stone into her son's body without his father noticing. He was a king, and he had not become king by being an idiot. Well, she had a point, and her eyes widened when she wondered if her son was being used to catch Morgath. Her brother beamed and gave her the okay sign of a perfect score. The The queen was horrified by this admission and immediately tried to strangle her brother. How dare they use her son so recklessly as bait for such a powerful monster? The purple-haired demon wheezed, saying that the prince had wanted to catch that guy too. Besides, an uncle would not just sit by and watch his nephew fail to fulfill his dreams. The woman growled and yelled that she should have killed that dude 1,000 years ago. The man yelled, saying that it hurt so much. As all of this was happening, Bambi just sipped his tea. He sighed and wondered if siblings were not just people who wanted to kill each other in a past life, and then they reincarnated to meet again under the same parents. The blonde set his cup down and thought deeply about their current situation. Morgath, the target in question, was the one who commanded death. He was also known as the demon god of the end, who returned all existence to nothing. When the winds of death blew, the celestial realm, the demon realm, and the human world would all go out one by one. It was rather terrifying to think of. The cruel architect who sought to devour the human world and reshape the demon realm was, of course, Morgath. He was a very serious foe that needed to be dealt with immediately, and the blonde put his knuckle under his chin with his most serious expression. Wherever that guy was right now, he should just wait a little longer, because Lavis was coming for him. Meanwhile, the boy in question gently put his younger sister to bed. He had brought her to safety, and he watched her as she lay unconscious. Jung Minho, he had repaid the debt for borrowing his body by saving his precious little sister. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone yelled, asking why a kid who was supposed to be at the dorm had collapsed. Their mother ran in first, calling out for her children and asking what had happened. The boy just said something about how the girl had gotten hurt in the practice room. The mayor contestant, of course, stated, yelling about what the boy was doing to the precious body of a soon-to-be superstar. He yelled and asked if Minho was the one who hurt his sister. In fact, he yelled and asked if the siblings had planned this together to ruin him. The mother was horrified by such an accusation, asking how they could say something like that. The man yelled that they had both opposed Minha becoming an idol, and every time Minha posted online, her comments were filled with praise for him. Yeah, well, it was about time that he stopped taking credit for work that he had never put in the first place. The man yelled that they were all doing this because they hated seeing him succeed. He was going to just keep yelling. And he told his secretary to take pictures of his unconscious daughter, deciding to spread a scandal that she had been stalked, and that was why she was now unconscious. Then they would get even more attention and sympathy votes, and he could finally win the election. Well, this was the height of demonic behavior, and Lavis was just about done with his fake father's nonsense. It was one thing for the man to act like a demon. It was another for this guy to take all the credit for all of the prince's hard work. It was time for that pathetic mortal to know his place. The boy was about to speak, but before he could, his mother spoke up. She yelled, telling her husband to stop. He could not even see the state that her child was in. The man asked what she was talking about, but she yelled that she had believed that he would be a good parent. But as soon as her father died, the man had siphoned off their fortune and had used their family connections to prepare for the election. Now he even wanted to use her daughter to the point that she would collapse. The woman had suffered and endured many things in this household, but she refused to let her children suffer because of this man. She could not take it anymore. Meanwhile, the man yelled back that he was the one who took in a woman who ran away from a poor man after having 2 kids. He yelled that her father had thanked him for looking after her. He yelled that the woman had eaten up her ex-husband and now she wanted to kill him too. It was accusation after accusation with this unhappy couple, and the man yelled that his wife was very ungrateful. Well, the son had heard enough. Every word out of this man's mouth reeked. He almost could not believe that man was even human. It was hard to tolerate any more disrespect. It was a shame that the boy could not kill humans in the human world, but breaking a bone or two should definitely be fine. Once again, before Lavis could react, the mother yelled at her stupid husband, telling him to shut up. She even called him trash, and he was heated, yelling and asking what she had just called him. Even the demon prince was shocked. The man was trash and his attitude was trash. She did not want to hurt the kids again. She worried about them losing 2 fathers, but a hypocrite like him could not become the mayor. He was a horrible liar who used good people for his own benefit. The man cursed and said awful things about his wife, but she yelled back that she was not on his leash anymore. From now on, she would be the hand choking on his neck. Obviously, the more she spoke, the more enraged he felt. The prince had thought their mother was no more than a weak human. However, in this moment, she almost reminded him of his own mother. She was fierce and determined, and she would not let this man hurt her children anymore. The wicked man continued to get angry. He called them brats and asked how dare they do this to. Suddenly, he screamed in great rage, like a child throwing a tantrum. In the Middle East, at a US military facility, Fort Vulture, someone seemed to have raided the base and was trying to figure out which button to press. There were too many buttons, so it was really hard to decide. The man in the base begged the person not to press the launch button on the missile, and the person asked why. The man explained that if it were launched, then thousands of innocent civilians would die. The stranger's hand hovered over the button, and for a moment they went silent. Suddenly, the person said that was exactly what the machine was made for. If they did not want civilians to die, then they would not have built it. The wicked stranger pushed the button, and the missile launch sequence was initiated. The man yelled and asked why this person was doing this, and he asked what he was. The hooded stranger replied that he was a demon. It was hard for the military man to believe, but he turned demon, saying that he would let his men live so that he could go up there and tell his bosses that Morgath had done this. It was a bright and sunny day over the city, and everything looked pretty calm and peaceful. The red light clicked on, and a little boy happily pointed at the traffic light for some reason, as he had never seen a light before. Everyone was having the best time of their lives until a bomb suddenly dropped on them. It really felt like some kind of targeted racism, because there was no reason for the bomb to drop on a Muslim country, of all places. The officer shook with pain at the reckless carnage that this guy just caused. That thoughtless demon had just ruined a bunch of lives with no regret, because that was the kind of soulless monster that he was. The demon was very unbothered, and then he called for his minion, Shua, to bring in the fragment. The assistant appeared briefly, agreed to do as commanded, and then left pretty fast. Then the demon sighed, asking why humans would spend so much time and money creating something this good only to hide it away. It did not make sense to him. They had created bombs, but they only went about threatening to use them. At any rate, thanks to that, he had found the fragment with a single finger, so that worked out in his favor anyway. Bro really dropped a bomb on people just so he could finish his stupid treasure hunt. Meanwhile, in the main character's very mundane life, he sighed because his mother was not getting a divorce. Apparently, she could not recover the family fortune if she divorced that horrible man at this point. It was really annoying to the young prince. They needed money to live comfortably in the human realm. That was the only reason that they had to keep that horrible old man around. Deep down inside, Lavis truly wanted to end that stupid wreck of a father with his own hand. Unfortunately, that was impossible, so he asked his genius friend to find a way to get the money back. Cyan was surprised by how much his friend overestimated his abilities. He had no idea how he was supposed to figure that out, but the demon boy just said that his human best friend was the smartest human that he knew. Well, that was kind of flattering, but he was also the only other human that the prince knew outside of his family, of course. Still, the prince told his attendant not to underestimate himself or his abilities. The boy had, after all, developed the app responsible for that terrible drug distribution. It was at this point that Lim Xion had to shut up his friend immediately. It was not like he wanted information going around that he was mixed up in that crazy, messed up incident. The prince should not go about sharing that information in public, though he was more offended that his friend would dare to manhandle him. Maybe he would be manhandled less if he understood the principle of time and place. At any rate, the boy asked how long they had to keep drinking this stuff, and they should get going now. The boy insisted that they had to finish the drink before they could leave. Someone was hanging around dressed in a teddy bear costume, and she flinched to hear the prince raise his voice. Just as he had suspected, she was Belita, and he was not so pleased to see her. The prince growled and yelled at her to hurry and go back to the demon world. He was tired of his stalker following him everywhere. The girl skipped away and hurried to serve other customers. Pretending that she had not heard him, she encouraged the new customers to stop by and to have an Americano so cold that it would freeze even their hearts. San figured that the girl could not hear the origin, but the dark-haired boy muttered that the girl did not even look at him when she talked most of the time. The genius weapon maker, Belchia, was the new character they were focusing on. Truly, the human boy was curious about his friend's relationship with a girl like that. Their history dates back a long time ago, back when the little girl had still been in the womb, because she could somehow remember a time like that. The great demon king gifted her father an unquenchable flame. Borin was in the casting room when the girl was burned by the flame before he could even open his eyes. The baby had, of course, screamed from that very unsavory experience. Some mad demons had shouted and chanted that the baby should burn in the flame granted by the great demon king, saying that the flame would guide the girl on the path that she must take. The fire had burned the girl's flesh and the whole world turned red around the poor, screaming child. It had, of course, been very hot. Anyone would expect that much from a figure. Then the great demon king Gamodare was consulted, and the masterpiece that had been promised was finally complete. He was given the mouth of Coincidental, and it held the power to absorb the false oaths of traitors, and it would also deliver punishment by returning them as shards of ice. It was a work that transformed the piano into art. A masterpiece born from the genius of the Murtano family. Count Valdir had clearly come to the great demon king to boast about his youngest daughter, and the praises that he sang could fill the entire demon palace. Now that the king had seen the work, he could see that the praise was well deserved. This mouth of Coincidental would remain a masterpiece in the demon realm for ages. This young demon's skill was truly second to none. The little girl took the praise with barely an expression on her face. She was cold as most demons often. The king sighed that he had to envy Lord Valdero for having such a genius in his family line. Meanwhile, he had birthed a little menace that only gave him headache. The man bowed, saying that hearing the king speak weighed heavily on his heart. The king sighed that it was merely the grumbling of an old king. The lord did not have to pay it any mind. he would accept the gift with gratitude. The future of the weapon development in the demon realm would now rest in the hands of the Murtano family, so the king was counting on them. Later that day in the demon palace, all the windows shone bright with light, and the Lord Valger escorted his daughter out of the palace, asking if she had heard the praise from the king himself. The noble great demon king had loved her work and her father beamed with pride, but still the daughter remained cold with barely a smile on her face. She was really the greatest masterpiece that their family had ever made. Suddenly, they paused when they heard a sound coming from the hallway. There was grumbling and arguing between two people, someone complaining of pain and another saying I told you so. It seemed the queen was wrestling with her son and yelling that things would be difficult if the future great demon king turned the nobles' territories into a sea of blood every time he got into an argument. He could not just kill every demon in the demon realm, he had to learn the brilliant skill of negotiation for goodness sake. A king was supposed to be a figure of forgiveness and generosity. The prince yelled that this was hogwash. Forgiveness and generosity sounded like the kind of nonsense that would tarnish the dignity of the great demon king. That spoilt brat yelled that a great demon king should have no mercy. The queen could not believe the nonsense that her child was spouting, and she threatened to take him to his merciless uncle so that he would uselessly beg for forgiveness where he would find none. The boy yelled that he hated his uncle so much. It was a display lacking nobility, poise or grace, very disgraceful indeed. However, that was exactly the moment when the young Belchia had noticed Prince Lavis for the first time. She stared at that boy being choked out by his mother and instantly fell in love. Many nights later, at a different castle, the young girl was hard at work. She had on her big black smith gloves as she looked through her work. Her father had called her a masterpiece, and the flame led her to become an alchemist. Through lots of hard work and diligence, for 300 years, the girl had handled fire in the casting room, and she had crafted all sorts of magic weaponry, creating items through study and alchemical research. However, someone mentioned to the Lady Belchia that it was so unfair. Corsi ate 3 whole demonic fruits that the count had granted us this time, but she had eaten it all by herself. She sent the ginger away, saying that she had to clean the stables, and then that greedy pig went and ate all of their gains by herself. Corsi, of course, was not going to take such slander without defending herself. She growled that she had not done it on purpose. It was an accident. She really thought that she had to clean the stables. The dark-haired lesser demon had thought that if she did not clean up, then the Lord Teton would curl her tail and hang her from the ceiling. However, that was no reason for her to gobble up the fruits by herself. She should have eaten only 2 out of the 4, but she went ahead and consumed all 4 like a bottomless pit. The noble lady sighed and said that Zhuang could have the one that was given to her to make things fair. Corsi protested she did not want to deprive their sweet Lady Belchia of her own fruits and earning. That was just something that happened yesterday, and the dark-haired demon whined because she would not be getting any today. She wanted Zhuang to eat 1, but she also wanted 1. The noble lady could not care less and encouraged the pig to go ahead and stuff herself on the available fruits. The orange-haired maid wailed and hugged the head of their sweet young lady. The count never takes such a cute and lovely lady to a party, and it was such a shame. Keeping this beauty locked away in the casting room every day was surely going way too far. Their misses were so sweet and wonderful that their love should be shared with as many people as possible. The dark-haired noble smiled, saying that if only her father rose to the position of a black seat, then he said that she could leave this place. In other words, the sweet young girl was a tool crafted to uplift her father into the right position. The dark-haired helper smiled and said that she hoped that day would come quickly so that they could show off their wonderful young lady. They should take their Lady Belchia to the great demon king's castle to see the prince, Lavis. Now that definitely got a reaction out of her, and the young maiden smiled so sweetly at the thought of getting to see the prince. A blush ainted her cheeks, and she read through her study books with way more enthusiasm than before. To her, living in the casting room and listening to the stories of the maids' lives, their jealousy and their friendship, and their love stories, all of that was something that made the sheltered little girl feel somewhat alive. That was, of course, until the day the pain came like a scorching pink fire burning away her joy. Born in the foundry, the young noble daughter lived locked inside the foundry. As time passed, she mostly spent her time creating weapons and new items. Of course, her knowledge of the demon realm's alchemy accumulated, and her powers grew stronger with each passing day. At some point, the young girl lost control of her own alchemy. The girl screamed as her eyes suddenly lit up, and the fire that had lived within her, guiding her all this time, suddenly started to consume her. The girl full-on wailed and yelled out her pain and agony. She was suffering from this torture that came from inside her. Her 2 maids were distraught, and they called out her name, not knowing how to help her. The girl cried out to Zhuang and Khosri, stretching out her faltering hand to them, but she warned them not to come close, already being able to predict the disaster that action would bring. The burning did not stop, and unfortunately, her just reaching for them was enough to roast her poor 2 friends on the spot. The poor girl had only just tried to protect them, but that had proved very futile. It was indeed a very hard time for the young princess. She was already on fire and in pain, but now she had also roasted her 2 friends alive, the only friends that she had. Their skin melted from their bones in front of her face, and her eyes widened in horror as she saw it happen. The poor noble lady wailed, for help, for assistance, for anything and anyone that could come to her aid. Time flowed like molten iron after her breakdown, making the flames rage even fiercer, and her heat burned even stronger until it melted her friends away, leaving just their skulls behind. The girl sobbed as she stared at the broken remnants of what used to be her only friends in the world, tears falling from her violet eyes. In anger, in pain and regret, the young noble wailed to the sky. From that point on, demons with weak power were no longer allowed near the foundry. Her father took care of the cleanup process, of course, and the little noble lady was left by herself, even lonelier than before. Her father smiled with pride, telling his daughter that she had now become the flame itself. He was proud of her fast growth and development, but it was really hard for her to feel any form of joy at the situation. The girl spoke to her dad, telling him that she really wanted to leave this dungeon as soon as possible. Her father was furious, asking why she was saying that. She was just about to master the flame and create even greater discovery. Plus, he was not even a member of the 12 Black Seats yet. Until his goal had been fulfilled, he had no desire for his daughter to leave the foundry. That place was to be her home. If someone were to steal her away, the family would surely collapse, so this was also for her protection. Their family had finally just risen to one of the 12 Black Seats, so the goal had been completed. But her greedy father still planned on keeping her locked away and out of sight. That was so not fair. The man even insisted that his daughter could not leave, guilt-tripping her that she would kill even more innocent demons like Khosri and Zhuang if she ever left the foundry. That warning definitely scared her straight, and the little girl was too terrified to hurt anyone like that again. Her two friends had meant so much to her, but they were gone because of her. Immediately, she rejected her own plea, saying that she would never go out, never. If leaving meant hurting people, then she would stay. This was all that her wicked and selfish father wanted to hear. It seemed a lot of children were just a means to an end with demons, not really treated like people. The poor girl shook as the father left her to her thoughts. That was when the noble lady became completely alone and shrouded in nothing but darkness. Time passed, the night came, the sun rose, and the rains fell, but nothing changed in her life. For decades after that, only the order forms placed in front of the foundry by her father were the traces of living things that she could encounter. Everything was quiet all the time, and her world was full of darkness. She never heard or spoke to anyone outside of her father, and he did not visit as frequently. That way, all of her memories were no different from piles of scrap metal, and the traces of her being alive were burned away and vanished. Just as even the reason for life and existence began to fade away, the more time she spent working in silence, the rains fell again, and they brought with them an unlikely visitor. It was Lavis, of course, breaking rules as usual as he snuck into places that he was not allowed. He had his blonde friend with him, of course, and the blonde wailed that he was the idiot for following around this lunatic. He had got completely soaked because of him. The prince just told his attendant to stop whining. He needed a weapon worthy of the one who would one day become the great demon king. However, father absolutely refused to allow the boy to have a weapon, so he was going to sneak into the foundry and get one himself. With all of the chaos that Lavis causes as a child, it was no wonder that his father wanted the boy nowhere near any form of demonic weaponry. He had heard a tale that there was an alchemist who lived inside the foundry, and they could make exactly what he asked for, so he had to try to ask for a super cool weapon that he could wield. The whole thing sounded rather bogus to the young blonde, but he did ask his master what kind of weapon he wanted. The boy grinned and said that he wanted the most perfect sword in all of the demon realm, so his friend should hurry up and look for the alchemist so it could be made. Meanwhile, Belchia had just noticed her two very unusual visitors. She had been alone for so long that she probably thought that they were just her hallucination. Bambi had only heard it as a rumor, so he was not sure what her name was. He started calling out random names, not knowing that the girl was standing right behind him. He called Verdi and then Belchia. After that, the genius alchemist was born in the house Murtano, which used to make nothing but torture devices. They secured a spot in the 12 Black Seats, so she was clearly no ordinary alchemist. Right now, she was crafting weapons for every demon in the Demon King's castle, except for the prince, and he could not stand that favoritism. He was the one who would one day rule all demons after all, and he deserved a perfect weapon. The girl stared in absolute confusion at these people who had suddenly broken into her house. It was like watching a very limited version of television. The prince grumbled that his blonde friend was being so loud, and he was also annoyed that there was so much stuff here, which was making it hard for him to find the weapon that he was looking for. He had to see what that person looked like, no matter what. The two boys were so busy being loud and searching that they had not even noticed the quiet little girl standing behind them. It was so hot in the foundry, and the prince hissed, wanting the alchemist to hurry up and show herself. The more Belchia stared at the rude intruders, the more she recognized her crush, the Prince Lavis. She could not believe it, and he had come all this way just looking for her. It was like a fairy tale fantasy for the little girl. She was the genius alchemist of House Murtano after all, so they had definitely come for her. The girl blushed and wanted them to hurry and look over here at her. She had not spoken to others in years, so her communication skills were very rusty. She could not just call out to them, she wanted them to see her. The alchemist they were looking for was right in front of them. Suddenly, the prince turned and noticed the little girl, asking who she was and how long she had been standing there like an idiot. The girl flinched and he asked if she had seen the genius alchemist around here by any chance. The girl blushed with excitement, happy that Prince Lavis had called out to her. The blonde was starting to worry now that they had been seen, and he wanted to run away. If someone found out that they had broken into the foundry, they would be in big trouble after all. The prince scoffed at that idea. Even if the blonde wanted to run, he did not need to say his name so loudly. Now, people would definitely know that he was here. It was already too late to run. However, the girl managed to work up some of her strength and speak. She opened her mouth very carefully and confessed that her name was Belchia, and she was the alchemist that they were looking for. The two boys found it hard to believe that they had not expected such a great alchemist to be a little girl. They were looking for an old witch or something scary like that. The blonde even added that the rumor said that she looked terribly bizarre, and that ordinary demons burned to death just from looking at her. The little Belchia was kind of horrified about the rumor that had been going around about her. However, Lavis stepped up to check out this kid who was smaller than him. She was just a tiny little girl, which was why it was foolish to trust rumors. Well, if she really was the person that he was looking for, then he wanted her to make him a sword. The girl, meanwhile, was lost in her Delulu town. Her crush had called her tiny, and tiny sometimes meant cute, and cute meant lovely, which meant that technically her crush was calling her lovely. Her delusions were working full time in this moment, and the girl absolutely blushed, thinking the prince was somehow giving her a compliment. She was absolutely delighted about this development, gushing and nodding that she could definitely make a sword. Well, this was great news to Lavis. He did not even need to apply any pressure. Excited, he asked her what she needed to make it. Well, she needed to melt the matter in the flame, so she kind of needed his soul. Well, that was a bit direct. The boy blinked. If he understood correctly, she was saying that she had to burn his soul. Sure, he wanted a weapon, but he did not want one that badly. The girl explained that was not what she meant. He just had to show himself to her, then she could see it. His soul, his power, and his path. This was all very confusing to the boy, and he had to ask how she could even see something like that. Well, the girl explained that if she just kept watching him, she would be able to figure it out. She looked so intense when she said that too. For Lavis, who was the first to ever look at him as something lovely, she really wanted to try after all. She made you her kin to use every bit of her knowledge to forge him a sword. From that day on, in order to observe the prince and make him a nice new weapon, the girl had gathered up her courage, and she walked out of the foundry on her own 2 feet. The door that she had never crossed opened, and overcoming all of her fear, she did it all for her crush, whom she admired so much. It sounded like a really strong and noble goal, but she had also just sort of transformed into an A-class stalker. She could see it more as she looked at him, and her eyes widened as she stared at him, watching the boy closely. The more she stared, she saw his sexy jawline and the hollow of his collarbone that looked like a person could fall right into it. She saw everything, and he squealed and gushed to himself with love and joy. She had been watching her senior's soul for a very long time. So long that the boy started to have the feeling that someone was watching him. It had started for a noble cause, but she really went and escalated it because it was her crush whom she adored so much. To forge a soul worthy of her crush's soul, she had dedicated all of her time to the forge. After a very long time had passed, the girl finally had formed it. It was an amazingly large blood sword, and it was perfect. The perfect weapon that could not become one with her crush's soul, and it was called the Damra Blade. Finally, the girl had forged a sword made only for her crush, and it was a sword that she had poured every last bit of her knowledge into. Meanwhile, in the deep, dark castle that could exist nowhere but the demon world, the little blacksmith was so excited and dancing around with joy. She had finally crafted the perfect weapon for her sweetheart, and she was so excited for him to come and see it. She wondered how to give it to him now. She had spent all of that time stalking him, but now she was acting about to give him the weapon she had made. She was so embarrassed and worried that he would hate her if she did not like it, and all. Fortunately, she did not have to wait that long because her rude, boorish crush banged his way into her forge and demanded that she hand his weapon over already. At this point, it was time for him to collect. He had been waiting for ages. His impatience was good because now she did not need to work up the urge to find him, and he did not want to wait any longer anyway. It had already been 100 years, so maybe his patience was definitely valid. 100 years for a special item was crazy. The girl was so intimidated that her secret crush had come all this way himself just to get the item that she had promised. Still, she worried that he would not like the sword. She was the most skilled weaponsmith in the entire demon realm, and yet she doubted her skill just because she wanted to impress her crush. She worried that he would not be impressed with the blade's power, and then he would hate her. Belchia was busy overthinking herself into a deep pit of nonsense, and the boy scoffed, calling her name. Tomorrow he had to go and annihilate the traitors of Ziogonon. He needed a weapon for that, so he wanted his own fancy weapon made by her. Today was the day that he decided to collect, so he stretched out his hand and waited for his prize. The girl gasped as she looked at the beautiful face of the boy she loved most in the world. He had come all this way, and he had even said please. In that case, then she was more than happy to do anything for him. Her sweet crush had come desperately begging. Yeah, this girl was clearly delusional, but at least she had found something to make her happy in her very long and depressing life. She gasped that he desperately wanted her and then joyfully gave up the sword that she had made. It was to her pleasure, and she gasped and giggled, dancing around and asking what she should do in a situation like this. The boy was pleased to find that his fancy weapon was already finished. He could not wait to go out and cause havoc with it, too. The girl was so excited, but still an introvert, so she was totally hiding even after giving her crush his weapon. She had really given it to him, and she shook because he was so silent about it. She worried that it was not good enough and that he hated it. The poor girl shook with anticipation and fear, worried that he would scold her. However, the boy gave her praise. He told her that the weapon was indeed really good. The balance of the sword was perfect and stable, and it did not reject his magic at all. It was basically gold. Tomorrow, he could now confidently go and wipe out all of his enemies without shame. He excitedly asked the name of the weapon, and the girl hesitantly spoke, finally saying that the sword was called the Lord of Blood Annihilation, the Damra sword. Yeah, they definitely had a flair for the dramatic. It seemed the Shy Mouse and Mr. Chaos would make a cool duo after all. Lavis was pretty impressed to find that his fancy new weapon was called the Damra sword. He thought that it was a rather good name. The prince thanked her very much and said that he would never forget this favor for the rest of his life. With that, he danced out of her life, but his words kept ringing in her ears. For the rest of his life, the prince would not forget her. These words meant a lot to her. But of course, her delusional mind then twisted them to mean something entirely different, acting like it was a love pledge and the boy promised to look at only her for the rest of his life. That was not what he said, but unfortunately, people in love would always hear what they preferred to hear. Common sense stood no chance against people like that. The girl was brilliantly overjoyed. At that moment, the girl felt it for the first time in her life. For the first time, it felt like it was a good thing that she was burned into the flames, and the path that she had found in those scorching hot flames had led her right to her crush, and she desperately wished for her flames to only be used for him. The picture of the prince in her mind was of a dashing young man, and he continued to grow. As he grew, she remained his ever faithful cheerleader, pledging to only look at him for her entire life as well. She wanted to be together with that dude forever, their love bound in the heat of the flames. However, no touching was allowed after all. She did not want to hurt the man that she loved with these flames that consistently burned around and within her. Belchia would not be able to stand it if the lover of her life got burned away in her fire. She had already lost way too much to the heat of the flames. Well, her pining continued, and time passed, and now they were in the human world, continuing this nonsense stalking dance. The human boy sighed when he understood the kind of past that his best friend used to have. The prince sighed that there were some distortions here and there, but most of it was accurate. Then, the prince asked why the human boy could not look at Belchia, and Cyan groaned that Jin Ji's body triggered his post-traumatic stress disorder. She was using the body of his former enemy after all. The demon, however, was now just hanging around at their table and gushing over how close she was to her lovely brother. The girl could endure it since it was not her face, but it was still embarrassing hanging around him like this. The prince then reminded Cyan that he had said he had something to ask, so he should hurry up and ask. The human boy sighed and then spoke to the Lady Belchia about something that he was curious about. After he had fired the gun back then, his body had started feeling really strange. It was a weapon that he made, so he was hoping for some answer from her. At the time, the boy had been so excited that he felt like he was going crazy. However, he was not the kind of person to fall to that kind of madness. After that, his heart pounded at random times, and his vision blurred from time to time, too. He would break into a cold sweat, and he found it hard to breathe. It was really making him feel very anxious. The girl then confessed that he knew what it was. The boy asked immediately, asking what the probe was, and if it had been controlled by magic power. However, Belchia just explained that it sounded like a panic disorder. This was shocking to the boy. Well, the girl explained that she felt like the human was just having some panic attack. The symptoms were the same after all. Also, Cyan should probably know this, but he has a split personality now. The boy groaned and asked if it was because he had a body that could handle demon realm weapons, and his body was currently synchronizing with a demon right now. He was frankly handling this news rather well, but that was not the situation at all. The dark-haired lady said that a panic disorder patient should just go to the hospital and take some medicine instead of doing anything crazy or extreme. The prince then laughed at his human friend for underestimating himself. Then he asked if it was because of his fancy new split personality. The poor boy groaned. He had hoped that it was something different, but at least he knew there was a cure. All soul in the world possessed their own unique energy. Their energy, celestials, humans, and demons each had a different energy. If the body that held the energy was to disappear, then the remaining soul would, of course, vanish with. The little human was impressed that she could see all of that. The weaponsmith admitted that she could indeed see that, and the soul of the one who ordered a weapon. She found what kind of energy the soul needed, and then created a weapon suited to it. However, he could only adjust a weapon to fit the soul. She could not change or create the soul's energy. That was why it was really important for her to accurately understand the soul of the one who ordered the weapon that she was making. Then the human asked if it meant that he got excited after receiving the gun, because it was a weapon suited to his split personality. That seemed to be the case. The girl had matched the weapon to the energy of this other person, whom he had not recognized until it burst out. It was kind of unfair that this unknown part of him got a fancy weapon before he even got one. The poor boy was already rather sad to think that he had that kind of personality hidden inside of him. It was very sad news. The prince was kind of impressed. He had never seen Belchia talk this well, this smoothly, or this long with anyone when he was in the room. Unfortunately, since he opened his mouth, the illusion was broken, and she devolved back into the useless, blushing mess that she usually was around him. The girl wailed that she was at her limit now, though she had only lasted longer, because it was not her real face. Immediately she wore her pink bear head back, and retreated to the safety of the darkness behind the mask. Still, they had spent way too much time in the same space, and it was more than she could bear, so she just had to run away now for her own self-preservation. The prince yelled and asked where she was going. She was annoying, so she should hurry up and go back to the demon realm already. Obviously, she had no intention of listening to him and just scribbled away. The girl insisted that she would not leave, because her crush had said that he would be with her forever, so she would also stay by his side forever. She did not care if he asked her to go, she was not going anywhere. With that, she bolted before he could tell her otherwise. The human was kind of impressed that his friend was into this kind of thing, though Lavis growled that he had never said anything like that. He had just jumped to that conclusion by herself. It was so annoying, but this was all because of that darn Bambi. Feeling very heated, the prince leapt to his feet and yelled to the sky. He bet that his stupid friend was laughing at him, and he yelled at his friend to hurry and show himself in front of him. Surprisingly, there was a splash of magic in the air, and the blonde actually whooshed himself into existence at the prince's request. The prince was absolutely shocked that he dared to show his face, and the young scion was also pretty in shock. Lavis had no idea why his friend was suddenly in the human world, and he asked if he had somehow been improvised too. The blonde laughed that he was an entirely different case, and he could come here as a messenger through official channels. He then said hello to his fellow glasses character, who also happened to be Lavis' attendant. The blonde smiled that an idiot like Lavis would always need a smart character like them so that he could survive longer. The gray-haired boy laughed nervously, saying that he had heard a lot about him. The blonde beamed and said that he was just a friend of a friend, so the gray-haired human should speak casually. Of course, the prince was not fine with being ignored, and he demanded that the blonde explain why he was here. Bambi sighed that his prince still did not get it. He had not even considered why he had come to the human world. The dark-haired boy yelled that it was because he was a criminal. He would obviously not choose to be tapped in such a miserable place after all. Then the blonde asked why he had gotten the demonic bloodstone, and the foolish dark-haired boy remarked that it was because he was the great demon king's son, and the blonde wanted to get on his god side. Lavis was kind of slow, but sometimes that was because he was pretty arrogant and thought very highly of himself. The blonde wondered if the boy ever thought deeply about anything, but clearly, he felt that his words echoed fact. The blonde sighed and told his stupid prince to keep thinking that way, and he would eventually die in that stupid human body. Lavis was not taking the insult, so he demanded that the blonde explain the scheme that was going on. Morgath, who had been imprisoned in the human world long ago, had now started moving. So, the Morgath plot arc was about to begin. The demon prince remembered that guy well, and his eyes widened. Reverse created circle. Morgath was trying to carry that out and to annihilate the heavenly realm, the demon realm, and the human world. In other words, this guy was a high-class criminal anarchist. A big, bright chandelier hung from the ceiling in all of its glory, shining bright and beautiful. There seemed to be a casino machine rolling a failing score, and the man at the machine groaned as he lost again. Gambling was a pretty tricky sin that often came accompanied by a lot of regret, as this green-haired dude was finding out. He yelled that he had been dumping his money into that dumb machine for 3 days. This nonsense equipment was giving him problems, and he yelled for the machine to give him back his money. Obviously, it was not going to do that, and his creepy assistant with chapped lips told him to calm down. The green-haired person was Namuja, and his dark-haired attendant happily offered up some chips if that was okay with the fussy green goblin. It was not much, but it should work to play a few more games. The green-haired dude did not even know who that guy was, but he was grateful for the extra cash. He even promised that if he won, he would pay the dude double. Happily, that gambling addict leapt right back into the fray, gambling like his life depended on it. The machine rolled again, and the weirdo held his breath as he waited and prayed for a jackpot to roll out. The man was so fixated on the possible win that he was barely paying attention to what the person beside him was trying to say. The weird stranger with the chapped lips explained to Mr. Nomura that he had something to tell him. That was 2 sevens down, and the green-haired guy did not care. He just needed one more 7 to hit a jackpot, and he was praying for some kind of win. All he had to do was match 3 symbols to win, and he would cash out. Someone else was yelling that it was so close and they had won a jackpot. All of their joy and celebration was, of course, ticking Nomura off, but he stayed with his machine, he prayed for success, he bet everything on getting what he wanted, while cursing the other guy for winning, of course. However, the dark-haired man informed the green-haired person that Lavis had appeared in the human world as a prisoner. So that was the reason the green-haired guy looked so demonic. It seemed that he used to be some kind of demon in the past as well. The demon paused when he heard this news, and now he turned his attention to the dark-haired guy hovering around him. This was dangerous and very important news. Suddenly, the green-haired guy pointed at the happy winner and yelled out the word pop. It sounded like an absolutely stupid gesture until the betting machine in front of that poor winner suddenly blew up in front of him. The man screamed and yelled, wondering what the heck had happened. The poor guy was now on fire, and he rolled around on the floor. The green-haired guy had come so close to a jackpot, but he did not even care anymore. He just stood up and walked out with his dark-haired attendant following closely behind him. The Prince of Hell showing up was kinda something that ruined his whole mood, and he didn't even care that the casino was panicking while they rushed and tried to put out the fire on the poor man, who was in pain. The green-haired demon groaned, muttering that the jackpot never worked out for him, so he was kind of sick of those machines. Now, he wanted this dark-haired stranger to tell him a bit more about the Prince of the Underworld suddenly showing up in the human world. He wanted to know where that guy was being held. The dark-haired guy jumped to answer immediately. It seemed to be the pathetic lord of the Hilt clan. That guy had escaped with his life, and now he was going about causing even more trouble. The prince had told the demon to spread word that he was here, so the evil villain was happily telling as many demons as he could, hoping that he would find a powerful one to end the prince's life once and for all. Right, he had passed on the news to Mr. Namuja, just like the boy had asked him. Meanwhile, in a nice and quaint corner of the neighborhood, the boy was sitting and having a bit of a drink while gossiping with his blonde friend, with whom he had a love-hate relationship. Apparently his father, uncle and the blonde had all teamed up to find a way to banish the prince to the human world, but it was all a ploy so that they could handle the threats that were bubbling in this dimension, especially Morgath. However, the prince was not satisfied at all. If he was the one supposed to stop Morgath, then why did his enemy still retain all of the powers he had in his original body? There was no way a demon imprisoned in a weak, lowly human body could be able to stop someone like that. The blonde chuckled and said that their opponent was not exactly a normal demon anymore, either. It had already been a few hundred years since he had been imprisoned, but in that time, it looked like the man had managed to remodel his body into a human-demon hybrid, kind of like the twins that they had fought before. So now the demon Morgath could use both demonic power and human energy a bit more freely. It was a very interesting situation. That was why Minho was also being remodeled with a bloodstone like Morgath. Exactly, Bambi was so proud of Cyan for easily figuring that out, and he ruffled his hair with a smile. Then the prince groaned and asked why it had to be him. The blonde attendant explained that the dark-haired troublemaker was the only one in the demon realm who could stop Morgath. The prince found that hard to believe, considering both his parents were considerably stronger and older than him. However, the attendant explained that if a child of the great demon king came down to the human world through official means, it would give the Celestials a pretext for war, which was why they had added the prisoner restriction. The Celestials would not think that a war was starting, and they would stay within their own lane while they cleaned up the Morgath situation. It all felt very nice and easy. This was their way of implying that this had nothing to do with the celestial realm, and it was just demon business. Still, the prince was not satisfied, and he asked why no one had told him from the start. Well, Lavis was hardly the most subtle person. If he had known that all he had to do was deal with Morgath, then he would have acted way too suspiciously when they were sending him away. Plus, Bambi bet that their Lord Highness would never agree to come down to Earth in a human body. The prince would throw a fit, refuse, and probably find a way to sneak off and deal with the issue using his own rules. The boy was annoyed because his friend was right. So, if he was understanding correctly, they wanted him, as some half-finished experiment, to stop Morgath and save the human world, while preventing a war between the celestial and demon realms. It all sounded very complicated, but that was the basic idea. If the demon realm troops descended to the human world, the Celestials would treat that as a war and rush in, so the boy would basically be getting no extra reinforcements either. The whole situation felt like rubbish. The blonde was so proud of the prince for somehow being able to understand the situation. He congratulated his usual idiot for being pretty smart this time. The blonde was lucky that Lavis did not just wipe that stupid smile off his face. At any rate, the main character was currently the first bloodstone test subject, but the blonde had also made sure that he would be better than the opponent that they were going to fight, so the prince did not have to worry too much. Lavis scoffed and asked how he was supposed to trust that when he had struggled so much in his last battle against a stupid witch and her stupid babies. The attendant just continued to gas the prince up, saying that the boy had absorbed all of Mara's powers too, and he now had extra fighters to help him out. The human boy was not so enthusiastic about getting involved in a fight between demons, especially now that he had found that he had another personality. Still, the prince needed to know if his father had thrown him away, or if his uncle was sick of him now. This mission was like a suicide endeavor, so he wanted to know if his friend had betrayed him to take the demon king's throne in his place. None of the current situation made any sense to the dark-haired boy, and he yelled, asking how he was supposed to kill Morgath, the most feared demon from their realm, in a body as useless as this one. The blonde protested, saying that he had sent adequate backup in the form of Belchia, and then goaded the prince, asking if he was scared or something. Yeah. Lavis was temperamental, but he was not stupid. It turned out he was kind of stupid because he did end up falling for that rage bait of being called the scaredy cat. As soon as Bambi knew that he had Lavis on the hook, he kept milking in the rage bait, laughing and pointing and calling the boy a scared brat. The boy fumed, growling in rage at the audacity of his friend. He knew that the other boy was just trying to provoke him with that cheap language, and then he yelled that, of course, he could beat Morgath. He would kill that stupid criminal with his own two hands. The rage bait had been absolutely successful, and the blonde beamed, pointing at the boy and grinning, telling him to be this life on it and give it a shot. That wicked Bambi was truly setting up his own prince for failure. The worst part is that the boy was totally falling for that stupid bait too. San could not believe just how simple his friend truly was. It was almost sad to see. Suddenly, the main character growled and asked how Belchia was supposed to be any form of backup troops. She was just a weapon master after all, and she was kind of annoying, so he urged the blonde to just take her back with him while he was at it. The blonde insisted that being by her side was the safest place for the young demoness at the moment. Now the prince got serious and asked what that was supposed to mean. The blonde asked if the prince remembered what kind of family house Murtano was. Then the prince's eyes widened in shock. A letter that appeared from thin air, covered in ominous purple smoke. It landed on the table before the gray-haired boy, and he stared, wondering what he was looking at. It looked like a joker card, and it said that to the one qualified to support the nameless, they were invited as a very important person. The invitation was sent by Mr. Namuja. The prince paused that discussion, recognizing the name of that one dude who broke out of prison. The blonde chuckled that the escapee had walked right into their hands. Alright, the blonde would leave them to handle the rest and head out, and the prince was surprised that he was leaving already. Reapers did not really get a lot of time to just hang around doing nothing, so he asked Sean to kindly press the seal once for him. The boy turned in surprise, but he saw the seal that was being indicated. He reached out to press it, but the prince yelled for him to stop. Unfortunately, the human boy had already put his hand on the seal, and a voice called out that he was Sean. The prince cursed in rage as they got registered and instantly sucked into the Joker's world, his stupid human friend screaming in fear. And just like that, the two disappeared into the envelope. The blonde looked at it and wished the two good luck, they would probably need it. Meanwhile, there was a burst of power and Lord, so shiny object. The boy looked around in shock, wondering why they were suddenly inside a casino. The prince was irritated, grumbling that he had told the boy not to press that stupid seal. He already had a headache because of Jung Taesik, and now they had walked into a huge pain. The little gray-haired boy shook and asked Minnow if, by any chance, they could earn money here and take it back to reality as well. His silly nerd friend had money on the brain when they should focus on staying alive. The dark-haired boy even asked if this was his other personality acting up. They did not have time for money right now. This was a gambling den where people bet their lives, and they had to get their heads straight. He told the little human boy to stay by his side at all times too, because one chip could cost their life. While all of that madness was going on, our kitten was busy with her very important secret, an undercover mission, as she worked very hard at spying through the vents. The little demon that was now disguised as a rat took her job as a warden of the human world very seriously. She watched over sinful demons with strict reporting and control, and lived with pride that she would not let them escape her grasp. However, after meeting Lord Lavis, the girl had not been able to properly monitor all of the prisoners roaming around the earth. After Mara, that guy was definitely the next person that her gracious prince had asked her to watch. That was right, the fearless warden of the demon prisoners currently had all of her attention focused on a human of all things. She was watching Minnow's evil adopted dad. The man seemed to be very deep in thought as he considered the options available to him, whether it was a bank password or a password for a safe. The young prince had instructed his little attendant to steal any information for him. One way or another, he planned on breaking his family out of the bondage of that household. Still, it was kind of sad that a warden of the human world was reduced to such pathetic chores. The poor girl had to sneak off with a phone twice her size, waiting for the dumb man to enter the password, just so that she could access it. Meanwhile, the man was pondering out loud. In a week, he would be called the mayor's wife of Unchan, and he cursed, hating that his wife was now holding him on a leash. He thought she was rather insolent for attempting to do anything like that. He wondered if the woman had some kind of dirt on him or something. Suddenly, his assistant burst into the office and yelled to tell his boss that the latest poll results had flipped. The man yelled and asked what his assistant meant, grabbing the information and looking at it. He cursed to see that the other candidate was rising in way more support than he was. It seemed the worker accident at their Haemyeong construction site affected the drop in the approval rating. That was to be expected when he refused to take proper care of his staff. The man growled and yelled that the staff had tripped and died on their own, refusing to take responsibility and yelling that there was nothing that he could do about it. He cursed and tossed the gadget to the floor in anger, wondering why all of this was happening at this point. His assistant apologized, saying softly that they were maintaining first place in the polls thanks to Miss Mina. The father gritted his teeth at the mention of his daughter, who was no longer pulling in the winds that he needed to succeed. He wondered if they should just clean everything up at this point. So later that day, at the office building, the man made a call to President Hong, saying that it had been quite a while since he had contacted. He was calling about the Unchen Station Transfer Center site, and if he became the mayor, then he could not exactly have Haemyeong Construction win it. This was why he thought that President Hong was the right person to claim that title. They had to help each other out after all, and there was no need for compensation between them. So, he was working very hard to obtain favor from other influential. If that was the case, then the man smiled and carefully mentioned that he was a bit short of votes and a few sympathy votes would of course be appreciated if the man could help him out a bit. So it seemed this old crook could soften his voice and sound like honey when he wanted something. He laughed with joy as he closed the deal, telling the President Hong that he was counting on. The man then laughed once he hung up the phone, chuckling that the gangster he once knew sure had grown a lot. It was rather profitable for his business. As expected of a construction company president, the man understood things instantly. Then, he yelled to the secretary, asking where Seo Junhee was at the moment. The assistant explained that the wife had just left for the hospital to meet up with her daughter, who was healing. This was perfect timing, and that wicked man told the assistant to find their location and send it to President Hong. This man was ready to risk the safety of the two women just to earn some sympathy votes from the people. The warden of the human realm was absolutely horrified to hear what this man was planning. That dude was even more demonic than most demons in the underworld. She realized that Lady Minha and her mother were in serious danger now. Immediately, the girl took off with the phone that she had stolen, hurrying to find the prince and inform him of this right away. At the other side of town, night had settled over the city, and the reborn demoness Belchia took off her very hot costume. She sighed that everything had felt very hot, and it was much better to make weapons in front of a fire than wear that hot and sweaty costume all day long. Suddenly, the blonde appeared behind the girl, asked what she was doing, just hanging around and lazing about. The girl jumped in surprise, but as soon as she recognized Bambi, she immediately started cursing him out. She was already furious, and now she had caught him. In fact, she grabbed him immediately just to make sure that he could not weasel his way out of this confrontation. The blonde demon mused that people seemed to get really sensitive whenever they came to the human world, and he was wondering why that was. She was the second transferred demon to harass him today, the first being her crush. Of course, the weaponsmith yelled that the awful blonde had sent her sweet crush to such a rich household, but she had ended up in a body with absolutely nothing. Obviously, this was a devastating situation for her. She was stuck with all sorts of odd drawings on her body, too, so people kept looking at her weirdly. The girl cried that she had to work all day just to survive. That was not all, either. If she walked around and showed her face like normal, weird guys would keep coming at her and trying to kill her. It was not fair. She would enter a public space, and people would chase her, yelling for her to give them back their money and reputation. She had been the one to sell the blue ribbon to them, so they all wanted her to pay. Belchia was quite tired of running from all sorts of gangs on someone else's behalf. She was not even the one who offended them, and she was not a fan of paying for the wicked girl's sins. She sobbed and asked what the body's original owner had even been involved in. The blonde just smiled and mentioned that the human girl had mentioned that he should find the crypto wallet before she died. Possibly. There was some money in there. Now, the blonde figured that he should have possessed her after finding that wallet. The girl scoffed that no one could live well with just a coin wallet, and the blonde demon had to laugh. There were things that even the girl did not know, and crypto was more than just a simple coin. At any rate, it was good that Belchia now had the chance to achieve her dream as well. The girl rubbed her eyes, wondering what dream he was referring to. She had always wanted to work for herself and not live as a slave building day and night for the sake of her family. Now she got to do what she wanted to do and eat what she wanted to eat in total freedom. It did sound like a pretty good deal. The girl considered that now, and how she could finally live for herself. The boy smiled and said that now she could only work when she wanted, and in return, she could do what she wanted. It all sounded very sweet and wonderful, if not for the fact that she had to work, or she would be broke and die of starvation. Still, the girl was rather touched by the dude's little speech, and she touched her chest in thought. Her eyes slid, and she looked at the very disgraceful head that she had to wear to work and make money enough for some food. It was still very annoying work. She had been a master weaponsmith back in her old world, but here she was just a fancy version of a clown. There was no way that she would be satisfied living like that. The girl growled and shook the other boy for selling her such a lousy dream. She had almost gotten steamed to death inside a bear right after being reborn. The boy groaned and apologized, explaining that he had been in a hurry to find her a shell. That just so happened to be the best option in that moment. The girl tossed him to the floor and yelled that she did not care. She was truly a different person when the prince was not around. She acted a bit more like a demon with other people. The blonde attendant groaned and rubbed his poor back. He was just getting abused by demons left and right just for saying hi to them. The girl sucked in her lips and curled her hand into a fist, and then asked about her body. It seemed that something really extreme had brought the girl to the human world. She asked if her demon body had been crushed as well. The blonde paused and looked at her for a moment. The boy then explained that her body had indeed been completely crushed right down to the last fingernail. He had even confirmed it with his own eyes. The girl mumbled that it must have hurt to get crushed like that. It would have been better if she had been buried, at least she was used to that. The conversation topic had suddenly turned very dark. Bambi called out to Belchia, but before the conversation could go any deeper, the blue-haired cat arrived suddenly, quite surprised to see the blonde in the room. Jin Ji Hei was also here. Actually, that was the lady Belchia. The blonde happily said hello to Street and asked how the cat had been doing. This was hardly the time to play catch up. She was here on serious business. This was bad, the password and the hidden camera. She had to tell the prince that his mother was going to die. She was not making a lot of sense though, as she was just shaking the blonde back and forth and info, dumping as fast as she could. The boy laughed, wondering what on earth she was talking about, and he asked her to just explain it from the start. The Blueonette explained that something terrible had happened, and she was watching to find the Jung family's account password. Jung Taesik had said that he had hit Lord Lavis' mother with a car to become mayor. She had heard him talking with a gangster. The Lady Belia paused, wondering why the man would become the mayor if his wife died. The blonde was horrified though, because she quickly understood the situation. Jung Taesik was trying to kill his own wife for sympathy votes. He would believe it even if he said that he was a demon, not a human. The dark-haired girl wondered how the blonde attendant had even been able to understand that information. The Blueonette explained that she could strongly sense her prince around here, but she could not find him. She needed to inform him quickly. Well, that was going to be rather difficult for the prince because the blonde happened to know where Lavis was, and he knew that the prince was way too occupied. There was no time to wait around for the prince to get back, so Street had to tell them where Lavis' mother was at the moment. If something happened to the prince's mother while he was out, the temperamental berserker might go on a rampage. She was probably near the Lady Mina's hospital by now, so they had to go immediately, and Belchia was told to come along as well. The weaponsmith was surprised, but she came along anyway. Meanwhile, Lavis was stuck facing his own problem. The green-haired demon prisoner had finally shown up, and he greeted the former demon prince. For the noble prince of the demon realm to come to the human world as a criminal, the green-haired monster grinned at the prince and his cowering friend, saying that he would enjoy devouring them very much. So, our dude found himself involved in a really big mess, and now he was confronting some green-haired bully who apparently knew him from his glory days. Honestly, Green Hair was kind of disappointed. The prince was looking different, and he had lost a chunk of dignity since the last time he saw him. He could not believe how scrawny the boy had become. He was basically a high schooler now. This was very hilarious. That was rich coming from someone who looked like leftover celery. He was in human flesh, and he still looked ugly as sin. He should not be talking about people's looks. The prince scoffed at the prisoner, saying that the goat should have reflected and repented during his time in captivity. But of course, demons did not usually swing that way. Escaping was not enough. Now this joker was causing messes like this even in the human world. Then, out popped the pathetic Lord Hilt, who announced that the human-looking boy could somehow use his demonic powers despite being trapped in a human body. It was great that the old Hilt had shown himself because Lavis was itching to pick up from where they left off and end the Hilt's stupid line completely. All they did was cause him nothing but trouble. Bauer was becoming the biggest thorn in his side, and all because that card had skipped the mandatory extermination day. The Origin was finding the whole thing very inconvenient. The old ghoul laughed, saying that this time would be different for sure. Well, the news about Lavis' power was important to Namuja, as this made his game even better, and he could make it even bigger. He wanted to play a good and fun game after all. He had not been winning lately, and he was in a really bad mood, but he had gotten the chance of hitting the jackpot of seeing the day that the little terror of the demon world would be trapped in a rather inconvenient situation. Bro was not about to blow a chance like this. With a flick of his finger, the crazy scarecrow-looking demon asked if they should start with some form of betting. The prince saw the spinning game piece heading right for him, with a sort of resignation and preparation in his body language. Fortunately, Namuja was someone that he had encountered before, and he was well aware that the demon had once been an executioner of the demon realm. Back then, the old scarecrow had not looked too bad at all, actually. He was a man with the power to erase judge criminals without leaving a trace. Even vicious demons who resisted execution could not even think of escaping, and often fell flat before the handsome devil that he used to be. Unfortunately, when a demon was handsome, successful and sadistic, things tended to spiral for them unless they were the main character. He had one day arrested Berza Koronai, who was charged with forced absorption of low-class demons, use of forbidden bloodline sigils, and unauthorized opening of hybrid ritual. Stuff that was just unacceptable. Namuja smirked at his latest pathetic victim, telling him that according to their demon realm law, execution would now be carried out immediately. The demon growled and protested, of course. Very few accepted death or punishment with open arms after all. He yelled that it was not right, and suddenly the chains around his body broke. The charged criminal sprang forward, hissing and growling that the green-haired demon had no right to take his life, and he aimed to shoot some mana at the executioner that he considered lowly and beneath him. People really underestimated the guy whose job it was to kill demons. He slashed that dude up real good, just painting the town red with his entrails. Namuja back then had been fast and precise, spilling blood like falling rain. Above all, the demon had no emotions and no mercy when it came to his victim. He was the perfect executioner. As an executioner, that was his greatest strength, and he was the kind of monster that delivered death, no matter the charge. However, at some point, the dude got tainted by the filth of the sin of gambling. It is always a sad day in the demon world when the executioner picks up an unhealthy self-destructive habit. Now the cold executioner fast began to obsess over probability, luck, wagers, such trivial things that he should not be concerning himself with. He started mistaking the power in his hands as a game. The man let it get to his head, and he would take those whose judgments were complete and roll dice before executing them, toying with their lives in a terrifying way that snatched the hope that he so carelessly gave away. He would play and tell them that if he won, they would die, but if they won, then he would spare their lives. It was the arrogance of one who held lives in his grasp, and those at his mercy were always willing to play his games. He began the madness of entrusting life and death to luck. First, the executioner would roll the dice, and if their total was higher than his own, he would let them live. The poor prisoner would watch the dice desperately, hoping to be spared somehow. Sometimes Namuja would roll a low number and grumble that it was not very high, his prisoner might have a chance. Now, it was their turn, and he would stuff the dice in their mouth and tell them to roll them well. The poor trembling demons on death row, who were already in a state of apprehension, would roll the dice with all the hopes in their hearts, and be shocked when the dice actually rolled a higher number. The adrenaline and relief that flooded through her veins were ecstatic, and they looked to the executioner to keep his word, even when it was just a difference of one. The game-obsessed demon would tell his attendant to free the prisoner on death row. The poor prisoner would cry and say their appreciation with all of their heart, thanking the Lord Namuja. However, the wicked creature would then point out that they had saved their life by 1 dice point, and so they were lucky. If Namuja lost the bet, he would release the criminal, and if he won, he would smile and cut off their head. It almost seemed like such a fair game, except that he was defeating the purpose of being an executioner in the first place. Most of the time, he dismissed his judgment as nothing more than just luck. However, what made the executioner even more despicable came next. It was the case of a trembling demon child, many children actually, to enjoy gambling with more lives. Namuja would force even those who did not know the rules of their world yet, weak and powerless beings, to gamble with him. This was where this wicked creature began to cross the line. Just playing around with criminal awareness was not enough for him, he started to endanger innocent lives. Namuja would read through what the children were being punished for, the first one being punished for unauthorized use of a dimensional gate and disobedience of gate orders. They were then sent to 100 years of magic confinement. A punishment like that was not enough for the bloodthirsty judge, jury, and executioner. He thought that kids these days were so cowardly, and they always somehow avoided heavy punishment. That was not his style at all. Then, he decided to make a bet, and the rules were simple. He told the child to flip a card, and if their number was higher than his, then he would cancel their punishment. However, if the child lost the game, he would die. It seemed like a great opportunity to get out of 100 years of confinement. However, the man was playing these sick and twisted mind games with innocent children who just frankly did not know any better. They could not realize that it was better for them to take their chances with confinement instead of taking a risky gamble that would end their lives. The first blue-haired little demon boy was wise and tried to refuse, saying that he was fine with the 100 years of confinement punishment. He didn't want to play any sick and twisted game. Well, the executioner was not having it, and he actually hit the poor child. He growled that the kid should have learned to refuse before committing a crime. He was not going to let the children choose their own fate, and he wanted to force them to play a game just so he could see the despair on their faces and chop off their heads. That sadistic maniac played the game himself and made it so that the child would lose, and he laughed wickedly, basking in the rush of winning an unfair game. He laughed and whooped with joy, but the poor child cried and begged. He had only just gone to the human world briefly out of curiosity. He did not deserve a death sentence. He would devote himself to magic until the end of his life. He just begged the executioner to spare him. Well, the executioner did no such thing. Deeply drunk in his disgusting ways, he killed that poor child unjustly. The vermin yelled that children had no backbone and that demons should bet their lives with pride, accept whatever fate he gave them, and then die without complaint. That was what he preferred anyway. The wicked creature grinned and told the poor child to blame his fate on his own bad luck. The moment the criminal lost the gamble, Namuja would then devour them completely like a monster. He would slit their throat and consume every last part of the criminals brought to him, whether old or young. Their flesh, bones, fear, and even their souls, that greedy monster claimed everything that they were. Devouring the weak was a strict taboo even in the demon realm, but the one who was supposed to punish crime began to feel pleasure in breaking that taboo and committing a crime himself. Namuja was no longer an executioner, and he had fast become a rather thirsty predator, a monster addicted to taking lives and evil gambling. One day, when the news of the green-haired murderer reached the majestic prince's royal ears, he had paused and listened closely to the rumor going round about the executioner. Immediately, the prince rebuked that green-haired menace and cursed him out.